The Xian Kingdom, Xianjing City, Grandmaster's Mansion. Li Fan raised his cup and surveyed the room of officials gathered for his birthday. Age had silvered his hair, but pride still sat straight on his back. Look at this, he thought, watching the bustle of robes and lantern light. Power enough to shake a province. 50 years ago, he had arrived in this world as a penniless scholar. 50 years later, he was Grand Master of the realm. A life like his could fill volumes. What more could a man want? He stroked his beard and drained the wine. A toast to the Grand Master. Glasses lifted in unison. Li Fan's smile deepened. And then chaos roared in from the courtyard. Look, what is that? Fire from the heavens. An omen, informed the Grand Master. It's coming straight toward the mansion. The hall fell silent. Li Fan rose and stepped outside, ready to scold the servants for disrupting his feast, only to freeze. Far above Xianjing, two silver streaks chased each other like twin comets, then halted over the city. A voice cracked the night like thunder. Dao Xuanzi, don't test my patience. People screamed, Immortal Teacher, and fell to their knees. A word he had buried for decades surfaced from the depths of Li Fan's soul. Cultivators, he whispered. How can this be? The pair in the sky paid no heed to the mortals below. Another voice rang out, cold and sharp. Ko Hong, you think fleeing to the mortal realm will save you? Hand over the technique you stole, or I'll grind you to dust. Ko Hong laughed. A century-stuck-at foundation, one breath from death, and now I found a golden core method. Why should I hand it over? Dao Xuanzi's tone turned flat. The path to core formation admits only one. Techniques are many. Corpses of the stuck are more. Longevity stands before me. I won't let you go. Brothers for 100 years, Ko Hong said, and we draw blades for one more day of life. Fine. He paused, voice shifting, almost light. But there are so many mortals down there. Think you can endure the filth of mortal chi once I stir it up? Dao Xuanzi's composure cracked. Ko Hong, what are you doing? Seeking a sliver of life, Ko Hong replied, laughing like a madman. Red light blossomed. The sky ruptured. Booms rolled through the city. Crimson swallowed Li Fan's vision. Then blackness. He woke to the stink of smoke and flesh. Memory returned in shards, birthday cups, silver comets. A voice like thunder. The blast. He coughed blood, pushed himself upright, and looked around. Night still hung over Xianjing. The Grand Master's mansion was rubble. Bodies lay everywhere, charred beyond names. His wives, his 5 sons, all gone. His face held no expression. His eyes were empty. He staggered into the street. The metropolis was now a furnace of blood and fire. Walls collapsed, roofs burned, streets clogged with the dead. Perhaps 1 in 100 still breathed. All because 2 immortal teachers had fought above his roof. He sank beside a broken wall. His ears rang with silence. The blast had taken his hearing. It hardly mattered. He almost laughed. Immortals? In this world, from a day he took office, he had scoured the land for traces of the immortal way. When he rose to Grand Master, he searched harder, north to the frozen ocean, south to the Great Sea, east to Su Yuan, west to Mount Lian. Nothing. Not a footprint of a single cultivator in all Great Xian. And now, in the dusk of his years, when he had finally given up hope, 2 immortals descended and smashed his life to ash. So that is what it means to be immortal? To appear, destroy, and vanish. Where'd they come from? Where would they go? Rage and grief burned out into a single, aching confusion. Heaven toys with men. And yet, he felt a flicker of gratitude. At least he had his answer before he died. Immortals exist. Otherwise, in his next life, would he have wasted 50 more years chasing a rumor? Next life. Yes, because Li Fan's rise from nothing to Grand Master had not been luck alone. He closed his eyes and whispered, real. The world dimmed, as if seen through a curtain of water. 7 characters flared in the dark, turning fake into real. They scattered into a pale screen of light. Charging complete. Do you wish to virtualize the current scene and return to the original anchor point? Images flooded the screen. His 50 years in this world, from beggar to Grand Master, flickering by like lanterns in a storm. Real. That was the name he had given the strange treasure he carried. It had only one power: to transform reality into illusion, to turn his lived years into a simulation and send him back to his anchor. The moment he first crossed into this world, this was already his second life. In the first, he had been ordinary. Ambition failed him. At 30, he gave up the exams, opened a small business, married, had children, lived quietly. Only on his deathbed did Real awaken. With a second chance, he climbed without stopping and became Grandmaster. Perhaps he had used it in the wrong way. He dismissed the light curtain and returned to the wreckage. There was work to do before he ended this life. Deaf, but not powerless, he took pen and paper. Orders went out like arrows. Troops from outside the walls marched into Xianjing to restore order. Grain flowed in from surrounding cities. Officials and craftsmen followed. Li Fan moved into the military camp and directed the salvage. A month later, life began to push up through the ashes. Only then did he command a kingdom-wide search. Who were the two immortals? Where did they come from? Where did they go? What words had they spoken along the way? The answer, after months, was a thin thread. Someone had seen them arrive from the direction of Su Yuan in the east. Nothing more. They had not perished together. They had simply vanished. I was a fool to hope for that, Li Fan thought. Very well. There's nothing left for me in this life. In his new mansion, he summoned Real again. Do you wish to virtualize the current scene and return to the original anchor point? This time, he chose yes. The countless moments of power and wealth froze, then shattered like glass. Streams of light flew back into his consciousness. The carousel of memory spun and stopped at the scene of two figures suspended above the Grandmaster's mansion. Dao Xuanzi. Kohong, he murmured. 50 years from now, I'll be waiting in Xianjing. Rank and riches are missed. His vision faded, but his will sharpen to a single point. In the next life, Li Fan vowed, I will capture an immortal. The light in his mind dimmed. He closed his eyes and fell into deep, returning dark. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village which for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor Year 2, you traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of Wen County in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3, you brought your aunt to live with you and took office in Wen County. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, you led a mountain survey and found several ravines. Anchor Year 4, you produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor Year 5, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept Wen County stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor Year 6, you were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Anchor Year 7, locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor Year 8, your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor Year 10, Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor Year 16, Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you Minister of War. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor Year 18, after years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, The emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor year 20. The empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the empress. She's kin were executed, but the empress remained confined. Anchor year 21. You were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor year 23. During spring hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, the emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the empress. The crown prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor year 28. The emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the emperor. Anchor year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchang. Anchor year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor year 45. Your wife died. Anchor year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor year 48. After years of failure, you abandoned the search for immortality. Anchor year 50. 2 immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escaped by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all 3 to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first 2 were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weak in body, and real was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the 4th. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years, they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But two streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tom seemed to have hit the accelerator button. Li Fan was implementing his plan methodically and in an orderly manner. With 2 lifetimes of experience, everything went perfectly well like water flowing down a channel. He still took part in the imperial examination. However, this time, with decades of experience and power, the papers he wrote were far superior to his previous life. He topped the list in the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination, scoring triumvirates, and his name shook the world. Then, under the pretext of gaining experience at a young age, he volunteered to serve as an official in an outlying area. Naturally, his destination was Stillwyn County. Although there were many on the court who could not understand and regretted his decision, they still approved his request. Thus, in the 3rd year of anchoring, he came to Wynn County again. This time, it was much better than his previous life. Due to his great reputation and detailed understanding of the temperaments of all the officers in the county, he managed to get everyone in Wynn County under his control almost effortlessly. Then, he began to promote and train the confidants from his previous life, continuously strengthening his own power. At the same time, he drew up the blueprints for flintlock guns, commanding craftsmen to manufacture them according to the blueprints, and fully informed them of the difficulties encountered in production. Afterwards, he sent people to discreetly recruit skilled craftsmen from all over, striving to develop more advanced firearms. The mining in the mountains was also not idle. Li Fan eradicated all the mountain bandits in the mountains near Wynn County and made them all go mining. Relying on the mining area, he established many workshops in the deep mountains, producing crafts and ironware in large quantities. At the same time, he secretly organized trade, caravans to travel and sell goods all over the place, accumulating wealth. In the 4th year of anchoring, Li Fan found Emperor Xuanjing's double in a secret search. It was the existence of this double that almost caused his assassination plot in his previous life to fail. Fortunately, Li Fan always acted cautiously and had numerous backup plans so that he did not end up failing. Li Fan personally trained the double, and after half a year, there was almost no flaw. In the 5th year of anchoring, the Great Drought in Jiangnan struck. Li Fan ordered his confidants to pretend to be refugees and attack the Langya King's mansion. Li Fan led the groups to pretend to be rescuers, but in reality, he coordinated the attack from inside and directly killed the family of King Langya, and let the double make his appearance. From then on, Li Fan took over the nest of others and secretly controlled the Langya King's mansion. The news that King Langya's family was killed and only King Langya himself was preserved shocked the court and the world. The emperor was furious and sent troops to suppress the refugees. Li Fan was commended for his meritorious service and was promoted to the position of prefect of Jianghuai government. The power of Li Fan expanded further. But after this, he started to act even more cautiously. He did not continue to expand outward, but instead focused on technology, climbing, and production development in a low-key manner. In the 7th year of anchoring, the locust plague struck as scheduled. Li Fan was well prepared and naturally, there was no disaster in the Jianghuai government. He also applied to the court to open the granaries to help the disaster victims. The court approved. Taking this opportunity, Li Fan got a large population. Afterwards, these disaster victims settled down under Li Fan's rule, and Li Fan's power also grew exponentially. In the 9th year of anchoring, the wedding of King Langia and the granddaughter of the chief scholar proceeded as scheduled. That night, Li Fan broke into the bridal chamber and scared the queen of Langia half to death. When she found out that Li Fan had killed King Langia and occupied the Langia king's mansion with a double, she denounced Li Fan as a traitor. Li Fan didn't care, but laughed out loud. He asked her to write down this shocking news in a letter. Li Fan, pretending to be King Langia's messenger, secretly entered the capital with this letter to see the chief scholar. With a calm expression, Li Fan told the chief scholar that he now controlled the entire Langia king's mansion. He also declared that he had consummated his marriage with the chief scholar's granddaughter on the night of their wedding banquet. Although the chief scholar was surprised, he calmly asked Li Fan what he intended to do. Li Fan straightforwardly told him that the chief scholar had made too many enemies during his years in power. Since all of his sons were incompetent, it would be difficult to protect the family after his death. As long as the chief scholar helped Li Fan when necessary, he would ensure that the scholar's family remained prosperous for 100 years. The chief scholar thought for a long time and slowly asked what was needed. Li Fan just smiled and said that all would be clear in due course, then left gracefully. The two cultivators above the sky were taken by surprise and hit head-on. There were no scenes of blood and flesh flying. Around the two individuals, there was only a ripple effect. Some invisible power shielded them from the barrage of bullets like a tidal wave. What magic tool is this? Facing the sudden assault of thousands of mortals, the two cultivators were calm. Ko Hong stretched out his right hand, lifting a soldier into the sky, while also seizing the gun from the soldier's hand for a detailed examination. He then casually threw the soldier away. Interesting, it substitutes intricate mechanical structures for magic arrays and uses the explosive power of ordinary objects in place of spiritual power. It possesses a force on par with the initial stage of energy refining. After giving a quick once-over, Ko Hong understood the principle behind the design of the gun. He shook his head. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, the mortals banished to the immortal realm developed such a delicate object. Unfortunately, it only works in this incomplete place of Tao, outside the immortal realm. This is merely a pile of useless scrap metal. As he spoke, the gun in his hand abruptly disappeared. He had carelessly stored away. Those mere people dared to attack us cultivators. Initially, I felt a bit guilty, but it seems they were courting death. Ko Hong looked down from above at countless mortal soldiers shrouded in darkness, a sneer visible in his eyes. With his right hand in front, he rapidly drew traces of mystical patterns in the void. Suddenly, countless sparkles appeared from the darkness, instantly expanding like a wildfire into enormous balls of fire. Taoist technique, fire dragon chant. With Ko Hong's cold roar, the raging crimson flames connected all the giant balls of fire in the sky, as if they were made of flesh and blood. A monstrous dragon, composed of raging flames and bearing a fierce countenance, suddenly appeared, hovering above Xianjing City. The fiery dragon let out a resounding roar, coiling its body before rushing downwards. Boom! Loud explosions resounded incessantly. The buildings in Xianjing City crumbled like they were just mere toys, easily destroyed without any resistance. The raging crimson flames, as if endowed with its own consciousness, started to devour all they could reach upon landing. In the blink of an eye, Xianjing City had become a purgatory of raging fire. However, Ko Hong, who was responsible for this scene, suddenly furrowed his brows, his face showing an expression of utter disbelief. Because he noticed that despite the dire state the city was in, most of the soldiers had miraculously survived his onslaught. It was important to note that the fire dragon chant he unleashed was a move of his full strength. The power of a cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment was far from something ordinary people could withstand. Even if the soldiers were well-trained and had managed to take up their protective instruments and hide behind buildings at the initial sign of his spellcasting, the casualties should far exceed the ones he was currently seeing. What on earth was going on? Kohong was both shocked and doubtful. Suddenly, it seemed he realized something. He beckoned with his hand, summoning a small metallic object which had been identified as dangerous by his spiritual energy earlier, stopping it from hitting him and making it drop to the ground. Kohong's face changed significantly. Then, turning his attention towards his surroundings with a more cautious look, the initially disdainful look in his eyes turned into one of apprehension. These hidden weapons are soaked in mortal blood. They possess the immortal ordinary miasma. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi stated, his face looking grim. We just arrived here and were ambushed. Plus, they've used the immortal ordinary miasma. Clearly, our ambushers were prepared. Is there a cultivator guiding these mortals behind the scenes? The two looked at each other, their minds whirling with thoughts. Regardless, this place is strange. We should not stay for long. Though Dao Xuanzi and Kohong would clash blades over the golden core technique, that was purely their own business. Now facing an unexpected twist and thousands of mere mortals, the two of them, who shared 100 years of silent agreement, simultaneously decided to retreat. Perhaps it was because they noticed the cultivator's intent. The gunfire that had ceased due to the fire dragon chant began to echo again. This further solidified the suspicion in Dao Xuanzi's and Kohong's hearts. These mortals clearly had ulterior motives. Let's go. The two were about to escape when a voice echoed from below. Dao Xuanzi, Kohong, if you flee today, tomorrow the news of you obtaining the golden core technique will spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions of Xianjing City, echoing and lingering in the night sky. The voice sounded somewhat hoarse, but the tone was filled with unwavering certainty and coldness. Kohong and Dao Xuanzi froze. They were horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The knowledge of the golden core technique was only known to us. How did the news leak? For a moment, they were stricken with fear. They had explored the secrets of the cave mansion and were subsequently betrayed by Kohong, who took the technique and fled. Dao Xuanzi chased after him relentlessly, resulting in Kohong taking a desperate gamble by fleeing into this immortal realm for a chance at survival. Their experiences thus far flashed through their mind, scene by scene. Who could it be? While the two cultivators were shaking with fear and overwhelmed, dozens of artillery shells shot out from the darkness, dragging long, illuminating trails behind them, heading towards the two. Courting death, Kohong shook off his shock, his rage intensifying. Taoist technique, ember explosion. A massive ring of fire began to form in the air. Watch out, Kohong, quickly dodge. At this moment, Dao Xuanzi's anxious voice rang out. Kohong was startled. Upon scanning with his spiritual consciousness, his face displayed a look of horror. He was about to dodge, but he was too late. The dozens of artillery shells exploded near them. There was no deafening explosion, just clumps of dark red liquid bursting near them, creating a small-scale blood rain, leaving the two cultivators drenched. Chilling screams echoed across the sky. At the same time, the awe-inspiring aura of the two cultivators plummeted rapidly. Only after resisting for a brief moment, the two of them could no longer hold on and were blasted down from the sky. Thousands of soldiers surrounded them with guns drawn. Yet at this moment, the current situation of the two fairy individuals sent chills down the spines of these death warriors who had undergone special training and were prepared to lay down their lives. Dao Xuanzi and Kohong originally appeared in their 20s. However, after being drenched in the blood rain, the duo's hair had turned white in an instant. In just a few breaths of time, they had aged considerably with deep wrinkles marring their faces, presenting a horrifying sight. Both slumped bodies sat on the ground. Kohong was hanging by a thread, his life quickly slipping away, whilst Dao Xuanzi's cultivation being slightly profound, The situation seemed a little better, but he was also straining to the brink of death. Such was the plight of these once revered immortal teachers. Not only the soldiers present on the scene, even Li Fan, hiding in the rear and directing in secret, felt an inexplicable chill upon hearing reports from his men. "If the two of you surrender, our commander-in-chief promises to spare your lives," a soldier shouted towards the pair from a distance. "Surrender." With his body heavily injured, Dao Xuanzi looked at his friend next to him, who was full of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but laughter was all that came out. Noticing Dao Xuanzi's action, Ko Hong could guess what he was about to do. He gently shook his head, and using the last bit of his strength, handed the storage ring on his hand to Dao Xuanzi. "Go." Ko Hong opened his mouth slightly, then his head hung down, and he died. Sudden anomalies emerged high in the sky above. A crimson dragon appeared in the sky. It seemed very agonized, twisting and roaring, trying to break free from something. However, all its efforts were in vain. It gradually thinned down till all that was left was a layer of skin. A moment later, the entire dragon was devoured, leaving nothing behind. It was then that people could see clearly that it was a brown and ordinary-looking tree branch that had rooted and sprouted inside the dragon, devouring it completely. Even an ordinary tree could devour a dragon. This magnificent sight, like beautiful fireworks, lit up the sky for miles around. All living beings who saw this formation had the same words naturally appearing in their consciousness. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ko Hong, mortal for 205 years, achieved Tao Foundation with the strange object, the curled dragon branch. In the immortal realm, he was ambushed by thousands of mortals and accidentally dealt a fatal blow by the immortal ordinary miasma. His cultivation was lost. His lifespan nears the end. Now he's dead and has returned to heaven. Species killed their own kind. Feelings of empathy arose. They were all overwhelmed. All beings cloaked under this anomaly around Xianjing City were immersed in such emotions, unable to pull themselves free. The stunning vision lasted for almost half an hour before gradually fading away. The soldiers finally came back to their senses, silently watching the remaining decrepit cultivator on stage. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, our commander-in-chief, does not want to fight to the death between us. If you give up resisting, our commander-in-chief guarantees your safety. The soldiers continued their proclamations as per Li Fan's instructions. However, Li Fan sighed inwardly in the dark, realizing that his attempt to capture an immortal in this world had failed. He had not expected that the immortal ordinary miasma would be so lethal to cultivators. As expected, Dao Xuanzi ignored their proclamations completely. He examined the sky that had already dissipated, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The curled dragon branch. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and made an effort to straighten his hunched body. Glancing around, Dao Xuanzi tried to locate the hidden person behind the scenes. "I don't know who you are," he said to Li Fan, "and I don't know what your goal is. Perhaps it's for this golden core technique, or maybe for something else." Dao Xuanzi glanced at the storage ring in his hand and said calmly, "Now that we brothers have been manipulated by you and are on the verge of death and destruction, we originally had nothing to say. But I refuse to submit," Dao Xuanzi said coldly. "The person who can always lurk behind us, knowing our every move, and not be discovered must have profound cultivation. Such a character, who dare not confront us directly, is one thing. But to always act surreptitiously and only hides behind mortals, even resorting to the immortal ordinary miasma, something despicable that all cultivators despise." Dao Xuanzi drew a deep breath. "My brother Ko Hong, dying at the hands of such a person, I feel sorry for him." Dao Xuanzi gradually ascended, once again looking down at everyone. His expression remained unchanged, showing neither grief nor joy. "You all have seen my brother's strange object for Foundation Establishment. Now, I'd like you all to see mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I have built my Tao Foundation," Dao Xuanzi recited loudly. "My Tao Foundation is called Dao Xian. A giant, shattered iron sword appeared in the sky above Xianjing City. All living beings under the shadow of the giant sword felt as if their thoughts were like rusted machines, becoming sluggish and slow. I have a sword I invite you all to see. The world suddenly brightened, and all the people in Xianjing City seemed to have fallen into an absolute standstill. Then, like glass developing fissures, the entire Xianjing City shattered instantly. Return to the truth. The charging progress plummeted, and Li Fan muttered to himself before his consciousness faded. Li Fan, regaining his consciousness, was still engrossed in the power of Dao Xuanzi's sword. So this is what a Foundation Establishment Grand Completion Cultivator looks like. Li Fan was filled with awe. Ko Hong's power, which could obliterate Xianjing City with a simple gesture, had already astounded Li Fan. But Dao Xuanzi's final sword stroke made Li Fan fully aware of his own insignificance. Like an ant facing a tidal wave, from Li Fan's perspective, he simply couldn't fathom that sword stroke, let alone see its full form. Even a fleeting glimpse of this power revealed to Li Fan the chasm existing between mortals and Foundation Establishment Grand Completion cultivators. Without the immortal ordinary miasma, I fear that even reincarnating endlessly, outwitting them at every turn, wouldn't be enough to threaten them. Li Fan thought to himself, feeling both relieved and deeply unsettled. What's the deal with this immortal ordinary miasma? Aren't cultivators grown step by step from mere mortals? Why does mortal blood have such an incredible inhibiting effect on them? The hidden implications behind these notions spurred his curiosity. However, Li Fan quickly suppressed those thoughts. First, let's take stock of the gains and losses in this life, he decided. As he watched scenes flickering across the screen, Li Fan was deep in thought. The ambush on Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong went more or less as expected. I used bullets soaked in the blood of doomed prisoners to whittle down their power. Then the golden core technique was used to distract them. After using the blood rain as a finishing move to weaken them to their limit, I was able to capture them alive. What surprised me was the severity of the immortal ordinary miasma's inhibitory effect on cultivators. It directly led to Ko Hong's death. What surprised me even more, I originally thought the Brothers for a Century comment was made casually by them. Yet the bond between the two was actually quite deep. When attacked, Dao Xuanzi warned Ko Hong, who understood he was going to die, and handed the golden core technique to Dao Xuanzi. Seeing Ko Hong killed by a sneak attack, Dao Xuanzi chose to give up on his own life and used a destructive final attack to avenge Ko Hong. All these actions prove that there was truly an extraordinarily deep friendship between them. In that case, why would they fight each other to the death over the golden core technique? Li Fan became more puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled the scenes when he first saw the two. Golden core path. If I exist, he cannot. Li Fan mused thoughtfully. Can't the immortal law be practiced jointly? If close brothers can end up like this, what can the immortal cultivation world out there be like? Li Fan got the feeling that the immortal cultivation world in this world might be completely different from what he imagined. No matter how challenging it may be, I will not falter, much less when I have the help of the Real. As long as I'm cautious, I believe no odds can stand in my way. Although Li Fan wavered momentarily, his determination quickly solidified. In this so-called immortal realm, seeking the immortal way still requires using Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Last time I chose to ambush both of them at once. Perhaps this time I can choose to ally with one of them. Li Fan's train of thought quickly shifted, and he came up with several new strategies on how to deal with them. Even though his opponents were lofty Foundation Establishment cultivators, Li Fan didn't feel especially intimidated. He didn't even really consider them as formal opponents. It wasn't that Li Fan was arrogant, but the ability of Real to start again endlessly was simply too powerful. What is a Foundation Establishment phase cultivator's power compared to 50 years of foresight and countless chances to learn from trial and error? After the simulation ended, Li Fan chose to speed up the progress of the void transformation energy filling process. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Mental age, 216/1080. Void transformation charge, 30%. The mental age limit only increased by a few decades this time. It seems like it's reaching its peak. Li Fan was mentally prepared for this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Include my past life before the time travel, this would be my 5th life already. The path to immortality, how challenging it is. Li Fan sighed. I hope these 50 years won't be wasted. Li Fan started his 50 years of waiting once again. Just like a set program, everything unfolded as planned. Passing the civil service examination, being chosen, and becoming the top scholar. Becoming a county magistrate, mining minerals, and manufacturing guns. After taking advantage of the death of King Langya to ascend to power, Li Fan became impatient. 10 years was too long. If the underworld wasn't in control every day, it was always a setback in Jiangnan. If he had an extra 10 years to deploy the power of the entire world, the plan to capture the 2 cultivators alive would have a greater chance of success. Subsequently, Li Fan decided to send his confidant to sneak into the palace and secretly poison the emperor with a slow-acting poison. Who would have thought that this very decision would unexpectedly stir up waves? Originally, Li Fan's act of poisoning was not discovered. However, the emperor, still in the prime of his youth, began to decline rapidly and became suspicious. He suspected someone was harming him covertly, and the primary suspect was his once closest brother, King Langya. As a result, when the anchor was set at 7 years and the emperor was critically ill, he did not pass on the throne to King Langya. Instead, he passed it on to the ever-playful Nan Wang. The Endless Abyss, located at the far east of the Daxian Kingdom, is bottomless and shrouded in heavy fog all year round. Anyone who falls would surely meet a fate of complete destruction. No one knows what lies at the bottom of this abyss. This place, where even birds disappear, has been off-limits to humans for many years. Li Fan, however, learned through a previous simulation that the dense fog above the abyss disperses once every 15 years. Today, he came here to witness this with his own eyes. After all, if his guess is correct, the 2 cultivators, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, might have arrived at this immortal realm through the abyss. Li Fan stood quietly, looking at the endlessly deep abyss not far away, waiting patiently. After some unknown period of time, the heavy white mist, which had the smell of the ancient times, finally started to change. As if an exotic beast of ancient times was roaring distantly from below. When the sound gradually increased, people realized that the noise was indeed the sound of the wind. The thick white fog was disturbed, creating ripples. The wind then grew stronger, forcing large amounts of the white mist to spurt out from the abyss like a reverse waterfall, shooting up to the sky. The strong wind persisted for nearly half an hour before the heavy fog finally dissipated. Li Fan, with a serious expression, took out a telescope and looked towards the bottom of the abyss. Initially, the base of the abyss was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Gradually, spots of light began to emerge. After a long while, the bottom of the abyss became ablaze with light, revealing a reversed mirage-like view to the eye of Li Fan. According to the information, the phenomenon at the bottom of the abyss varied from person to person. But what Li Fan saw made him gravely shocked. A ruined mountain gate was surrounded by collapsed buildings. The ground and walls filled with cracks showed clear signs of blade and magic attacks. Some areas seemed to have been soaked in blood, depicting a bizarre dark red shade. The scattered corpses and weapons littered all around seemed to silently narrate a great catastrophe it had encountered years ago. Li Fan was dumbfounded. He shifted his sight, and on a smooth cliff of a mountain, he saw 4 large characters carved into the rock. Immortality is dead. The words appeared to be written in blood, and they were black-red in color. Even from a great distance, upon seeing these 4 characters, Li Fan could feel the unspeakable fear and despair contained within them. Immortality is dead. What happened here? What really happened to the world of immortal cultivation? Li Fan immersed in these thoughts and remained silent for a long time. After the fog cleared for half a day and began to gather again, Li Fan returned to Xianjing City. Time passed quickly, and in an instant, 50 years had passed. On the day of Li Fan's 70th birthday, thousands of soldiers in Xianjing City were on high alert. Dao Xuanzi, you can't push people too far. Ko Hong turned around and shouted angrily, hovering in the air above Xianjing City. However, before Dao Xuanzi could respond, voices came first from the city below, echoing through Xianjing. Ko Hong, we were ordered by Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi to wait for you here. Along with the voices, bullets filled the sky. Caught off guard, Ko Hong was hit directly. How is it possible? Has Dao Xuanzi known all along that I would flee here? When did he become so cunning? Ko Hong was both shocked and furious. Immediately after that, Ko Hong was horrified to find that his spiritual power was rapidly being consumed while resisting these magic tools. A glance at him, Ko Hong understood it all at once. Immortal ordinary miasma? Dao Xuanzi, you're so despicable. With disbelief in his eyes, Ko Hong looked at Dao Xuanzi, who had just arrived. He seemed to be recognizing his friend of 100 years for the first time. The current Dao Xuanzi was a little bewildered. What's going on with these mortals? Why are they attacking Ko Hong in my name? And they even know how to use immortal ordinary miasma. Dao Xuanzi was caught off guard and momentarily a loss for what to do. However, looking at the extremely agitated Ko Hong not far away, Dao Xuanzi quickly gathered his thoughts. There is something strange here. Ko Hong, these mortals are not under my control. Dao Xuanzi quickly explained. Oh, aren't you admitting what you did? Ko Hong sneered and laughed bitterly. Or are you afraid that if the use of immortal ordinary miasma got out, all cultivators would unite to hunt you down? Or perhaps you're more concerned that your hard-earned reputation over 100 years will be ruined overnight. Knowing his brother's temperament, Dao Xuanzi realized that he had lost his reason. No matter what he said, Ko Hong wouldn't listen. Dao Xuanzi had a vague feeling that he had fallen into some kind of trap. The strange atmosphere here gave him a significant sense of crisis. Fighting with Ko Hong at this moment wouldn't be a sensible move. So, he patiently explained to Ko Hong, after knowing each other for 100 years, when have you ever seen me lying? This really isn't. However, before he could finish his sentence, an old voice suddenly emanated from all directions, interrupting him. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, why are you denying what you did now? Didn't we agree that as long as we help you kill Ko Hong here and seize his golden core technique, you would lead my clansmen out of the immortal realm? The voice sounded somewhat wronged and even resentful. Golden core technique? Upon hearing this, both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi changed their faces. You still claim it's not you. Who else would know about this but you? Ko Hong's beard and hair were all standing on end at the pinnacle of rage. This person actually knows about the golden core technique. Dao Xuanzi's heart sunk completely. The voice from below continued regardless. You know, for the sake of Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi's so-called immortal ordinary miasma, we have provoked public anger. Now, the world is boiling with resentment. If you, Master, can't keep your promise and lead us out, my clan might soon have nowhere to be buried. Being slandered, Dao Xuanzi was distracted and shouted in annoyance, Shameless wretch, shut your mouth. He flew towards the source of the voice, intending to find the real culprit, but all he saw was a strange rectangular object where the voice was coming from. Such items were scattered all over Xianjing City, and he had no idea how many more there were. How cautious! Dao Xuanzi was at his wit's end. Does Master Dao Xuanzi want to kill and silence them now? There came another sarcastic remark from the voice inside. Dao Xuanzi was grinding his teeth, seething with anger. He smashed the rectangular object into pieces. In Ko Hong's eyes, it looked like Dao Xuanzi was trying to cover up after being exposed and was trying to silence him out of fury. Ko Hong roared up to the sky. Dao Xuanzi, after 100 years of knowing each other, I can't believe that I've been mistaking you. You want the golden core technique. Why stoop so low? I won't run anymore. Come and get it if you dare. Taoist technique, fury of the flame dragon. An angry fire dragon circled around Ko Hong and roared up to the heavens. The fire dragon glared at the front and spat out a stream of crimson flame, heading straight for Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi sighed helplessly, and with a gentle chant, a flying sword appeared behind him out of thin air. It transformed into a beam of white light, rushing towards the crimson flame. The crimson flames and the white sword light collided repeatedly, causing intense explosions one after another. The city of Xianjing below was affected and soon was engulfed in a sea of flames. The fight between the two didn't last very long. Ko Hong was originally not as advanced in his cultivation as Dao Xuanzi, and he was already weakened by the immortal ordinary miasma, so he was quickly at a disadvantage. Dao Xuanzi did not show mercy either. His swordsmanship became more fierce. At this moment, the old voice echoed once again. Dao Xuanzi is fickle with a vengeful nature. If he wins, we will certainly end up dead. My fellow warriors, obey the order and assist immortal teacher Ko Hong in fighting against Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong, hearing this, was immediately overjoyed. He teleported away from Dao Xuanzi in a flash. Watching Dao Xuanzi getting overwhelmed by the incoming bullets, he triumphantly shouted, "Just as the saying goes, those who do evil shall perish by their own deeds." I never expected that Dao Xuanzi, who has always held himself high, would betray his own principles and suffer retribution. Initially, Dao Xuanzi was already annoyed by the tactics of his secret enemy. Hearing Ko Hong's words now, he was even more furious, to the point of nearly vomiting blood. "You idiot!" He couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Ko Hong. "Great! Now that you have spoken your mind." Ko Hong resisted fiercely, retorting, "You believe yourself to be smart. Yet why do all, including the ordinary mortals that you painstakingly recruited, betray you? This is the result of your own cleverness leading to your downfall." Hearing this, Dao Xuanzi was speechless. He ignored this idiot and just let his sword light flash, reaping the lives of the mortal soldiers who dared to attack him. However, these mortals were like locusts. No matter how many he killed, they just kept coming. They sprang up faster than he could strike them down. Additionally, Dao Xuanzi had to remain cautious of the immortal ordinary miasma and could only use long-range methods to kill them, which were quite energy-consuming. For a moment, the battlefield was in a strange state of deadlock. Just then, that old voice reverberated again, lingering persistently. "Immortal teacher Ko Hong, our warriors are almost all dead or injured. After Dao Xuanzi massacres us all, do you really think you can escape unscathed? If you don't act now, when will you?" The voice was filled with urgency and even contained a hint of sobbing. Ko Hong was reminded by the voice and suddenly realized his situation. Looking at Dao Xuanzi, his face turned solemn. "Indeed, Dao Xuanzi, we have been friends for a century. Although we have turned against each other because of the Golden Core technique, we are both seeking immortality and, well, we each play to our strengths. There's nothing wrong with that. I will give you one last chance. If you give up the Golden Core technique and retreat, I will not cause you trouble. Otherwise, I'm afraid only one of us will survive." Dao Xuanzi let out a sigh, but did not speak a word. He simply raised his sword and confronted Ko Hong. "So be it. In this recent period of fleeing, I have also come to comprehend a new Taoist technique that would be perfect for sending you on your way," Ko Hong said with a solemn expression. He then drew a symbol with his hand. Taoist technique, imprisoned dragon. Dao Xuanzi's surroundings, in all four directions, suddenly had chains of fire appearing, vaguely forming an array, creating a massive cage, trapping him in the middle. "Break for me." Dao Xuanzi felt an immense pressure abruptly imposed on him, and his expression was grave. He took a deep breath, and a rusty iron sword shadow faintly emerged behind him. With the enhancement of the sword shadow, the sword light he emitted seemed to have obtained some kind of blessing. As it hit the fiery cage, the originally raging flames immediately fell into stillness and abruptly dimmed. Ko Hong seemed well prepared for this. He laughed loudly. "Dao Xuanzi, we have fought side by side countless times during our 100 years of friendship. Outsiders always say that my cultivation is far inferior to yours, and this indeed is the truth. However, cultivation is one thing, and fighting is another. If we were to genuinely face life and death, who will win and who will lose, it's still unknown. Since it has come to this point, you shouldn't hold anything back anymore. Let me see whether your Taoist mystic sword is more powerful or my Taoist technique is superior. In Ko Hong's eyes, unlimited fighting spirit erupted. Taoist technique, devouring dragon. The flames, which had dimmed, unexpectedly extinguished completely, whilst the complexion of Dao Xuanzi drastically changed along with the disappearance of the fiery cage. It turned out that underneath the chains of fire which formed the cage were hidden brown branches. They were like deadly snakes lying in ambush, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now that the flames were suddenly extinguished, they shot towards Dao Xuanzi with lightning speed. On their way, they kept growing and spreading wildly. In just a moment, they formed a cluster of twisted creatures, preparing to devour Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi Giant Sword. At the critical moment, Dao Xuanzi, though surprised, managed to keep his calm. In the sky, the mysterious shadow of the giant rusty sword was fully revealed. The curled dragon branch paused, as if it had come across its natural enemy. But immediately after, stimulated somehow, it rushed towards Dao Xuanzi even more fiercely. Dao Xuanzi swung his sword. The shadow behind him also moved in unison. The space in front of him solidified like the surface of water subjected to frigid air. The twitching curled dragon branch collided with the giant sword Dao Xian, but only managed to stand its ground for a moment before being thrown back. The branches quickly transformed into shiny fragments, exploding. It seemed the ferocious curled dragon branch was no match for the Taoist mystic sword. The carefully prepared Taoist technique was broken with a single strike. The giant sword shadow was about to reach right in front of him, but Ko Hong did not dodge or avoid it, his eyes showing no fear. Taoist technique, transforming dragon. On Ko Hong's loud shout, a small portion of the shattering curled dragon branch fragments instantly came back to life. They quickly came together, forming a brand new curled dragon branch. It was even deeper in color than the twisted creature from before, and on its tip, it had two protrusions, just like horns of a dragon. The curled dragon branch acted like a sharp sword, and without considering anything else, it thrust towards Dao Xuanzi, accompanied with a faint sound of a dragon chanting. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Dao Xuanzi's eyes, but the giant sword Dao Xian didn't slow down at all. A life-and-death struggle is a test of who is more decisive and ruthless. The one who wins lives, the one who loses dies. That's all there is to it. Just at this critical moment, that elderly voice, which kept reverberating over the city of Xianjing, rang out again. Immortal teacher Ko Hong, we will lend you our strength. Before he had finished speaking, numerous tails of flames had already screamed towards Dao Xuanzi from all directions, exploding into a rain of blood. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzi let out a miserable scream, and his momentum suddenly decreased. The Taoist mystic shadow also started to dim, and the curled dragon branch took advantage of the situation, going against the current, piercing through the frozen space to strike Dao Xuanzi. The sword shadow produced by Dao Xuanzi, however, like a spent force, only managed to make Ko Hong cough up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood before it dissipated. Cough, cough. Dao Xuanzi gave a bitter laugh, wanted to say something, but could no longer speak. In just a moment, under the devouring power of the curled dragon branch, he turned into a skeleton. Above the sky, a strange phenomenon recurs. A giant sword, refined with 1,000 hammers and 100 smelts, has been left in the dark, untouched for 1,000 years. With the passage of time, its sword body is no longer bright, its blade is no longer sharp, rust spots all over it. However, a rush of anger and resentment suddenly arises. The erosion of rust is becoming more severe, but the divine and majesty of the giant sword are equally growing day by day. Foundation establishment cultivator Dao Xuanzi, practicing mortal cultivation for 201 years, achieved Tao Foundation using the unique object, rusted sword Daoxian. In the immortal realm, he fought with people and eventually was killed by Foundation establishment cultivator Kohong. Now he has perished, returning to the heavens. The dazzling scene illuminates the sky for thousands of miles like fireworks. Dao Xuanzi. Kohong looked at the stunning scene, seeming to be completely stunned, murmuring to himself incessantly. All the soldiers on the scene also looked up at the sky, completely lost in awe. The old man Li Fan has seen the immortal teacher. At this moment, a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, walked totteringly to Kohong's side. Kohong ignored him, and Li Fan was not in a hurry. He stood aside and waited patiently, while motioning for the soldiers to wait patiently. After a long time, when the phenomena in the sky disappeared, Kohong finally looked at Li Fan. "So, you are the leader of the mortals here?" Kohong's tone was harsh. Obviously, he did not have a good impression of Li Fan. "The sound that erupted from all directions earlier was you, wasn't it?" "My humble tricks are not worth mentioning to Immortal Master." Li Fan bowed his hand, avoiding talking about the matter, and bowed deeply. "I beg for the Immortal Master's mercy. Save the lives of more than 1,000 members of our clan." "Mercy?" Kohong laughed coldly when he heard this. "The duel with Dao Xuanzi, it was all about our skills. It's a destiny matter to live or die. You, a mere mortal, dare to interfere in our cultivator's fight." He looked at Li Fan, clearly revealing a murderous intention in his words. "In fact, although Dao Xuanzi and I were fighting for the golden core technique to the death, he was still my brother for more than 100 years. Since you killed him while he was off guard, should I kill you to avenge Dao Xuanzi?" Unaffected by Kohong's intimidating attitude, Li Fan just smiled bitterly. "I just beg for a chance to survive. As I said before, if the Immortal Master is defeated, my clan will surely be doomed." Upon hearing this, Kohong's face eased slightly. He sighed softly. "Well, begging for a chance to survive. You're right, the world is tough. Who isn't struggling for that slim chance to survive?" Seeing Kohong's softened tone, Li Fan hurriedly followed up. "Previously, Dao Xuanzi, the Immortal Master, had promised me that if..." Before he could finish his words, Kohong frowned and interrupted him. "If it's about this matter, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Dao Xuanzi might never have had any intention of fulfilling this promise." Li Fan was stunned. "What does the Immortal Master mean by this?" Kohong said with a hint of mockery. "For 100 years, Dao Xuanzi has shown a serious and unquestionable image to the world. You'd never expect that he is actually ruthless in his actions, even lying to mortals." He paused, looked at Li Fan's face, and continued. "That immortal extermination array is extremely dangerous. We only managed to break in due to some luck. We ourselves will have to make a great effort to leave. How could we possibly take mortals with us?" "What? You don't know how to leave this place, either?" Li Fan was shocked, and his complexion became extremely ugly. The hope he nourished for over 100 years was negated by the cultivators in front of him. Li Fan almost broke down. Fortunately, Li Fan had the wisdom and tenacity of several lifetimes, and he steadied his mind. He said to Kohong, "This isn't a place for discussion. Immortal Master, please follow me." With that, he led Kohong to a nearby underground shelter within the ruins of Xianjing City after walking for a while. The soldiers had hidden in these shelters when Kohong and Dao Xuanzi were fighting. There were dozens of such shelters of various sizes in Xianjing City. Although the shelter was located deep underground, it was bright as day with the lighting, and there were air ducts connected to the outside world, so it did not feel stuffy. Kohong looked at the light on the ceiling with interest, praising, "No wonder Dao Xuanzi sought to work with immortals. Being able to control and use the power of thunder, it seems that you mortals of the immortal realm have really developed well over the past thousands of years. Even the hidden weapons you used earlier were quite powerful." But then he shook his head. "What a pity. Only in this incomplete Taoist world can these magical tools be of some use. Outside of here, under the oppression of Taoist laws, none of these things hold any value. By the way, when did Dao Xuanzi find you and plan to target me here? The timeline doesn't add up. Did he secretly practice the clone technique? Ko Hong suddenly asked, as if something had occurred to him. As Li Fan was about to respond without betraying any hint of emotion, Ko Hong suddenly lost interest. He waved his hand and said, "Enough about this. After the death of the body and the disappearance of Tao, everything is void." After finishing, he sat down in a chair and appeared quite dejected. It seems Dao Xuanzi's death had greatly impacted him. It's best not to ask about this matter. If I talk too much, it may reveal inconsistencies, thought Li Fan. Then he asked nervously, was the immortal teacher truthful earlier when he said that mortals cannot leave the immortal realm? Ko Hong scoffed. Why would I bother deceiving a mere mortal like you? Perhaps a cultivator in the golden core stage can protect mortals as they pass through the immortal barrier. But with just the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Of course, if you don't mind being reduced to mere fragments after exiting, I'm willing to give a try. Ignoring Ko Hong's unfunny jest, Li Fan persistently asked, "So, is there really no hope for us mortals to leave this world?" Ko Hong thought for a moment before shaking his head. To leave the immortal realm, one must overcome the immortal barrier. It's impossible for a mere mortal to pass through. All attempts are merely suicide. Besides, you're already at an age where you're halfway in the grave. Why are you so keen on leaving? Isn't it good to be a simple local here? Ko Hong seemed to think nothing of his predicament. I may be old, but I want to leave a legacy for my descendants, Li Fan insisted, and then proposed, if my descendants are able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage like the immortal teacher, wouldn't it be possible for them to leave? Hearing this, Ko Hong burst out laughing. Let's not even talk about the absence of spiritual energy here for training. The separation between mortals and immortals is profound. Your mortal bodies are covered in deadly miasma. How can you possibly follow the immortal way? Ko Hong sneered. I advise you to let go of this foolishness. If you mortals wish to cultivate, you must first find a way to reshape your bodies and cleanse yourselves of the miasma. Otherwise, even if the immortal way is within your reach, you can only see it but will never attain it. Li Fan appeared to finally give up after having his questions so definitively answered by Ko Hong. The gap between mortals and immortals is unbridgeable. The gap is unbridgeable, Li Fan muttered in a daze. So there's really no way? There's really no way. Seeing Li Fan's despair, Ko Hong felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. There's really no way. He repeated, as the immortal teacher stated, the gap between mortals and immortals is unbridgeable. Li Fan sighed deeply. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Ko Hong was nodding emphatically. Li Fan, seemingly devastated by the harsh reality, said his goodbyes and left in a daze. The moment he stepped out of the shelter, the gate slammed shut. Ko Hong's face changed as he felt a sense of impending danger. But it was too late. A white mist charged with the immortal ordinary miasma poured out from every corner of the room. Ah! Ko Hong let out a scream before being engulfed by the dense mist. Outside the shelter, Li Fan looked out into the distance, his eyes filled with calm determination. He slowly said, since mortals and immortals can never coexist, how could I, a mere mortal, fully trust what you, an immortal, have to say? Gazing at Ko Hong's testimony on the table, Li Fan felt disheartened. Ko Hong hadn't lied to him. He truly didn't know how to allow mortals to leave the immortal realm. Immortal realm. 5 reincarnations, 300 years of longing, have now turned into an elusive mirage. The dream of becoming an immortal shattered. Li Fan seemed to have aged overnight. Not just physically, but also mentally. Immortal realm. He repeated this name in his mind, overwhelmed by profound regret. How did I end up being born in such a place after my reincarnation? If I had reincarnated in the regular immortal cultivation world, with the ability of real to infinitely simulate life cycles, I would have certainly attained immortality. It's so frustrating that I had to be in this forsaken immortal realm. The information in Kohong's testimony once again crossed Li Fan's mind. The so-called Immortal Realm, as the name suggests, is a land desolate of immortals. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Xian realm encountered a drastic change. At first, it was just a pandemic sweeping across the mortal realm, and no cultivator gave a second thought. However, when a cultivator accidentally contracted this mysterious pandemic, things spiraled out of control. After infecting the cultivator, this pandemic seemed to have mysteriously gained strength and began to spread among cultivators. The spread wasn't through any usual means. Instead, it was through the spiritual energy that the cultivators relied on for survival. The pandemic spread rapidly through the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, pervading the entire immortal cultivation world. As for the cultivators who were infected, they heavily deteriorated in their cultivation, with severe cases losing all their cultivation overnight, becoming no different from mortals. They would perish within a few days, returning to the heavens. As countless cultivators died, an air of despair spread amongst them. In their desperation, some cultivators vented their fury onto the source of all this, humans. Thus, the large-scale slaughter began. Facing the high and mighty immortal teachers, mortals had little to no resistance and were butchered at will. Soon, however, this slaughter was abruptly ended. It wasn't due to a sudden realization of their mistakes, but because the cultivators were horrified to learn that with their mass extermination, the death of many humans did not eradicate the pandemic within them. Instead, the pandemic seemed to have been freed by the deaths and spread into the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy around them. Within a short time, the concentration of the pandemic within the immortal cultivation world skyrocketed. This led to even more deaths amongst the cultivators. In despair, the cultivators had to abandon their sweeping massacre of humans. However, waiting for their doom wasn't the way of the cultivators. While some cultivators began to research how to confront this pandemic, others proposed the infamous The Great Migration Plan. Despite facing opposition at its proposal, the plan was approved by the majority of the cultivators in the interest of their own survival. The so-called The Great Migration Plan was based on the following considerations. They could no longer kill the mortals, and a definitive solution to eradicate the pandemic seemed like a distant future. If they let mortals reproduce at will, with an increasing pandemic, the cultivators' lives would definitely become more challenging. Since this bizarre pandemic could spread through spiritual energy, a natural solution was proposed. All the mortals in the immortal cultivation world should be exiled to surrounding areas, like the small worlds and broken heavenly caves, where there was no spiritual energy. They would then use an array technique to permanently isolate these places, preventing the mortals from returning. This way, they would first solve the issue of mortals on a permanent basis, and then focus on finding a cure for the pandemic. They weren't worried about where to relocate these mortals, as there was an infinite number of undeveloped small worlds. Thus, under the unified will of the entire immortal cultivation world, all the mortals began a migration process that lasted for hundreds of years. How many mortals might die during this migration wasn't a concern for these cultivators. In the face of the cultivators' power, mortals had no chance of resisting. So, after hundreds of years of the Great Migration, all the mortals in the immortal cultivation world were dispersed among various small worlds. Nearly 1,000 years later, the concentration of the pandemic in the immortal cultivation world finally dropped to a lower level. Over the course of 1,000 years, cultivators, through continuous research, had finally found a method to purify the plague. After thousands more years, these cultivators completely eradicated the threat of the plague. However, much to their embarrassment, the remnants of the plague still lurked within the mortal bloodline. While the world was devoid of mortals initially, it turned out that not all offspring of cultivators possessed the qualifications for cultivation. As a result, over time, the world once again bore countless mortals. Within these mortals existed the shadow of the plague. Since the plague posed a unique threat to cultivators, the future generations of mortals aspiring to cultivate needed to clear their bodies of the plague. Over time, the plague became synonymous with the dividing line between immortals and mortals, leading to its naming as the Immortal Ordinary Miasma. The destructive force of the Immortal Ordinary Miasma had left a deep psychological scar on all cultivators. To prevent a resurgence of this miasma, it became a common practice among them to avoid places where mortals had been expelled. Eventually, these areas became known as the Immortal Realm. There were countless large and small immortal realms, and very few cultivators were willing to risk entering these places. For Li Fan to come across two, it was indeed a great stroke of luck. However, neither of the two cultivators had a method for mortals to leave. How could Li Fan expect another, more advanced cultivator to break in? Furthermore, as a mortal, his lifespan was limited. Even if he could continually simulate reincarnation cycles, it could only occur within the scope of his lifespan. He was already 70 years old, with a biological lifespan of 86 years. Within these 16 years, the likelihood of meeting another cultivator was virtually zero. Given this, how could Li Fan not feel despair? He had clearly seen the hope of becoming an immortal and pursuing longevity, yet in the end, it all seemed like just an illusion. Could it be that he was destined to live as a mortal and repeat this life cycle again and again? Li Fan was truly unwilling to accept this. The path to longevity was within his grasp, seemingly attainable, yet frustratingly distant and unreachable. How could Li Fan resign himself to this? Reflecting on his reincarnation cycles and the nearly 300 years of waiting, Li Fan could not bring himself to abandon the path to immortality. Was there really no other way? Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the fog, Li Fan suddenly remembered some things he had overlooked previously. Thousands of years ago, how did the large group of mortals embark on their migration? Although the small world and the immortal cultivation world were adjacent, they were not the same world after all. These mortals surely did not walk to this place, right? There must have been some tools that brought them here, right? Do these tools still exist today? If he could find these tools, would it mean that he could proceed to the immortal cultivation world? Even if it was just a minuscule possibility, it gave Li Fan a glimmer of hope for cultivating to immortality. His mood became excited, and he hurried to the prison where Ko Hong was held. He needed to consult Ko Hong to verify the feasibility of his idea. To attain immortality in today's cultivating world, a mortal has several options, Ko Hong patiently explained. First, you can join the alliance of thousands of immortals. This loosely structured union comprises many cultivators and allows you to gain contributions by completing assigned tasks or trading with others. These contributions can then be used to acquire the resources and cultivation techniques required for immortality. Second, you can join the Five Elders organization, a powerful group established by 5 preeminent elders. As long as one has the ability to cultivate, they can voluntarily join, choose a cultivation method, and offer their service to the organization for a stipulated period according to the soul's contract they have signed. Third, you can choose to join your local powers. Although they can't compete with the above two formidable forces, these local powers are often unified and carry minimal risk. This suits those who prefer a casual approach. I won't bother mentioning other harebrained outfits that are not worth your time. Ko Hong slowly outlined the current landscape of the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Li Fan furrowed his brows, seemingly puzzled. From your description, it seems like gaining cultivation techniques aren't that elusive in the cultivating world. Ko Hong huffed coldly. That's because what one obtains through this method are all incomplete techniques. Incomplete? Li Fan was taken aback, but soon after, he put 2 and 2 together. So to acquire a higher level technique, I would need to keep working hard for them. Exactly, Ko Hong spat out bitterly. These techniques were devised in recent years by the major powers. Their limit is the perfect stage of energy refining. To move further and build the Tao foundation, you need to switch to a new set of techniques, and the same applies once you reach beyond Tao foundation. Switching techniques? If one has to start from scratch with new techniques every time they break through a realm, wouldn't that mean all prior efforts were in vain? Li Fan was somewhat taken aback. Not necessarily. Ko Hong shook his head. Every cultivator is required to practice the supreme primordial scripture. It is rumored that this scripture was the foundational text of the supreme sect during ancient times. After the Great Calamity, only remnants of the supreme primordial scripture were left in this world. The scripture isn't a cultivation method, but is closer to a secret technique. Its effect allows cultivators to get rid of their built-up energy and hardly suffer much loss. Thus, they can catch up to their former cultivation realm quickly after switching techniques. Indeed, such a miraculous technique, Li Fan admired. This remnant scripture appeared precisely when needed. Only in this way can numerous cultivators accept changing cultivation techniques constantly. Li Fan sneered. In my view, it's likely more than just remnants of the supreme primordial scripture survive. Perhaps those behind the scenes only agreed to reveal the part concerning switching techniques. Ko Hong sighed deeply. Who doesn't realize this? But it is what it is. Genuine techniques are hard to come by. Though being exploited is bitter, at least we have a conceivable goal and approach. To work hard is to hope for some return. Only a few are unwilling to submit to others and risk falling, seeking opportunities in secret realms and ancient sections. Li Fan nodded, realizing the current situation of the cultivating world. This was drastically different from the freedom to seek immortality he'd imagined, and oddly similar to the world he'd come from before his transmigration. Considering all this, Li Fan smirked. Ko Hong didn't notice the shift in Li Fan's mood and couldn't help but sigh. To his dying day, Dao Xuanzi didn't realize why I'd stolen the technique and run. It wasn't solely because it was a golden core technique, but because it was the true technique that could point directly to the nascent soul realm. If it really was a golden core technique, I might have been able to restrain myself. But it was a nascent soul true technique, Ko Hong kept repeating. Upon hearing this, Li Fan had a thought and touched the ring on his hand. All the belongings of Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi had been seized by him and stored in this storage ring. Maybe because he'd been through numerous reincarnations, and his spirit was stronger than ordinary people, he was able to use this storage ring, which normally required a cultivator in the energy refining stage to develop divine sense to control quite easily. However, if he didn't find a way out of the immortal realm, all these things would be worthless, so he hadn't bothered to examine them one by one. Subsequently, after sharing more commonplace knowledge about the cultivation world, such as the celestial phenomena that occurs when a cultivator falls, Ko Hong finally returned to the topic of the probability of a leftover flying boat from the Great Migration era. Perhaps there is such a possibility, Ko Hong said thoughtfully after a long pause. I've heard rumors that over the thousands of years since the banishment, many mortals have managed to secretly return to the cultivation world. Yet, these are generally unsubstantiated gossip without any solid proof. Still, there's no smoke without fire. At times, rumors may reflect the truth, Li Fan mused with excitement. After all, there are myriad connections between mortals and cultivators. It is only realistic that some cultivators would provide their mortal families with a fallback plan. I guess these mortals managed to return with the help of the foresight these cultivators had. However, Ko Hong was less optimistic. Even if that's the case, thousands of years have passed, and finding anything in such a vast area is extraordinarily unlikely. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up, Li Fan asserted. I have no idea how an old and infirm man like you can still push yourself so hard, Ko Hong mumbled under his breath. Li Fan pretended not to hear and sincerely said to Ko Hong, if you help me find a way to the cultivation world, not only will I let you go and take you with me, but I'll also return everything that belongs to you and Dao Xuanzi, including that nascent soul true technique. Is that true? Ko Hong looked up abruptly, hope ignited in his eyes. Of course, Li Fan nodded. Fine. In that case, I'll do my best to help you. Ko Hong gritted his teeth, finally making up his mind. Although he had been tricked by Li Fan on several occasions, and didn't completely trust Li Fan's promise. He was like Li Fan in one aspect. Even if there was the slightest hope, he wouldn't want to give it up. Stuck in this place for decades, just to die of old age. This was not something Ko Hong desired. So, under Ko Hong's assistance, Li Fan began collecting historical records and books around the world, hoping to find clues about the Great Migration era from the fragmented records of ancient times. At the same time, Li Fan sent his armies to explore ancient tombs intensively, trying to find some clues there. Although this incited the discontent of the masses and prompted constant admonishment from government officials, he pressed forward with the effort relentlessly. Unfortunately, the Great Migration era had passed too long ago, and the remaining days of his life were too short. After 16 years, in the 66th year of his life, when Li Fan was on the brink of death, he still had nothing to show for his efforts. After instructing his people to release Ko Hong, Li Fan returned alone to the underground secret chamber of the Grand Master Mansion. With a wave of divine sense, he took out all the items stored in the storage ring and enumerated them. First, Li Fan's gaze focused on the jade scroll, emitting a faint golden glow. This was indeed the nascent soul cultivation technique that caused Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi to turn against each other. The golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms, a nascent soul cultivation technique, current practitioners, 0. Li Fan picked up the jade scroll, and a piece of information naturally appeared in his spirit consciousness. Nascent soul realm. Li Fan couldn't help but yearn in his heart. Unfortunately, he was still just a mortal without a trace of spiritual awareness. Although he could simply use the storage ring, he was powerless when confronted with this nascent soul true technique. All he could do was stare helplessly at it, unable to understand its specific content. Being unable to enjoy the mountain of treasure at his disposal, Li Fan greedily gazed at it a few more times before finally, reluctantly, putting it down. Afterward, Li Fan turned his gaze to a rust-covered iron sword at his side. This is the rusted sword Dao Xian, the Foundation establishment's strange object used by Dao Xuanzi. According to Ko Hong, energy refining cultivators need various natural treasures to establish their Tao Foundation in order to make a breakthrough. Each natural treasure has its own wonders, and only those with fate can find them. Once it is used by a cultivator to forge their Tao Foundation, the fortune of the magic object becomes intricately linked with that of the cultivator. If a cultivator were to perish, the magic object would also lose its exceptional properties along with the cultivator's death, becoming an ordinary item. Li Fan gently touched the ordinary-looking iron sword in front of him, but his attention was focused on the information that had suddenly popped up in the reel. Discover an item that can be charged. Rusted sword Dao Xian, damaged. Would you like to charge it? Li Fan pondered for a moment and chose yes. The rusted sword in his hand quietly disappeared, and in response, a line of small characters appeared in Li Fan's spirit consciousness. Current anchor charging process, 1. Current anchor point quantity, 1. Li Fan's heart stirred slightly. According to the information provided by iReal, once the anchor charging process reaches 100%, a second anchor point will be opened. In the future, everything will be virtualized. When choosing to return, you can choose to restart from any anchor point. If I can truly open the second anchor point, that would be extremely convenient. Li Fan pondered for a while, full of anticipation. For example, his repeated reincarnations in his past lives were attempts to obtain the path of cultivation from Ko Hong. The previous 50 years seemed like repetitive torment, not to mention the uncontrollable variables that sometimes occurred. If he could directly start the reincarnation from the point where he himself becomes the prime minister in control of the world, the efficiency of his attempts would significantly increase. Thinking further, he's currently just a mortal, and each cycle of reincarnation lasts only 50 years. Though it seems long, he can barely accept it. Once he embarks on the path of cultivation, a failure would mean starting over from scratch, a thought that already makes his scalp go numb. Moreover, if more anchor points can be opened, then Li Fan will have enough chances to experiment. By constantly trying and iterating, it isn't impossible to carve a perfect path of longevity. As for the initial anchor point, it could act as a last resort. Although natural treasures are rare, the immortal cultivation world is vast with countless strange things. As long as I can leave the immortal realm and break free from these fetters, Li Fan's desire to leave increased drastically as he thought of these possibilities. After absorbing the rusted sword Daoxian, he didn't pay much attention to the other things in the storage ring. There were nothing more than some standard spirit stones and some low-grade magic tools. Standard spirit stones are coins created by the alliance of thousands of immortals and the Five Elders organization and have different grades. They act as legal currency in the immortal cultivation world. Each spirit stone has a unique anti-counterfeiting seal that cannot be replicated. In fact, the value of standard spirit stones lies in their recognition by the alliance of thousands of immortals and the Five Elders organization, as they can be exchanged for techniques. As for those poorly made spirit stones and naturally occurring spirit stones mined from various spirit ores, they are worth nothing. Speaking fundamentally, the thing binding all cultivators in the current immortal cultivation world isn't the resources like spiritual energy and spirit stones, but techniques and cultivation methods for each realm. The alliance of thousands of immortals and the Five Elders organization control most of the techniques in the world, making them a gigantic entity spanning the whole immortal cultivation world. The low-level magic tools, mainly used in battles, are typical. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi were not wealthy people. That's why the magic tools they carried were of ordinary quality and had no special value. After putting all the items, including the nascent soul cultivation technique, back into the storage ring one by one, Li Fan was already panting heavily. This body was so aged that, like a candle in the wind, it could completely extinguish at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan closed his eyes, seemingly trying to inscribe his current weakness deep into his heart. Subsequently, Li Fan hesitated no more, summoned Real, and ended this life. In the darkness, scenes quickly flashed by, and finally, a few familiar characters appeared in his field of vision. The current simulation has ended. You can choose to retain one of the following items from the simulation. 1. An item possessed by yourself in this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a person closely related to you from this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that individual. 4. Choose to abandon the above selections and accelerate the charging process. This time, Li Fan chose the first option. Unfortunately, his attempt to outsmart the decision by putting all the items into the storage ring at the end of his last life did not succeed. The storage ring, nascent soul cultivation technique, spirit stones, magic tools, and other items appeared one by one in Li Fan's consciousness. Li Fan naturally chose the nascent soul cultivation technique as expected. What delighted him was that once he chose this technique, he could extract and return it to Real at any time. Moreover, a certain binding effect had taken place between the technique and himself. This technique now completely belonged to him. Even if he didn't choose to take it back during the next simulation, it would forever exist within Real. With this, I have more room for planning. Li Fan took out the golden jade scroll, playing with it in his hand while thinking about his plan of action in this life. The Great Migration era has already passed for thousands of years, and relevant clues have already been deeply buried underground. The act of digging up ancient tombs en masse is too shocking and caused quite a bit of opposition even when I was in strong control of the court in my previous life. Such an act would definitely not be sustainable if done so soon after stabilizing the court. However, if I start planning from this moment and spend 20 years, I might be able to change the thinking of the world's people. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 282/1109. Void transformation charging process, 0. Anchor charging process, 1. Current anchor points, 1. Bound item, the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. As time went by, Li Fan's sixth life began. Everything proceeded as planned, but under the subtle influence of Li Fan, subtle changes occurred in the flow of events. 3 years into the anchoring process, rumors of the descent of immortals began to circulate throughout Daxian. 5 years into the anchoring process, the Ancient Studies faction emerged. The faction brought several ancient books to the court, which captivated the world due to their exquisite contents and rarity. The ancient books are named Book of Changes, Tao Te Ching, Nanhua, Analects, The Great Learning, Xianjing City at the Scholars' Tower. A crowd of scholars gathered together, watching the ancient books that had recently caused a worldwide sensation. Since the appearance of these ancient books not long ago, the city's bookshops have been printing nonstop. Even so, the demand for these books far exceeds the supply. It was not until today that these scholars were finally able to purchase a few of these books. As a result, they called together a group of their friends to appreciate these treasures. Supreme goodness is like water, benefiting all things without competing with them. Amazing, simply amazing. From the Tao comes one, from one comes two, from two come three, from three come all things. Such simple words, yet they convey an infinite mystery. This classic is truly extraordinary. In my opinion, these 3,000 words alone equal all the texts I've read before. I feel the same way. No. In my view, the sophistication of the Book of Changes surpasses that of the Tao Te Ching. Although its language is difficult and obscure, each word is as invaluable as a pearl or a diamond, embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Indeed, as the heaven maintains its vigor through movement, a gentleman must endlessly strive to become stronger. This really speaks out our mind. The scholars were heatedly discussing the text, wholly engrossed in their conversations. Right at that moment, one of them let out a deep sigh. It is unthinkable that such ingenious and peerless text have been buried underground for thousands of years without anyone knowing. I truly lament whenever I think of this. This comment struck a chord with the others. Yes, our late teacher was an avid reader. If he could have read these classics, who knows how pleased he would have been. All the scholars in the world who did not get a chance to read these classics. How unfortunate. But are these truly texts written by our ancestors, lost due to war, and only the fragmented scrolls preserved in an ancient tomb? I noticed while reading Nanhua and Analects that the people and events therein are not found in historical records. One voice stood out among the crowd. The room fell silent initially, then everyone started firmly agreeing. It must be so. There is no way these words could have been counterfeited by modern people. Our existing historical records only cover the last 3,000 years in detail. It seems these classics must have been written before that. I heard that when the Ancient Studies faction had an audience with our emperor, they said that during ancient times, there were 100 schools of thought, each producing their classics. The quantity of these classics is as numerous as the stars in the sky. The books we are reading now are just an insignificant fraction of them. This remark caused a commotion in the tavern. Could that really be the case? Thinking about the many classic texts buried underground, unseen by the world, it breaks my heart and keeps me up at night. I wonder what the rest of the classics would be like. But all these ancient books are hidden in various tombs. The drastic excavation of ancient tombs, advocated by the Ancient Studies faction, is indeed against human ethics. Many scholars wanted to voice their agreement initially, but their words faltered when they thought about the countless classic texts waiting to be unearthed. Didn't the leader of the Ancient Studies faction explain? They're doing this for preservation. It's a salvage excavation, not an act of destruction. Exactly. I heard they approach each excavation site with caution, unlike the reckless tomb robbers who only seek gold and silver. They meticulously remove each item from the tomb, making sure they are well preserved. If any damage occurs, they have specialists to conduct repairs. Right, they shouldn't be simply categorized along with the grave robbers. However, there were still many who held objections. That's merely a flattering claim. How are they different? Who among us doesn't have ancestors? If your family's ancestral tomb were to be dug up like this, how would you feel? Such precedent must never be set, otherwise it will cause endless trouble. We must try to impede their actions. Precisely. Some others did not voice their views, hoping to mediate the situation. The emperor and the ministers must have already made a judgment on this matter. There's no need for us to worry too much. Let's wait and see. As the Tao Te Ching circulated throughout the world, intense debates broke out everywhere in Xi'an. Similar scenes to the one at the Scholars' Tower today were occurring everywhere. Li Fan knew that it would be impossible to change the minds of the people within a short period of time. What is happening now is just the beginning. But Li Fan wasn't worried at all. In the current world, the people holding the power of speech are the scholars. With countless classics as bait, Li Fan was assured that the scholars would eventually come around. Moreover, Li Fan did not need their support. As long as they didn't openly oppose him, it was sufficient. While subtly influencing the world, Li Fan was also gradually extending the influence of the ancient studies faction in the secular world. In the 6th year, the emperor suddenly fell seriously ill and was bedridden. All the imperial physicians were helpless. At that moment, the ancient studies faction presented an elixir. They claimed the elixir was found in an ancient tomb, possibly left by a fairy, and capable of bringing back the dead. They suggested the emperor could try to save his life. The emperor initially ignored the suggestion, but as his condition worsened day by day, he took the elixir out of desperation. To everyone's surprise, the elixir worked wonders. The emperor recovered in just a few days. This led to great shock and gossip within the court. The emperor even summoned the leader of the ancient studies faction into the palace to discuss fairy tales. He did not hold court for several days. Since then, the emperor firmly believed in the existence of fairies and secretly instructed his trusted aides in the military to cooperate with the ancient studies faction in searching for traces of fairies in ancient tombs. In the 9th year, the ancient studies faction held an exhibition in Xianjing City and invited the ministers and nobles to come and appreciate it. Despite being exposed to a wide array of experiences, the ministers and nobles were all deeply captivated by the rare treasures displayed at the exhibition. Afterwards, the ancient studies faction lifted any restrictions. Ordinary people could view the exhibition as long as they purchased a ticket. Xianjing City was suddenly in an uproar. A large number of people queued up, hoping to catch a glimpse of the treasures. The crowds were so extensive that they caused a traffic jam in the capital. Fortunately, the emperor ordered the guards to maintain order, preventing larger chaos. The exhibition was so popular that it continued for more than half a month. After that, the exhibition never stopped, but started to tour various places, opening in each location of Xi'an. In the 11th year, Jianghuai government cracked a serious tomb robbery case, arresting hundreds of the tomb robbing team members. These criminals were rampantly excavating ancient tombs in the mountains, causing incalculable losses. According to the law, these criminals should all be sentenced to death. However, because so many people were involved covering a wide range of connections, Li Fan, the prefect of Jianghuai, dared not make a decision without consulting the emperor. He sent an urgent message to Xianjing City, seeking the emperor's decision. One of the ministers, on hearing the news, was filled with indignation and submitted a memorial to the emperor, urging immediate execution. However, strangely enough, most of the ministers remained silent at this point. The emperor also placed all the memorials aside without expressing his opinion. 1 month passed before the emperor's decision finally arrived. He did not sentence them to death, but ordered them to be turned into slaves and brought to the capital. Almost no minister submitted a complaint. Looking at the imperial edict, Li Fan smiled and knew that the overall situation was set. In the 13th year of the Anchor, ancient books such as the Book of Documents, the Book of Poetry, and the Book of Etiquette were published, and scholars became increasingly interested in the lost history. In the 15th year of the Anchor, the emperor fell seriously ill. In an attempt to prolong his life with an elixir, He sent an army of over 100,000 to excavate ancient tombs in search of traces of these elixirs. While the court officials hesitated to oppose this, no substantial objections were raised. Unfortunately, finding elixirs turned out to be no easy task. Even after excavating hundreds of ancient tombs, no traces were found. By the end of the year, the emperor passed away in regret. Before his death, he passed his throne to King Langya. Thus, Li Fan once again controlled the world in secret. Under his influence, the trend of exploring ancient tombs intensified. In the 17th year of the Anchor, a hunter found an ancient tomb in the mountains and was made a noble by the duke, fueling an even more intense craze for tomb exploration. Teams of tomb seekers could be seen in even the most remote forests. Time moved on, and the 23rd Anchor year arrived. Li Fan stood in Grand Master Mansion, viewing the collection of clues found by the official and civilian tomb explorers over the years. Before this, history only recorded 3,000 years, encompassing a total of 23 dynasties. However, as more and more ancient tombs were unearthed, the lost history began to take shape. Before these 23 dynasties, there were 16 more, dating back around 6,000 to 7,000 years. The earliest dynasty found was named the Qi dynasty. 6,000 to 7,000 years, this almost coincides with the Great Migration era. Li Fan thought to himself. Soon, he ordered his subordinates to focus on excavating the tombs of the Qi dynasty. He even offered a reward. Anyone who found a tomb from the Qi dynasty would be named a lord. Word spread, and people from all over rushed to join the hunt. Hundreds of young people set off on the road to explore ancient tombs. Even history buried in the deepest dust was unable to resist such fervent discovery and exploration. In the 25th year of the Anchor, archaeologists finally found the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yi Xing. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan led his closest allies to the site, sealing off the surrounding area. Over the past decade, the Xin dynasty's tomb excavation technology had advanced at a rapid pace, culminating in an extremely effective tomb opening plan. Despite the grand scale of the tomb and its myriad mechanisms, the team of excavators managed to drill a passage to the main burial chamber in just over a month. With all obstacles cleared away, Li Fan entered the interior of the ancient tomb, surrounded by the crowd. The main passage of the tomb stretched for hundreds of meters, with both sides of the wall covered in vivid murals. Despite their age, the images remained clear. Li Fan walked slowly, taking in every inch of the murals. The wall paintings were divided into several sections. In the first part, the main character of the painting, who was the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yi Xing, sat atop a mountain. Above the clouds, the shadows of several immortals seemed to be saying something to him. The second part depicted a dark era, represented by shadows covering the earth and blood staining the land. Led by Yi Xing, the surviving people boarded large ships, crossing the vast cloud sea and finally arriving at a broad plain, settling down and starting a new life. The third part depicted Yi Xing establishing the Qi dynasty and becoming the emperor with popular support. The fourth part depicted various matters that took place during Yi Xing's reign. Upon finishing the murals, Li Fan finally arrived in the main burial chamber. The chamber was 40 to 50 meters in height and several thousand meters in both length and width. The roof of the tomb appeared to replicate the night sky, embedded with countless bright pearls. The interior of the tomb was arranged in the layout of a mountain gate, with numerous mountain peaks submerged in a sea of clouds. Interestingly, this sea of clouds seemed to only exist within the tomb, not moving at all. Even after thousands of years, it remained intact. Unseen paths linked the mountaintops. Everyone who journeyed there marveled at the wonder and voiced their admiration incessantly. Truly a work of immortals. Li Fan mused to himself. At the highest peak rested a humble grass hut, its surrounding farmland long since abandoned. Upon entering, they realized that the hut was surprisingly woven together with countless thin golden threads. Clearly, this grass hut served as the coffin for Yi Xing. At Li Fan's signal, Everyone moved to open the hut's door. To everyone's surprise, Yixing's remains were not inside. Instead, a wooden tablet silently stood there. Engraved on the tablet in large golden characters were the words, "Tomb of Yixing, outer sect disciple of the Taiyin sect." Beyond that, there was nothing else. It seems this man did join the Taiyin sect, but he remained an outer sect disciple and never ascended the Immortal Path. The Immortals exiled him here in the end. On his deathbed, he was still obsessed with his sect, identifying not as an emperor, but as an outer sect disciple of the Taiyin sect. However, according to Kohong's previous statement, all sects should have vanished during the Great Calamity before the Great Migration era. Evidently, there's more to the story. Li Fan pondered deeply. Yixing must have been entrusted by the Immortals of the Taiyin sect with the task of overseeing the Great Migration. I wonder if we can find the flying boat used during the migration. After finding nothing in the main burial chamber, Li Fan ordered the antique seeking camp to excavate the surrounding areas, trying to find clues from the auxiliary tombs. A few days later, bad news arrived, leaving Li Fan brimming with anger and frustration. Apparently, members of the antique seeking camp had found a reference to a flying boat among the contents of an auxiliary burial chamber. Regrettably, the chamber had been looted long ago. From the signs of destruction, it seemed the looting took place over 1,000 years ago. Not again, not again. Each glimmer of hope is but an unreachable mirage. Li Fan rarely erupted in anger, but now he violently smashed several objects in his vicinity. The people around him immediately fell into a fearful silence. After a while, Li Fan finally managed to calm his turbulent emotions. He continued to order the antique seeking camp to excavate ancient tombs in the search for traces of the immortal boat. However, he returned to Xianjing City, no longer harboring much hope of success. 10 years passed, and by the 35th year of anchor, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. One day, Li Fan received an urgent report. An immortal's tomb was discovered. Li Fan was surprised, then overjoyed. He started to ask for more details. Over the years, although Li Fan's interest had waned, the general public's enthusiasm for ancient tomb exploration had not. Countless ancient tombs were unearthed across the Daxian land. As the larger tombs were exhausted, people turned their attention to the smaller and previously overlooked ones. A few days before, a group of young people had been mysteriously injured while excavating an inconspicuous tomb, resulting in heavy casualties. The survivors immediately reported this to the authorities. It should be noted that during the decades of tomb exploration into Xi'an, although there have been casualties, they were generally caused by traps. Such strange occurrences, even before the tomb was opened, were unheard of. The antique seeking camp rushed to investigate overnight. Despite their top-tier excavators and fully armed soldiers working hand in hand, they could not budge the small tomb in the slightest. They were both amazed and excited and hurriedly reported this to Li Fan. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan rushed to the scene. After using the immortal ordinary miasma, he finally broke the unknown force surrounding the tomb. Upon entering the tomb, among the numerous burial artifacts, a small wooden boat stood out from the rest. This little wooden boat was the flying boat that Li Fan had been longing for. From a message inscribed on the wall of the tomb by the tomb's owner before his death, Li Fan finally understood the whole story. It turns out the tomb's owner was named Qian Hong, a Foundation establishment stage cultivist. More than 3,000 years ago, he was pursued and killed by his enemies, and he had no choice but to hide in this immortal realm. He planned to hide for a while and then leave, but there was no spiritual energy in this immortal realm. Unfortunately, he was a poor cultivator and didn't have many spirit stones on him. Not long after, the spirit stones were depleted. With no spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation started declining. After failing to break through the immortal forbid dance formation and suffering severe injuries, Qian Hong realized he was trapped here. But he was an indefatigable person and didn't give up. He speculated that when immortals were exiled to this place thousands of years ago, they might have left a flying boat or two behind. So, he explored in various ways, and after spending decades, he finally found the tomb of I Ching. Indeed, there was a flying boat in the tomb, but what made him despair was that the power core array in the flying boat was damaged. He was not skilled in the art of refining tools and couldn't repair it. Moreover, even if the flying boat was repaired without spirit stones, he didn't have enough power supply based on his cultivation level at that time. At this point, Qianhong finally gave up the idea of leaving this place, the immortal realm. Thereafter, he arose under an assumed name and lived an ordinary life as a mortal. Before he died, he carved his life story onto the tomb wall, hoping that if any cultivator entered his tomb in the future, they could take his bones back to the immortal cultivation world. The few items he left in the tomb could be considered as his advance payment. The first item is the power source that guarded Qianhong's grave and caused the death of dozens of former visitors. It's also why Qianhong firmly believed that any who could break in would certainly be cultivators. The Heavenly Wonder, stop-step remnant steel, a broken steel with a faintly visible stop character on it. Li Fan touched the steel and didn't get any reaction, feeling somewhat regretful. Earlier, as he forced his way into the tomb, he had used a lot of immortal ordinary miasma. Now the stop-step remnant steel had been influenced by the immortal ordinary miasma and had become an ordinary stone. However, Li Fan didn't care too much. Knowing the location of Qianhong's tomb, he can come to fetch it in the next life. The second item Qianhong left behind was 2 jade scrolls. The scrolls recorded the techniques he had painstakingly exchanged from the alliance of thousands of immortals. The minor true restoration technique, energy refining stage technique, current number of practitioners, 1. The record of clouds and water, foundation establishment stage technique, current number of practitioners, 1. Li Fan picked up the jade scrolls. Realizing from the information passed by them that the number of practitioners was 1, his heart jumped. He thought that Qianhong was still alive, and this place was a trap set by him. But in a moment, Li Fan came to his senses. More than 3,000 years have passed. Even if it was a golden core cultivator, they would have been returned to ashes by now. As for why someone is currently cultivating these techniques, Li Fan figured it out after thinking a little. The alliance of thousands of immortals certainly has the original archives of the techniques. If they saw the number of practitioners of a technique drop to 0, they would know that the cultivator who had previously exchanged and cultivated this technique has already died. After this, they can certainly bring these techniques out again for exchange. You could say that over these 3,000 years, these 2 techniques probably have changed many masters. Dark, so dark, Li Fan was speechless. After sighing for a while, Li Fan turned his eyes to the third item, the Taiyin boat. This was the tool used by the Taiyin sect to migrate mortals. Perhaps it was abandoned because this flying boat was broken. But after thousands of years, it had fallen into Li Fan's hands and became his hope to escape from this immortal realm. Holding the Taiyin boat in his hand, Li Fan was filled with excitement. The hope of hundreds of years had finally come true. As for the fact that the Taiyin boat was broken, Li Fan was not worried at all. Qianhong couldn't fix it. He, Li Fan, couldn't fix it either, but someone could. 15 years later, with an anchor of 50 years, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi appeared in Xianjing City again. Dao Xuanzi, don't push it too far. Ko Hong, do you think if you flee to the immortal realm, I will let you go? Hand over the technique you obtained that day, or I swear I will haunt you until the end. What a joke. It's precisely because I lacked the golden core technique that I've been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now that I see death approaching, I will turn into bones. But having obtained this golden core technique, how could I possibly hand it over to others? Indeed, there's only room for me, and not others on the golden core path. There might be numerous golden core techniques in this world, but there are even more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. So, now that the path to longevity is right before me, how could I let you go? Let it be over. It's ridiculous that we, brothers of 100 years, are now drawing swords against each other for a glimmer of hope. As the two were preparing to fight to the death, they heard hearty laughter from below in Xianjing City. You're willing to kill each other for a mere golden core technique? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both changed color and looked down. Who is that? Such arrogance. Arrogant. Both of them said this, but their expressions became alert. You two might as well come down and have a talk. Below, within the Grandmaster Mansion, an old man with silver hair shouted. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi looked at each other, kept a distance, and landed in the Grandmaster Mansion while being on guard. Ha ha ha, please. The old man with silver hair seemed very pleased. He led them both to sit down in the main hall. After ordering his servants to prepare food and drink for the guests, he began to speak nostalgically. My ancestor once said on his deathbed that the day two people came from the ruined abyss, stepping into the capital city, it would be an opportunity for our clan to escape this place. For thousands of years, the people of my clan have been half doubtful. Today, seeing it for ourselves, it's indeed as prophesied. The old man laughed loudly and drained his cup of wine. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged puzzled looks. May I know your name, sir? Ko Hong was the first to ask. His tone had become much more polite. I'm Li Fan. Li Fan replied with a smile. Judging by your words, did your ancestor foresee thousands of years ago that we would come here? What do you mean by an opportunity to escape from this place? Dao Xuanzi asked, studying Li Fan and furrowing his brow. Li Fan seemed a bit displeased. What? You don't believe it? Ko Hong laughed and shook his head. This matter is too marvelous. We've been adventuring in the immortal cultivation world for 100 years, and we've never heard of a deduction technique that could predict things 1,000 years in advance. Dao Xuanzi also shook his head in agreement. Li Fan straightened up and asked disdainfully, Have you two ever heard of the Taiyin sect? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, both somewhat shocked. You mean the ancient sect that was famous for its art of deduction? Li Fan quietly let out a sigh of relief and nodded faintly. My ancestor was a member of the Taiyin sect. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking ahead, as if filled with infinite nostalgia. Although my ancestor joined the Taiyin sect, he was not keen on cultivation. Instead, he was obsessed with the art of prophecy and deduction. Originally, there was no harm in it, until a massive change occurred in the world, forcing all mortals to migrate. With my ancestor's cultivation at the initial stage of energy refining, there would be no compulsion if he was unwilling. However, he was still tied to the mortal world, and seeing the fear and hesitation in his family members, he volunteered to lead the mortal migration. After that, he remained here with the family. Li Fan spoke with deep emotion. Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi nodded slowly as they listened, finding that what Li Fan was saying matched with the various ancient rumors they had heard before. Ko Hong even wondered, did the Taiyin sect still survive during the Great Migration era? I have heard that all ancient sects perished in the previous Great Calamity. Li Fan paused, and then shook his head. That's just an exaggeration. Although the Great Calamity made it impossible to cultivate the Immortal Law, the techniques in the Taiyin sect were as abundant as the Star Sea. Wouldn't it be easy for each person to receive one? While the sect did suffer considerable losses, it was far from being wiped out. Li Fan's remarks were bold, especially when he mentioned techniques as vast as the Star Sea, each person receiving one. Impressed Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi profoundly. Then, Li Fan suddenly asked, From your conversation, it seems that the Taiyin sect has not appeared in the outside world for a long time. Dao Xuanzi shook his head. Not only the Taiyin sect, but also the Supreme Sect, Great Taoist Sect, and Sky Sword Sect, all these ancient sects have vanished. Hearing this, Li Fan murmured, The way of immortality is indeed difficult. As my ancestor had said, the sect chose to recede from the world to avoid disasters. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong exchanged glances and communicated privately. I've always had doubts about the sudden fall of ancient sects. Considering their profound background, it's impossible for them to disappear overnight. It's no wonder they have chosen to hide. If the news of these sects' existence had leaked out, I'm afraid people would be knocking at their door now, and then even if they were powerful. The two briefly exchanged a few words before Dao, Xuanzi finally asked. I wonder why you stopped us? Li Fan sighed. For thousands of years, no cultivator has set foot in this place. Today, upon seeing both of you, I knew that you are the ones prophesied by my ancestor before his death, the key that would free my clan from this predicament. I rushed over to stop you when I saw you were ready to fight over a golden core technique. Dao Xuanzi admitted frankly, I'm sorry for you to see that. However, you may not know that techniques are so rare in the outside world that it's normal for people to turn against each other for one. Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. Why does it have to come to this? Dao Xuanzi tentatively asked. Judging from your tone, it seems. That's right. Before my ancestor's death, he passed on a technique that directly points to the golden core realm. Li Fan bragged. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. What do you ask for in return? Ko Hong was even more overjoyedly. Great. If Dao Xuanzi, you can get this technique, we no longer need to fight. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village which for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor Year 2, you traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of one county in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3, you brought your aunt to live with you and took office in one county. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, you led a mountain survey and found several ravines. Anchor Year 4, you produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor Year 5, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept one county stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor Year 6, you were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Anchor Year 7, locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor Year 8, your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor Year 10, Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor Year 16, Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you Minister of War. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor Year 18, after years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, the emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20, the empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the empress. She's kin were executed, but the empress remained confined. Anchor Year 21, you were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 23, during spring hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor Year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor Year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the Empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, the Emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the Empress. The Crown Prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor Year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor year 28. The emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the emperor. Anchor year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchong. Anchor year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor year 45. Your wife died. Anchor year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor year 48. After years of failure, you abandoned the search for immortality. Anchor year 50. Two immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escaped by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all three to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first two were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weak in body, and real was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the fourth. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But 2 streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver. The lifelong wish of my ancestor was to return to the Taiyin sect in the immortal cultivation world. Before his death, apart from this technique, he also passed down a magic tool, the Taiyin boat. Although it is broken, my ancestor once used the technique of Taiyin to divine that many years later, two cultivators would arrive here, one who specializes in swordsmanship and one who loved artifact refining and could help descendants to repair the Tai-Yin boat to escape this desolate place. After taking a drink of his wine, Li Fan spoke leisurely. Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi turned pale. My brother Ko Hong is obsessed with the refining of artifacts, and my strong suit is indeed swordsmanship. How can the technique of Tai-Yin be so unimaginable? Dao Xuanzi was so shocked that it took him quite a while to recover. Unbelievable, just at the energy refining stage and already so powerful. Ko Hong was also stupefied with shock. Li Fan chuckled, and after a while, he added, having words with no evidence mean nothing. Why don't you both follow me and see this technique for yourselves? The look of joy appeared on Dao Xuanzi's face as he got up and started to follow. Seeing that Ko Hong was also wanting to join, he immediately became alert. What? Your elder brother has already obtained a golden core technique, and you are still not satisfied? At these words, Ko Hong replied sheepishly, All right, I won't go. Dao Xuanzi scoffed coldly, catching up with Li Fan's steps. Seeing Ko Hong not following as expected, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, confident that half of his plan had been successful. He led Dao Xuanzi to activate the mechanism and enter the underground secret chamber of the Grandmaster Mansion. Just as Dao Xuanzi was about to enter the secret chamber, he felt a creepy sensation and stopped. After scanning the surrounding area carefully with his divine sense, he exclaimed in shock, Immortal Ordinary Miasma. It turned out that the mechanisms above and around the secret chamber were all hiding Immortal Ordinary Miasma. Its intense presence caused Dao Xuanzi to tremble with fear. Li Fan chuckled. One must always be cautious of others. For us mortals, this is the only way we can safeguard our family treasure. Dao Xuanzi smiled awkwardly, not daring to advance another step, but instead retreated slightly. Li Fan didn't say anything else, but walked into the secret chamber and took out a jade scroll from box. He didn't leave the secret chamber, merely held the scroll in a way that Dao Xuanzi could see it. This jade scroll was the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms he got from Ko Hong in his previous life. Yes, Li Fan was betting. According to Ko Hong's description from his previous life, Dao Xuanzi had not seen the real face of the technique when he ran away with it. He uses it as a bait to get Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi to repair the Tai-Yin boat. As for if Li Fan has guessed wrong, the Death Warriors in the Grandmaster Mansion were already in position. If they really have no chance of winning, he could always try a different method in the next life. Li Fan was not panicked at all because he found that Dao Xuanzi was completely captivated by the golden jade scroll in his hand. The golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms, a nascent soul magic technique. It's a nascent soul technique. Dao Xuanzi's breath became a bit heavy, and even a hint of danger flickered in his eyes. However, seeing Li Fan's ambiguous smile and the faint sense of danger emanating from the immortal ordinary miasma in the secret chamber, Dao Xuanzi immediately sobered up. What do you think? Is what I told you true? Asked Li Fan with a smile. I only told your elder, Brother Ko Hong, that the technique handed down by my ancestor was the Golden Core technique, for fear that he might harbor evil intentions. You are very careful, and I admire you for that. Dao Xuanzi appeared genuinely impressed. Then he exclaimed a little excitedly, Rest assured, my brother Ko Hong is highly skilled at artifact refining. I will persuade him to put all his efforts into helping you with the repairing of Tai-Yin boat. Li Fan roared with laughter. I'll have to rely on you for this. Once it's done, I will most definitely hand over this technique. Seeing a chance at longevity, Dao Xuanzi at this moment couldn't wait to get Ko Hong started right away. Reluctantly watching Li Fan put away the technique and close the secret chamber, Dao Xuanzi couldn't wait to find Ko Hong. And so, does this mean that what Li Fan said is true, that there really is a scroll of the ancestral golden core technique? In the Grandmaster Mansion, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi conspired with each other through voice transmission. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Dao Xuanzi nodded in agreement. Can we forcefully take it? After all, He's just a mere mortal. Ko Hong's face revealed a fiendish expression. Immediately, Dao Xuanzi advised him against it. Though Li Fan is just a mortal, he is the descendant of the Taiyin sect. You also saw his terrifying prophetic ability. It is really frightening. If we forcibly take it, who knows what method he might use? We're just going to help him repair the Taiyin boat. It's not a difficult task. Why create additional complications? Of course, what concerned Dao Xuanzi the most was that if they forced their hand, Li Fan, in desperation, could reveal that the scroll is actually about the nascent soul cultivation technique. After Dao Xuanzi's persuasion, Ko Hong finally let go of his intent to forcefully take it. The two secretly negotiated the distribution of benefits before finally agreeing to help repair the Taiyin boat. The next day, they saw the Taiyin boat mentioned by Li Fan. Visibly delighted, Ko Hong immediately took the boat to inspect it closely. No wonder it's a Taiyin sect artifact. The crafting technique is exquisite and the array is mysterious. All surpass my knowledge. Ko Hong was more and more pleased as he inspected it. If we manage to repair it, my way of artifact refining will definitely improve. In that case, I'll have to entrust you with this task. If there are any requirements, feel free to ask. I will satisfy them. Li Fan said solemnly. You can leave now. Don't bother me. Ko Hong waved his hand. He was already immersed in the research of the Taiyin boat. Time is irrelevant in cultivation. Before Ko Hong could finish his sentence, he saw the Taiyin boat, under Li Fan's control, gradually expand from a small toy into a proper-sized ship. Li Fan couldn't wait to walk into the Taiyin boat. The construction of the 10-meter form of the Taiyin boat is quite simple. There's only one level, with a nearly 2 meters long deck, followed by the control cabin and living cabin. As Li Fan stood in the control cabin, his divine sense connected with the Taiyin boat. Then he immediately felt a sensation as if the boat was an extension of his own body. Under his control, the Taiyin boat floated effortlessly into the air, hovering in mid-air. Subsequently, Li Fan drove the Taiyin boat to fly up and down, left and right, before suppressing his excitement and returning to the ground. How impressive! Even though you're only a mortal, you can control the Taiyin boat. Ko Hong praised. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Li Fan conceded with a small smile. I have to thank the two of you. I've been trapped for 1,000 years. Now, I finally have hope of escape, and it's all thanks to the both of you. Li Fan truly meant what he said. Though Ko Hong was curious about how Li Fan could operate the Taiyin boat without divine sense, he decided to drop it upon seeing Li Fan avoiding the topic. Dao Xuanzi, on the other hand, could hardly wait any longer. Now that the Taiyin boat is fixed, I wonder. Li Fan let out a hearty laugh. Everything is ready. Feel free to come with me to fetch it. At his words, Dao Xuanzi quickly followed. As they had previously agreed, Ko Hong did not follow, but chose to wait on the spot. After a short moment, Dao Xuanzi came back, his face full of smiles, obviously having acquired the desired technique. Li Fan, Dao Xuanzi, and Ko Hong were all pleased with the trade. To express his gratitude, Li Fan hosted a lavish banquet, inviting both of them. With an endless supply of food and drinks, dancers and singers, the party went on for 3 days. 3 days later, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi bid farewell to Li Fan. Fellow Taoist, our remaining spirit stones are not that many. Continuing to stay in this immortal realm might risk reducing our cultivation level. Therefore, we're saying our goodbyes today, Dao Xuanzi told Li Fan. Li Fan felt a bit of regret. My clan still has several matters to attend to here. I'm afraid I can't accompany you too. Ko Hong then enthusiastically said, No worries. If you ever leave, feel free to look for me in Lingtian City in the Misthaven mountain range. With that being said, he handed Li Fan a map. This is a map of the area near the exit of the Immortal Forbiddance formation, drawn from memory. I couldn't find a blank jade scroll, so I had to make do with pen and paper. Li Fan received the map with gratitude and thanked both of them repeatedly. After some more small talk, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi eventually turned into 2 streaks of light and left. After sending everyone away, Li Fan found himself alone in the underground secret chamber. Looking at the map and the Tai-Yin boat, he was full of mixed emotions. After 6 rounds of reincarnation and over 300 years of meticulous planning, the time has finally come. These 2 items were his key to escaping the immortal realm and moving towards immortality. The Eastern Ruin Abyss. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi stood in the air, looking back in the direction of Xianjing. When we first intruded into this immortal realm, I thought that if we didn't die, we would be severely injured. But unexpectedly, we received such a blessing in disguise, Dao Xuanzi said calmly, as he felt the nascent soul cultivation technique within his storage ring. Ko Hong nodded in agreement, then expressed a bit of regret. That Li Fan is a rare talent. It's a pity his lifespan is running out. Even if he gets back to the immortal cultivation world, he won't be able to live for many more years. If one does not achieve immortality, everything is in vain. Isn't that the very reason we fought so bitterly? Dao Xuanzi responded indifferently. Speaking of which, what is this cultivation technique that Li Fan passed on to you? Ko Hong suddenly became curious. Rather than answering, Dao Xuanzi just laughed and said, "There's no way it's the same one as the one you have, right? Don't worry, after I go back and break through to the Golden Core stage, I'll definitely do the 3 things I promised. You won't be shortchanged." Ko Hong didn't ask any further. He boasted excitedly. "Once I've also broken through, who in the Misthaven mountain range can rival the 2 of us brothers? The fog defending the formation has not yet dissipated. Are you brave enough to plunge in?" Dao Xuanzi suddenly looked up at the mist above the abyss and leaped in first. Clearly, he couldn't wait to return to the immortal cultivation world to comprehend the technique. What is there to fear? Ko Hong let out a huge laugh and promptly followed him in. When Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi return to the immortal cultivation world and find out they have been cultivating the same technique, Li Fan no longer cares about their reaction. At this moment, he had settled all affairs, piloting the Tai-Yin boat, and arrived above the abyss. Typically, it would make sense to wait until the 15th yearly disbursement of the white mist to explore this abyss. But now Li Fan is already 71 years old. It would take another 14 years until the next disbursement of the white mist. By then, he would be 85 years old, close to death's door, struggling to walk, let alone navigate the Tai-Yin boat. So he was better off exploring the reality of this immortal forbid dance formation earlier rather than later. After all, in this life, he had nothing left to yearn for, ready to embark on the journey to his next life anytime. Controlling the Tai-Yin boat, Li Fan slowly descended towards the abyss's bottom. Without spirit consciousness to guide him, he could only rely on his line of sight to find directions. A heavy fog enveloped the area. All around was a boundless white, making Li Fan feel as if everything around him were surreal. Utter silence surrounded him. The only sound he could hear was his own breathing. Fully focused, he continues flying downwards. Suddenly, it felt as though he had smashed into something. The Tai-Yin boat began to shake violently. Li Fan immediately grew anxious. It seemed as though an invisible force was squeezing them, and the sound of metal scraping could be heard from the outside of the Tai-Yin boat. Thankfully, the defensive array technique activated in time, wrapping the Tai-Yin boat with a faint golden light film. The boat gradually stabilized, and the eerily unsettling sounds disappeared without trace. Only the twisting and turning protective light film told of the terrifying pressure exerted from outside. The wind layer has passed. Next is the illusion layer. Li Fan recalled Ko Hong's previous introduction about this immortal forbid ants formation. The main purpose of the immortal forbid ants formation is to prevent expelled mortals from returning to the immortal cultivation world. The wind layer is filled with strong winds. The wind blades can easily tear the mortal body apart. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator must resort to spiritual power for protection and navigate cautiously. Below the wind layer lies the illusion layer. Glows of 7 colors, delicate as silk, flowed all over this layer of the abyss. Mortals, upon seeing this, would be immersed in endless illusions. Underneath the illusion layer is the reversal layer. Once inside, one perceives a reversal in all directions, unable to distinguish up from down, left from right. Furthermore, with white mist everywhere, without spirit consciousness to guide your way, it would inevitably result in getting lost. After the reversal layer is the streaming flame layer. Countless unpredictable, high-speed shooting stars reign in this space layer, turning all obstructing objects to dust. With thick white mist for cover, it is difficult to prepare oneself. Below the streaming flame layer is the mysterious ice layer. From this layer onward, the heavy mist gradually thins out. There is nothing else in the mysterious ice layer, only extremely low temperatures. If you do not have the appropriate protective measures, you could be frozen into an ice cube immediately after entering. Beneath the mysterious ice layer lies the thunderstorm layer. Thunders expressing a destructive aura incessantly boom within this abyss layer. The last is a vast area several times larger than the combined area of the previous 6 layers. According to Ko Hong, this layer wasn't particularly dangerous. It was just a sea of darkness that put people on edge. Once through the dark layer, one could leave the immortal forbid ants formation and head towards the immortal cultivation world. Li Fan carefully controlled the Tai Yin boat, spending half an hour before finally traversing the wind layer. As soon as he entered the illusion layer, he was enveloped in a myriad of illusions under the illumination of a sea of flowing lights. In the illusions, he successfully escaped from the immortal forbid dance formation, arrived in the immortal cultivation world, and coincidentally acquired a rare technique. In just a century, he formed the gold core. Afterward, he continued cultivating all the way, experiencing a smooth journey. A millennia later, he attained immortality. Once in the immortal world, Li Fan started from the lowest rank immortal, cultivating step by step, until eventually becoming the dominant immortal emperor. Then Li Fan broke through the spatial barrier of the immortal world and ascended to the god world. Starting as a miner in the god world, he continued cultivating over countless years, becoming the most formidable existence in the god world, reaching the level of god king. Afterward, Li Fan suffered countless hardships to ascend to the ancient god world, programming a way to become the bottom-rung gatekeeper of the ancient god world. Again, he painstakingly started from scratch. These layers of illusions stacked up, one after another. Finally, the illusory realm collapsed. Li Fan regained consciousness. The previous experiences receded like a tide in his spirit consciousness, leaving only faint traces. Slightly speechless about his previous encounters in the illusory realm, Li Fan steadied his spirit and continued onward. A wave of dizziness disrupted his orientation, and Li Fan knew he had now arrived in the upside-down layer. Surrounded by endless white mist, the Tai Yin boat was like a droplet in a vast ocean, having no idea which direction was up, which was down, or where to go. Just when Li Fan thought his journey of the Great Array would end here, he was surprised to discover an intuitive guiding force emanating from the Tai Yin boat, indicating which direction he should go. Following the guidance of the Tai Yin boat, it didn't take long for Li Fan to leave the upside-down layer. After that, Li Fan, having tasted success, did not actively control the boat, but simply provided the power, letting the Tai Yin boat fly through the immortal forbid dance formation on its own. Streaming flame, mysterious ice, thunderstorm. Despite the perilous nature of these places, the Tai Yin boat flew at a leisurely pace, always just narrowly avoiding cataclysmic crises. With close calls but no actual danger, Li Fan smoothly reached the final layer, the dark layer. That's it. This Tai Yin boat was specifically assigned 1,000 years ago to transport mortals during the Great Migration era, which spanned hundreds of years. Given the extent of its wear and tear, the boat might have carried out its migration task continuously over centuries. The cultivators in charge probably thought it too troublesome to pilot the boat personally each time, so they must have left a hidden switch in the Tai Yin boat, enabling it to automatically pass through the immortal forbid dance formation, Li Fan's surprise success suddenly made perfect sense to him. The tie-in boat moved silently through darkness. The thought that the immortal cultivation world he had longed for a century was at his fingertips stirred excitement, even in Li Fan's normally cool demeanor. Suddenly, an ambiguous, ancient, distant, profound sound rang out in the extremely quiet darkness. This strange noise quickly filled the entire dark layer, echoing continuously. Li Fan's heartbeat halted momentarily, as if facing a natural predator. His blood ran cold. The echoing sound approached and seemed to enclose the tiny tie-in boat, coming from all directions. Suddenly, the sound disappeared. The surroundings quickly returned to dead silence. The environment remained completely dark, but it felt somehow different from the previous darkness. Li Fan felt his hair stand on end. He knew the tie-in boat had been swallowed by some existence. Bang! The tie-in boat's protective light shield shattered instantly, and the tie-in boat itself began to disintegrate. The charging progress catastrophically plummeted in this moment. Gazing deeply at the darkness outside, one last time, Li Fan murmured under his breath. Reality. Aidings. 203 CHS. ADD. 19 Chapter 19. The Void Abyss wants to devour people. Translator. 549690339. Simulation ended. Li Fan regained consciousness. He stared intensely at the scene on the screen where the tie-in boat shattered, a deep fear lingering in his mind unceasingly. What could that possibly have been? Li Fan was somewhat puzzled. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi did not encounter any such thing in the dark layer of the immortal forbid ants formation before. So why was his experience different? Could it simply be bad luck? Li Fan didn't think so. The darkness inside the immortal forbid dance formation was vast, and the small tie-in boat inside was but a speck in the ocean. But this unknown entity managed to locate him accurately. Most likely, it was a tool specifically designed to target mortals. It seems the safest option is to wait until the fog dissipates and light emanates from the bottom of the abyss before exploring. Although he failed at the last moment, the gains from the previous life were indeed far beyond expectations. Li Fan contemplated inside his heart, then chose to retain the tie-in boat. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 333/1113. Virtual energy progress, 0. Anchoring energy progress, 1. Current number of anchor points, 1. Bound items. The golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms, tie-in boat. Looking at the increasingly small mental age limit, Li Fan felt a touch of pressure. Fortunately, the immortal cultivation world was within reach. As long as he escaped from the immortal realm, he could set his sights high. In this anticipation, Li Fan began his 7th life. Before real, fully charged, Li Fan was determined not to take any risks. So, he still planned to live through the first 20 years according to the script he had already experienced several times. In the 3rd anchoring year, Li Fan hid in Jiangnan when counting once again. In the 4th anchoring year, he led his confidants in secret to Qianhong's tomb. This time, he used a spray filled with immortal ordinary miasma to slowly corrode until the power of the stepping stone tablet was weakened to the point where it could not penetrate the steel armor. Li Fan, clad in steel armor, entered the tomb and placed his hand on the steel. Discovered rechargeable item. Stepping stone tablet, damaged. Proceed with recharging. The prompt of real jumped out timely. It's a pity there's still some loss. Li Fan regretted in his mind, choosing yes. The stepping stone tablet gradually disintegrated into nothing, disappearing. And the anchoring charging progress of real, after absorbing the stepping stone tablet, directly increased by 25%. Just 3 more times, and I can unlock the 2nd anchor point. Li Fan was overjoyed, but still felt that it wouldn't be that simple. No use in guessing too much. I'll find out next life. Other items in Qianhong's tomb had lost their value to Li Fan. After having the tomb resealed, only then did Li Fan leave. In the 5th anchoring year, Li Fan couldn't resist and went to the eastern ruin abyss. I'll just take a look and not go down. Li Fan told himself. Looking at the endless misty sea, his gaze seemed to penetrate infinite space, reaching the bottom of the abyss. After standing for a while, with the howling wind, the thick fog gradually dispersed. The originally perilous Immortal Forbiddance formation also seemed to become less dangerous. At this moment, if I were to steer the Taiyin boat, I could smoothly sail straight to the immortal cultivation world. A sudden thought sprang up in Li Fan's consciousness and could no longer be suppressed, wildly expanding and rapidly occupying all of Li Fan's mind. Yes, I've been waiting for so long. Should I wait another 15 years? What if real isn't fully charged? This constant hesitation, how can I ever achieve the great way? I've already explored once in my previous life. As long as I carefully avoid that unknown creature in the dark layer, I can leave this damn place. Voices mixed and clamored in Li Fan's ears. His eyes gradually lost focus and turned blood red, seemingly bewitched by these voices. Li Fan began walking forward step by step, getting closer to the endless abyss. It seemed that Li Fan was on the verge of being lured into the abyss, to be shattered into pieces. However, at the bottom of the abyss, suddenly a brilliant light emerged, breaking through the immortal Forbiddance formation and coming into Li Fan's vision. The madness in his eyes was temporarily suppressed as the four words, "Immortality is dead," appeared in his sight. Boom! All the thoughts that engulfed his consciousness, the not caring for any consequences in the pursuit of the way of immortal cultivation, and the desire to leap forward instantly dissipated. What just happened? A now lucidly Fan suddenly broke out in cold sweat. In his eyes, the abyss that once seemed calm had suddenly transformed into a lurking monster, its massive jaw agape, ready to swallow him up. Li Fan immediately turned and ran away without looking back. After a long time, the heavy fog reconverged. At the bottom of the abyss, a faint angry roar was heard. 15 years later, after a total of 20 years, Rio was finally fully charged. With this assurance, Li Fan finally returned to the abyss. It still sent shivers down his spine to recall the event from all those years ago. It seemed that I was right. The creature in the dark layer does indeed harbor great malice towards ordinary mortals. Perhaps its purpose is to devour any mortals who approach this place. Even with the danger, Li Fan would never give up on his path to longevity. Without any more hesitation, Li Fan steered the Taiyin boat smoothly all the way to the thunderstorm layer. Instead of going further down, he stayed just above the dark layer, waiting patiently. Boo! A big wind started to rise. The raging thunderstorm was affected by this mysterious wind and began to weaken gradually. Specks of light emerged from the darkness and then joined together, forming a vast panorama. Li Fan didn't pay attention to this surreal spectacle. Instead, he took advantage of this rare and fleeting light, seeking the monster lurking in the darkness. Regrettably, he achieved nothing. Seeing the light about to vanish, Li Fan gritted his teeth, no longer hesitated, and steered the Taiyin boat at full speed straight toward the bottom of the abyss. The strange call echoed again. In an instant it had approached him. At this moment, Li Fan abruptly changed the direction of the Taiyin boat sprint. After drawing a beautiful curve, the Taiyin boat, which was originally charging straight down, was now flying upward at a speed several times faster than before. Upward and further up, the power of the Taiyin boat was fully activated, and amid a furious roar, it re-entered the thunderstorm layer. With the last bit of light fading away, Li Fan, from his higher position, finally got a clear view of the true appearance of the monster in the darkness. It was a gigantic whale, too enormous to describe with words. Even with all the distance between them, Li Fan still couldn't fully make out its shape. Even just its open mouth filled the entirety of Li Fan's view. Seeing its prey return to the thunderstorm layer, the whale became furious but could only swim forward ineffectively. After a few roars to vent its dissatisfaction, it reluctantly closed its mouth and disappeared into the darkness. Li Fan was aboard the Taiyin boat, returning to the top of the ruins abyss. What the hell is that thing? Li Fan's face was rather gloomy. Even though he used a small trick to see the true face of the monster, he still had no idea about how to escape its sight and successfully cross the dark layer. That giant whale is so huge, but the tie-in boat is so small. Yet every time I pass by, it always finds me like a cat spotting a mouse. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt a headache coming on. I can only try other methods. Fortunately, I have plenty of opportunities to try. Li Fan sighed helplessly. 15 years later, 35 years anchored. Li Fan had long since sneaked into the thunderstorm layer. In these 15 years, he had attempted to force his way through the dark layer several times. But during these days, from the time he entered the dark layer to the moment he was spotted, the time the giant whale took to react has greatly reduced. Based on the speed of the tie-in boat, he simply couldn't escape in time. Therefore, he could only return in embarrassment after engaging in a battle with the giant whale. Only on the days when the white mist dissipates, the giant whale seems to be delayed by something and only discovers me after a while. Relying on this little extra time, perhaps I can fly to the bottom of the ruins abyss. This time, Li Fan decided to go all out and cross the dark layer at the fastest speed before the giant whale could react. The big wind began to rise. The tie-in boat was at full power, showing an astonishing speed. The illusion was getting closer and closer, yet just as he was about to reach it, the terrifying cry of the giant whale rang out again, and it approached rapidly. There's about 1/4 the distance left. I won't make it in time. Li Fan made a judgment. Narrowing his eyes, Li Fan's ferocity was spurred. He didn't bother to fly towards the bottom of the ruins abyss. Rather, he turned his head towards the direction of the whale's cry and smashed into it with all his might. Unfortunately, his determination did not prove to be of any use. There was no collision. Li Fan only felt the darkness around him and knew he had been swallowed by the giant whale again. Real! Li Fan roared fiercely. Simulation terminated. Li Fan heaved a somewhat frustrated sigh. After taking a while to calm his mind, Li Fan decided to increase the speed of energy charging. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Mental age, 368 over 1116. The mental age has reached its limit and will not increase. At least I can squander the remaining 748 years. Li Fan could only comfort himself this way. 8. Incarnation. Anchored at 4 years. Li Fan once again used Qian Hong's tomb. Detected rechargeable item. Stopping monument. Damage. Proceed with recharging. Seeing the real prompt, Li Fan finally felt a bit better. At this moment, the anchor charging progress had reached 51%. At least this life wasn't wasted, Li Fan said with a hint of self-mockery. Anchored at 5 years, the white mist dissipated and the void transformation charging progress was nearing 90%. But anything less than 100% didn't make much difference to Li Fan. He could only choose to patiently wait. Anchored at 20 years, Li Fan tried and failed. Anchored at 35 years, Li Fan tried again, but still failed. However, these attempts were not entirely useless. At the very least, he was becoming more proficient in controlling the tie-in boat and could last longer under the pursuit of the giant whale. Anchored at 50 years, Li Fan did not choose to force his way through the dark layer again. He had grown old, his reactions and spirit had declined significantly. There was no possibility of success. So, he decided to meet with 2 old friends to see if he could get any clues from them. On Li Fan's 70th birthday, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi arrived as expected. Dao Xuanzi, don't push your luck too far. Listening to this, Li Fan suddenly felt a twinge of nostalgia. Once again, he lured the 2 to the Grandmaster Mansion under the guise of teaching them the Golden Core technique. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Fan unfurled a scroll. The painting seemed a little aged, depicting a terrifying, colossal giant whale hidden in the darkness. All that was visible was its ghastly, gaping mouth, ready to devour anyone in its path. Have the 2 of you ever seen such a creature? My ancestor once said on his deathbed that if there's a chance to escape this deadly place in the future, there's nothing to worry about. We will be safe under the protection of our Sex Tai Yin boat. But the only cause of concern is the last layer, where a giant whale lurks, and we must be extremely cautious, Li Fan inquired. Could there really be such a ferocious beast hiding in that vast stretch of darkness? Ko Hong looked at the painting, skeptical, and furrowed his brow. How is it that I've never seen it? Dao Xuanzi, however, seemed to recall something. Oh, it seems you're familiar with this beast, Li Fan asked curiously. Dao Xuanzi shook his head. I've only read about it in an ancient text. In ancient times, there was a beast-taming sect known for their ability to control exotic beasts with a secret technique. At the peak of their power, they were considered on par with the top sections. Sadly, during the Great Calamity, the beast-taming sect, which focused only on one technique, was among the quickest to perish. Among the most famous beasts controlled by the beast-taming sect, one was supposed to be a giant whale. Now that you mention it, I do seem to remember something about a splitting realm whale. Ko Hong excitedly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Li Fan eagerly asked, do the two of you know how to avoid this splitting realm whale? Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi chuckled awkwardly. We've only heard snippets of tales regarding it. Such a beast has been extinct for thousands of years in the immortal cultivation world. How do we know its habits? Li Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the end, would he have to depend on himself after all? After handing the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms to Dao Xuanzi and dismissing the two, Li Fan chose to end this life. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 418/1116. Ninth reincarnation. In this life, Li Fan once again opened Qian Hong's tomb, hoping to absorb the energy of the halting monument. Regrettably, Real showed no reaction. Despite his disappointment, Li Fan had already prepared himself for this outcome. Hence, Real, his anchored charging progress remained at 51%. Anchored for 20 years, 35 years, 50 years, Li Fan tried various methods, but was unable to cross the dark layer due to the watchful eyes of the giant whale. After 65 years, Li Fan was already 85 years old, nearing the end of his life. This time, he didn't choose to end his life early because he didn't know how many more attempts it would take to break through this immortal forbid dance formation. Being able to try one more time was always a good thing. Unfortunately, he was already too old to outwit the giant whale. Not forcing himself to struggle, Li Fan gave up control of the Tai Yin boat, allowing it to slowly drift toward the abyss below. Wind layer, illusion layer, upside-down layer, streaming flame layer, mysterious ice layer, thunderstorm layer, dark layer. Li Fan slipped into a confused sleep. When he woke up, he was shocked to discover that the Tai Yin boat was almost reaching the very bottom of the abyss. What's going on? Why didn't the splitting realm whale appear this time? Li Fan was utterly puzzled, but that didn't stop him from accelerating towards the faintly twinkling lights. But as Li Fan accelerated, the roar of the giant whale suddenly echoed out. Why did it suddenly discover me now? Li Fan frowned deeply in confusion. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck him. So, that's how it is. The splitting realm whale is blind to or ignores objects moving at a constant speed. As long as the same speed is maintained throughout, one could safely pass through this immortal forbid dance formation. Having figured out the key, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. With this, the final obstacle to leaving the immortal realm had been completely removed. Amid Li Fan's loud laughter and the giant whale's roar, the Tai Yin boat burst through the crack between the realms, heading back to the immortal cultivation world. The surroundings became blurry, as if they had traversed several worlds' distance in an instant. Li Fan groaned under the enormous pressure, fresh blood flowing from his eyes and nose. But he paid it no mind. Looking back at the immortal realm he had left, the distance grew farther, and his viewpoint became infinitely high, showing Li Fan a sight he would never forget. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of splitting realm whales working together day and night in the void, creating pockets of darkness. and the immortal realm Li Fan had come from grew increasingly distant from the immortal cultivation world, ever more distant. And so, this is the immortal cultivation world. The tie-in boat broke through the immortal forbid dance formation, appearing in the midst of a continuous mountain range. Below was a bottomless pit, and the aura that emanated from within was subtly similar to that of the void abyss. The mountains rose and fell, shrouded in cloud and mist, presenting a majestic spectacle. Atop the tallest mountain, a city of unparalleled magnitude floated in midair. Li Fan wanted to laugh heartily, but he could only cough uncontrollably, continuously spitting out fresh blood. He had grown too old, already on the brink of life and death. The pressure wrought from passing through the immortal forbid dance formation had completely destroyed his vitality. However, being able to take one last glimpse at the immortal cultivation world before dying made his life worth living. Real. Simulation ends. After the darkness, Li Fan's consciousness gradually recovered. Reflecting on his last life, despite his efforts and attempts at various methods, he failed to break through immortal forbid dance formation. It was not until the end that he stumbled upon the solution unintentionally. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh at life's unpredictability. What was even more unforgettable was the scene of him looking back at the Rift Realm whale swarm in the end. Just how much did the ancient cultivators detest mortals? Not only were they all expelled and sealed off by the immortal forbid dance formation, they even laid out so many Rift Realm whales. No wonder the dark layer was so vast, larger than the earlier layers combined. It seems these thousands of years have allowed the Rift Realm whales to create it out of nothing. Distance has been growing, and years from now, the immortal realm may truly separate from the immortal cultivation world. Thoughts surged in Li Fan's mind, but he suppressed them one by one. In their place was a joy he could not hold back. 9 reincarnations, nearly 500 years of endless time, he had finally found the doorway to cultivation. It could be foreseen that the journey ahead would surely be even more difficult. But Li Fan's pursuit of longevity remained unshaken after 100 lives, without the slightest regret. Coming back to the present, facing the choice after the simulation's end, Li Fan did face a rare dilemma. According to his prior plan, Li Fan intended to speed up the recharging progress. The sooner he fully charged the sooner he could go to the immortal cultivation world. Yes, even though the way to the immortal cultivation world was now smooth, devoid of danger, Li Fan still decided to wait until he had a chance to restart before setting off. After all, the immortal way is harsh. The immortal cultivation world seemed not too friendly towards mortals. Being prudent comes first, can't go wrong with that. However, upon seeing the available items list after the simulation ended, Li Fan hesitated, because he spotted the halting steel among them. After pondering, Li Fan decided to keep the broken steel. He just happened to use it to verify a certain suspicion in his heart. Name, Li Fan. Stage, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 483/1116. Void transformation energy progress, 0%. Anchor charging progress, 51%. Current anchor quantity, 1. Bound items. The golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms, tie-in boat, halting steel, damaged. And thus, Li Fan's 10th life began. During the first 20 years of waiting for the charging to be completed, Li Fan inclined to follow the established historical trajectory. In this period, he only accomplished a few things that wouldn't impact the flow of history, in preparation for his journey to the immortal cultivation world later on. After 3 years of anchor time, Li Fan arrived at Qian Hong's grave. He fell into silent contemplation for a moment. He didn't choose to use the immortal ordinary miasma to break the tomb. Instead, he directly took out the stepping remnant steel from real. Somewhere amidst the heaven and earth, the remnant monument that Li Fan had brought from his previous life underwent some inexplicable change. The remnant monument was enveloped in a layer of gentle white light, making it appear somewhat illusory. Sometime later, it astonishingly disintegrated slowly, like a block of ice under the scorching sun. Immediately afterwards, Li Fan ordered people to intensively attack Qian Hong's tomb. As Li Fan expected, the potential of the remnant steel within Qian Hong's tomb had unexpectedly increased substantially. Just as I thought, you can't study Immortal Law and siphon it off simultaneously. The situation is the same for this natural treasure. There won't be two identical treasures in this world, but I utilize the ability of real to artificially create one which is precisely the same. The consequence of this action is that they spontaneously merged, turning into one. As for which disappeared and which remained, of course, the strong survive, the weak perish. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates to begin the tomb destruction with immortal ordinary miasma. The enhanced remnant monument was quite extraordinary. Even after using the immortal ordinary miasma, he had exerted immense effort and spent much time to gradually reduce its power. Wearing armor, Li Fan entered into Qian Hong's tomb and set his sights on the stepping remnant steel. There weren't many alterations to its exterior, only that it appeared to be slightly less damaged. Real still can't absorb it. It seems just a change in quantity hasn't achieved a shift in nature, Li Fan said regretfully to himself. After his subordinates moved the remnant steel out of the tomb, the destructive force lingering around it abruptly disappeared. This was perfectly convenient for Li Fan. He took this upgraded stepping remnant steel and placed it into the Tai Yin boat to prepare for his journey to the immortal cultivation world. After 20 years of anchoring, Real is about to finish charging. Li Fan ruthlessly hunted down a group of corrupt officials and landlords and gathered all the gold and silver treasures they and their ancestors had accumulated over generations. Doing so because he would still have to deal with mortals after he reached the immortal cultivation world. Therefore, he needed to prepare the gold and silver beforehand. Additionally, when refining tools, cultivators occasionally mixed in gold and silver. So, he didn't need to worry that the gold and silver would become useless in the immortal world. Other than wealth, food was also indispensable. However, buying bulk grains directly would shake the country's base. Moreover, Li Fan needed too much all at once. Many officials submitted memorandums to oppose him. Even merchants in the capital city seized the chance to inflate the price of grain, aiming at making a huge profit. But Li Fan didn't bother arguing. Instead, in an early morning court meeting, he amplified the size of the Tai Yin boat in front of all the civil and military officials, hanging it over the royal palace. The massive Tai Yin boat floated over Xianjing City like a dark cloud. Countless citizens who saw this scene prostrated themselves in worship, and all the civil and military officials in the court reverted their previous attitude after witnessing Li Fan's immortal-like skills. The various complaints originally brought about by Li Fan's killing and accumulation of wealth disappeared in an instant, and the people even took the initiative to assist Li Fan in preparing the food. With the active assistance of the officials, adding to the killing of some unscrupulous merchants, the Tai Yin boat was finally filled to the brim. With everything ready, Li Fan had no concerns left in the mortal world. He manned the Tai Yin boat and arrived again over the ruinous abyss. He released his divine consciousness, allowing the Tai Yin boat to autopilot at a constant speed. It only took a few hours, but in Li Fan's eyes, it seemed far more drawn out than the hundreds of years he had experienced previously. After the long wait, Li Fan finally passed through the immortal Forbid Ants formation and arrived at the immortal cultivation world. After adapting to the feeling of being torn apart from crossing between two realms, Li Fan looked excitedly out of the Tai Yin boat. However, after seeing the scenery around him, he was a bit dumbfounded. None like the unending mountain ranges he had seen in his previous life. Li Fan's current location was surprisingly above a vast ocean. Infinity stretching in all directions, no end in sight. What's happening? Why is the place I emerged this time different? Li Fan was somewhat bewildered. He took out a map from his bosom that he had drawn from memory, attempting to find the ocean's location on it. But even after repeated comparisons, he could not find it. Forget it. I can only take it one step at a time. Unaware of where he had made a mistake, Li Fan put away the map, heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I have the tie-in boat as a substitute for walking. Otherwise, I'd be trapped here. I just don't know if I'll be able to find an inhabited place before the spirit stones inside the tie-in boat run out. Not the type to wallow in self-pity, Li Fan soon set off. Having selected a direction, he piloted the tie-in boat, flying and searching for traces of a city all around him. The ocean was truly boundless. Li Fan flew for 7 days and nights, yet saw not a trace of human life. Fortunately, he had enough food stored in the tie-in boat, so he did not need to worry about survival. More than a dozen days passed like this. The tie-in boat was slowing down gradually, obviously running out of power soon. Just when the situation seemed hopeless, Li Fan finally made out the vague silhouette of a boat on the sea surface in the distance. Overjoyed, Li Fan promptly lowered the tie-in boat's altitude and slowly approached. Upon getting closer, he was momentarily speechless. It was indeed a boat, but one that was about to sink, apparently attacked by something. A large hole had been torn in the boat's hull. 2/3 of the boat had already disappeared beneath the water's surface. In the waters around the boat, several dozen people were struggling. They were obviously the boat's crew. Most of these people could not swim and were barely able to keep themselves afloat by clinging to pieces of wrecked wood, preventing themselves from sinking. Li Fan, while hesitating whether to deploy the tie-in boat to rescue these people, heard one of the surviving men shouting with great effort, "Everyone, do not fear. I've already sent a signal to the immortal teacher. He will hurry over to rescue us soon. Everyone, hold on just a little longer." Hearing these words, Li Fan had an idea. Putting away the tie-in boat, Li Fan jumped into the sea and quietly swam towards the group of people. Blending seamlessly into the crowd, Li Fan also pretended to be on his last legs, struggling to survive. After some time, a streak of light flew from a distance and stopped above the crowd. "Immortal Teacher, save me. Immortal Teacher, save our lives." The people, upon seeing hope, screamed for salvation. Silence. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village witch for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor Year 2, you traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of one county in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3, you brought your aunt to live with you and took office in one county. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, you led a mountain survey and found several ravines. Anchor Year 4, you produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor Year 5, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept one county stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor Year 6, you were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the minister of personnel. Anchor Year 7, locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor Year 8, your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor Year 10, Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor Year 16, Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you minister of war. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor Year 18, After years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, the emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20. The empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the empress. She's kin were executed, but the empress remained confined. Anchor Year 21. You were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the crown prince. Anchor Year 23. During spring hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor Year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor Year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, the emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the empress. The crown prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor Year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor Year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor Year 28. The emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor Year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the emperor. Anchor Year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor Year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor Year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchong. Anchor Year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor Year 45. Your wife died. Anchor Year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor Year 48. After years of failure, you abandoned the search for immortality. Anchor Year 50. 2 immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escaped by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all 3 to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first 2 were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weak in body, and real was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the 4th. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But two streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver. Sun Zhang glanced at Su Changyu, patiently explaining, if a mortal wishes to cultivate, they must first eliminate the miasma within their bodies. Those of you returning from the exile, the concentration of miasma in your bodies far surpasses that of ordinary people. Therefore, without eliminating the miasma within you, cultivation would be impossible. With furrowed brows, Su Changyu said, this we have long known about. But how can we get rid of the miasma? Sun Zhang replied, there are several ways to rid of miasma. One is the spirit cleansing pond on the island. By soaking in the pond for a day and night, you can completely remove the miasma from your body. However, the materials needed to open the spirit pond are surprisingly abundant. Despite the wealth on Liuli Island, we can only open it once every 3 years. If memory serves me right, the last opening was a year ago. This means we will have to wait almost 2 more years for the spirit pond to reopen. Furthermore, the quota for entering the spirit pond is limited, and the competition is fierce. You outsiders with no roots here, how can you possibly compete with the islanders? Sun Zhang concluded, shaking his head. What about the other methods? Asked Su Changyu, continuing the conversation. The second method is the practice of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, which if combined with specific medicines and a particular diet, can gradually change one's constitution and completely purify the miasma within the body. Although this method takes longer, often requiring 5 to 6 years of effort, its advantage lies in its stability. No special price needs to be paid. The mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra and its corresponding elixirs can be purchased in the island's pharmacy. 5 to 6 years, Su Changyu mumbled, still not convinced. He asked, any other way? The third method is to become a test subject. Sun Zhang's face changed upon mentioning this, seemingly with a fear difficult to suppress. Regardless, he answered Su Changyu's question. Test subject. Su Changyu looked confused. Indeed, some immortal teachers are very interested in the miasma within our mortal bodies. Every year, they would select volunteers from the island's mortal population to serve as test subjects. The immortal teachers would use special methods to continuously extract the miasma from the test subjects for research. In merely a few months, the miasma in the test subject's body would be cleanly drained. Sun Zhang's face went pale as he continued. However, the process is extremely painful. Death is an escape that cannot be sought, while life is unbearable to live. Most people cannot withstand until the moment the miasma is completely drained from their bodies, often driven insane by the torment. I don't recommend you to use this method. It simply is not something an ordinary person can endure. It wasn't clear whether Su Changyu heeded Sun Zhang's advice or not. He fell silent for a moment before asking again, is there no other way? Sun Zhang shook his head. It is said that the direct descendants of the immortal teachers can reshape their bodies with the help of rare and precious treasures. Not only will they no longer have to deal with the miasma, but it will also enhance their talent for cultivation. However, this method is beyond our means. Even our master of Liuli Island does not enjoy such a luxury. That's all I know. If you truly wish to cultivate, you should give it some thought in the days to come. Seeing Su Changyu's dejected expression, Sun Zhang couldn't help but console. I know you have endured much hardship and pain in returning from the exiled lands, and you possess a heart pursuing the immortal way. Reminiscent of each one of us, aren't we? Regretfully, the pursuit of the immortal way is challenging. Even if you can rid yourself of the miasma, only a few can sense the heavenly and earthly, spiritual energy and draw the energy into their bodies. Why add extra worries? There's nothing bad about being immortal. While Sun Zhong appeared to comfort Su Changyu, it seemed as though he was also soothing himself. Bathing in the unobservable nourishment of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, even if you cannot cultivate, you can live far longer than in the exiled lands. It would not be in vain that your families paid great prices to get you out. Rather than desperately chasing the immortal way, why not enjoy life and live in the present moment? Having finished his discourse, Sun Zhong took his leave. The crowd in the room had various reactions. Some looked pleased with themselves, resonating with Sun Zhang's words, as if they had found an excuse to indulge themselves. Some could not accept the difficulty of cultivation and broke down in tears. Others wore worried expressions, unsure of what to do. Yet, only Su Changyu had a determined look, seemingly firm on a particular decision. Observing the reactions of the voters, Li Fan couldn't help feeling a sense of wonder at the diversity of life, where everyone's choice determined their different destinies. Not wanting to meddle in others' business, Li Fan slipped away quietly while the others were still in shock. After making inquiries, he found a place on the island where free residences were offered. Li Fan presented his spirit symbol and was subsequently led by a staff member into the residential area in the northern part of Liuli Island. Innumerable houses were densely packed here. Some were empty, while others were already occupied. Most of the houses consisted of only one room, but a small yard separated by the walls made them not appear too shabby. This is it, number 7 of the 6th row. The man passed the keys to Li Fan impatiently before hurrying away. Li Fan opened the courtyard gate, walked in, and casually locked it behind him. The dwelling was rather simplistic, containing only a bed and a few tables and chairs. It was a lifestyle that Li Fan was not accustomed to. Nonetheless, he didn't care about these superficial aspects. After a brief tidying up, Li Fan settled down to contemplate his future plans. I started off pretty well. Ease set in without much effort, thanks to those off-world travel individuals. Unfortunately, all of them, except for Su Changyu, seemed to be quite ordinary. They lack the aspiration for the immortal way and are unlikely to amount to anything. This place may be a bit simple, but at least it's secure. I've already made inquiries. Liuli Island is protected by an immortal teacher. There hasn't been any trouble caused by reckless individuals for a long time. The top priority now is to remove the poisonous miasma inside me. Even though obtaining a spot in the spirit cleansing pond is precious, the numerous treasures I collected from the Taiyin boat should be more than sufficient to secure a spot. The downside is that it's too high profile. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. As an outsider without any connections, revealing such wealth all at once would attract unwanted attention. I need to strategize carefully. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Li Fan's contemplation. Who's there? Li Fan immediately became alert. It's me. The voice was low and somewhat familiar. Without betraying his emotions, Li Fan took out the Taiyin boat and removed a dagger from it, hiding it up his sleeve. Cracking the door open slightly, Li Fan was able to make out the person's appearance. It was the fat man who had tried to strike up a conversation with him earlier. Li Fan quickly decided to close the door. Wait! The fat young man hastily blocked the door with his hand and whispered, "You're not from our group, are you?" "What?" Li Fan was taken aback. Taking advantage of the pause, the fat man squeezed in. He peered at Li Fan and said with malice, "Who are you exactly, and what purpose do you have by sneaking into Liuli Island?" "How do you know I'm not one of you?" Li Fan asked in return. The fat man looked disdainfully at him. "When we were stranded in the sea, I saw your sneaky figure. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but your behavior last night made me suspicious, so I kept an eye on you. When I saw you hastily searching for a residence, I decided to follow and test you. As expected, you exposed yourself the moment I put you to the test." The fat man looked quite pleased. It seems you are clever and observant. Li Fan nodded slightly. Of course. I can't believe that none of those idiots noticed an outsider among us. So, no one other than you noticed this? Li Fan asked. Of course. How can those idiots compare to me? His words ended abruptly. The reason was a sharp dagger, already embedded in his chest. And he dragged the fat man's corpse into the Tai-Yin boat, and after simply clearing the bloodstains from the ground, Li Fan returned to the room as if nothing had happened. What nonsense, Li Fan commented. This fat man obviously hadn't figured out the situation. Depending on his little cleverness, he found that Li Fan might have entered under a false name and rushed over to threaten him, probably trying to gain some benefits from Li Fan. But didn't he consider that while Li Fan had infiltrated the Liuli Island, hadn't this group of people also obtained their household registration by posing as disaster victims? What's the fundamental difference between him and Li Fan? Once they got the Liuli Island household registration, they really regard themselves as natives. But Li Fan saw it very clearly. The immortal teacher who had covered his face and came to meet him before, as well as Sun Jiang's Tianbao building, was very cautious, afraid to be known by others. It's apparent that their status as exile mortals is not to be exposed. Because of this, Li Fan casually killed the fat man who threatened him rashly. He didn't believe that Tianbao building and the group of people would investigate this seriously. What's more, even if they investigate and find that the fat man had come to Li Fan before disappearing, but now even the body is gone. As long as Li Fan insisted that he has never seen him, they can't do anything to him. After all, if the matter was escalated, it would do no good for both parties. If Li Fan hesitated and didn't act, leaving the fat man alive might cause various troubles. So Li Fan decisively chose to nip the possible threats in the bud. Just as Li Fan predicted, a few days had passed, and apart from Su Changyu coming to ask a question, the fat man's inexplicable disappearance had not attracted anyone else's attention. This incident was just a minor episode in Li Fan's island life, and was soon left behind by him. These days Li Fan was inquiring about various matters on the island, while planning how to reasonably use the treasures in the Tai-Yin boat. Gradually, Li Fan had a rough understanding of the Liuli Island where he is now. This sea area is called the Misthaven Ocean. The Misthaven Ocean is vast and contains tens of thousands of islands of varying sizes. Liuli Island is located to the south of the Middle Sea area of Misthaven Ocean and is of medium size, named after the deliciously meaty Liuli fish, which is abundant in the surrounding seas. Therefore, Liuli Island has a resident immortal who collects a certain number of Liuli beads every year. The immortal generally keeps out of worldly affairs and is difficult to meet. The daily affairs of Liuli Island are generally governed by the Liuli government set up by the island lord. The island's residents can get a job at the Liuli government. The more dangerous the job, the higher the remuneration. Among these, fishing for Liuli fish is the most popular. It's not risky, and the pay is good. More importantly, of the caught Liuli fish, only 70% needs to be handed in, and 30% can be kept for personal sale. So, this fishing job is really sought after. Unfortunately, fishing requires a big boat, and the Liuli Fish School is unpredictable. Hunting it requires a spirit guide specially made by the island. The sole guide is only issued by the Liuli government when you go out to sea and is taken back upon your return. So private fishing is impossible. And if caught, the penalty is death. So this matter of fishing for Liuli fish can only proceed with the permission of the Liuli government. And those who can go out to sea to fish are the objects of envy for the residents of the island. A ship that went out to sea a few days ago not only returned with a good catch of Liuli fish, but also encountered a sunken ship. This ship is said to be a family who were fleeing from a storm with more than a dozen boxes of gold and silver treasures. Now, all these fortunes were claimed by the ship's crew. About the items salvaged from the sunken ship, the rules on the island are the same as for the Liuli fish. 30% can be kept. Therefore, when this ship's crew returned to the port, half of the island was stirred up. Even the island's chief treasurer, Manager Chien, personally came to check it out. Seeing the crew members with smiles on their faces, Many people on the island were green with envy. They began to pull connections privately, trying to secure a spot for the next voyage. In Li Fan's view, he can similarly launder the countless treasures on the Tai Yin boat slowly, with smaller risks. The only difficulty lies in how to gain the qualification to sail out to sea alone. The existence of the Tai Yin boat absolutely cannot be revealed. There are too many people on the island who want to join the ship's crew. After a casual inquiry, Li Fan learned the key point. Under the Lord of Lioli Island, 3 close subordinates. Manager Zhao in charge of personnel, Manager Qian in charge of finance, and Manager Zhou in charge of security. The majority of the quota for the ship's crew lies in Manager Qian's hands. Manager Zhao and Manager Zhou have always wanted to get involved, but they have always been firmly controlled by Manager Qian. They only manage 1 or 2 ships. Where there are people, there are struggles. Li Fan thought of Manager Zhao's reaction when he saw him on the day of the household registration and thought it might be possible to meet this Manager Zhao. But Manager Zhao is not someone that Li Fan can meet at will. Li Fan planned to go through Sun Zhong of Tianbao Building. Finding out the exact location, Li Fan came to the entrance of Tianbao Building, wanted to meet Sun Zhong, but he was rejected. Go away. Our elder son is of high status, not someone you can meet if you wish. Go. A few black-clothed men at the door looked at Li Fan with ill intention, seemingly ready to act at any disagreement. Seeing the situation, Li Fan had no choice but to leave first. He found it strange. Tianbao Building is a business after all, whereas the rule of not seeing anyone and driving people away. Moreover, these black-clothed men made the decisions without consulting, as if they knew who Li Fan was. They must have been instructed to deliberately avoid me. Coming to a conclusion, Li Fan guessed that there must have been some change in the diaspora group, causing Sun Zhong to directly turn against him. After some inquiries, Li Fan learned what happened. It turned out that in order to quickly dispel the miasma in his body, Su Changyu had chosen to become a test subject for the Immortals. Before leaving, Su Changyu had signed his name on the remaining contract scroll. From then on, the 3 contracts were completed and the contract scroll was completely dissipated. The connection between the diaspora and Tianbao Building was completely severed. No wonder he suddenly turned against us and deliberately avoided us. But I didn't expect Su Changyu to be so decisive. Li Fan sighed. Hey, we all advised him not to rush. But he wouldn't listen. The one who said this was someone Li Fan recognized. It was Xiao Hong, who had claimed to be the son of King Zhen Nan in the melting cave of Tianbao Building. Xiao Hong seemed to have a great relationship with Su Changyu and was extremely depressed at the moment. If it wasn't to save his sister who is stricken with a terminal illness, Su's brother wouldn't have been so desperate. After hearing this, Li Fan was thoughtful. Even though Sun Zhong elected to avoid him, Li Fan was not about to give up that easily. Considering the reassurance he had offered to Su Changyu previously, Li Fan could at least conclude that the man was not dishonest or cruel. His constant cold demeanor was likely due to his reluctance to entangle himself too much with immortals living in the immortal realm. Li Fan preferred to deal with people whose backgrounds he had some knowledge of, compared to complete strangers. So, Li Fan reinforced his resolve and returned to Tianbao Building. You again? Are you asking for trouble? The burly man in black, standing at the entrance, looked at Li Fan warily, snarling menacingly. Li Fan gave a slight smile. I am here to do business with Tianbao Building. If you are so eager to chase people away before even allowing me to speak, is this how Tianbao Building treats its guests? Li Fan purposefully raised his voice, attracting the curious gazes of people nearby. You, enraged, the burly man made to move against Li Fan, but was stopped by someone next to him. After a brief consultation, the burly man, clearly annoyed, escorted Li Fan inside. Once he had been seated in a guest room, a serving maid brought a cup of tea. Li Fan took a leisurely sip, and a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body as the tea descended into his belly. Within moments, he felt as though he had been basking in a winter sun for a long period. His body was warm and toasty, even hot to the touch. Excellent tea. Li Fan couldn't help but praise. Dayu Flame Dragon, cultivated around the seabed volcanoes surrounding Dayu Island, only has a dozen or so plants in existence. Now that Dayu Island has been destroyed, Dayu Flame Dragon has temporarily become a rarity. A man with a smile on his face entered, speaking slowly. It was Sun Zhang. I am indeed fortunate to have a taste, thanks to Elder Sunday. Li Fan wasted no time and finished the remaining tea in one gulp. Only after Li Fan had put down his teacup did Sun Zhang squint his eyes and slowly asked, "With the matter of Dali resolved, there should be no further issues between us. Why seek me out again?" Sun Zhang's tone was very curt, and his gaze contained a hint of murderous intent, as if he would kill Li Fan if his answer wasn't satisfactory. Li Fan disregarded Sun Zhang's intimidation and replied with a smile. "Elder, son, you misunderstand. I am indeed here to make a deal." "Deal? With you?" Sun Zhang was first taken aback, then burst into a mocking laugh, sizing up Li Fan. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. He said nothing, only smiling in response. Upon seeing Li Fan's reaction, Sun Zhang turned more serious. "What kind of deal? I wonder if Tianbao Building would be interested in the quota for a seaborne exploration team." Li Fan said slowly, "Every time a ship sets sail, let's not mention the occasional treasures that can be salvaged. Even alioli fish and other sea specialties alone can make a hefty sum. It is impossible that Tianbao Building is not interested. But the control over the quota is firmly in the hands of Manager Qian. Even for Tianbao Building, let alone Manager Zhao, it would be extremely difficult to secure an additional space. You, a newcomer, what sort of means do you have to dare to set your sights on it?" Sun Zhang stared intensely at Li Fan, as if he was trying to discern his thoughts. "If I could meet with Manager Zhao, I am confident that I can persuade him." Li Fan responded confidently. Seeing Li Fan's assured demeanor, Sun Zhang was momentarily uncertain. "Let him meet with Manager Zhao then. It's no big deal. If it fails, we could just chop him to pieces and feed him to the fishes in the sea." A lazy voice drifted in from outside the room. Li Fan's eyes tightened, just as a woman in pale yellow attire wearing a veil walked in. The woman's voice sounded like she was in her late teens, but her voluptuously curvaceous figure exuded a seductive maturity. "Greetings, madam." Upon seeing the woman in yellow, Sun Zhang immediately stood up and greeted her respectfully. "Thank you, madam." Li Fan's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his thanks. "It looks like you're quite confident. You do not seem to be making empty promises." The woman in yellow, seated across Li Fan, tilted her head, looking at him with curiosity. "I always keep my word." Li Fan responded with ease. The woman in yellow chuckled softly. "If the matter does succeed, Tianbao Building would expect a certain reward. According to the rules on the island, each Ironev's earning. I can key 30%. I don't want a single bit of it. Half would go to Manager Zhao. The other half would be given to Tianbao Building." Li Fan agreed, shocking those present. The woman in yellow was taken aback. She examined Li Fan closely one more time. "That's strange. If that's the case, what are you going through all this effort for?" "I only want the quota for the spirit cleansing pond that comes up every 3 years." Li Fan admitted openly. The woman was truly surprised this time. She stared at Li Fan, seemingly wanting to confirm if she had heard correctly. Li Fan returned her stare, his gaze firm. "Ha ha ha ha." The woman in yellow burst into laughter as though she had heard a particularly funny joke. "Seriously, mister, you're getting on in years, and you still want to cultivate like the others." After laughing for quite a while, she managed to stop, barely able to utter a sentence before breaking into laughter again. Looking at Li Fan, Sun Zhang was also filled with disbelief. Li Fan just quietly watched the woman in yellow, not saying a word. The woman in yellow's laughter gradually subsided. "Ha ha." Eventually, she coughed awkwardly and managed to regain her composure. "To strive for longevity, even in the face of death, there will be no regrets," Li Fan stated calmly. The woman in yellow remained silent for a long time. "All right, I've agreed to this." Finally, she declared, "When the date has been set, I will send someone to notify you." "Very well, that settles it. I live in house number 7 on the 6th Outer City Avenue. You can find me there." Li Fan gave a slight bow and left. The room was left with just the woman in yellow and Sun Jiang. After a long silence, Sun Jiang couldn't help but speak. "Madam, the quota for the spirit cleansing pond." Although the quota for the spirit cleansing pond is fiercely contested every year on the island, Tianbao Building is not without the power to compete. Moreover, if he really could secure a seaborne exploration team, in about 5 years or so, the team's profits would just about make up for the value of a quota. It's a sure win. The woman in yellow was dismissive. However, she furrowed her beautiful brows, looking in the direction Li Fan went, talking to herself. "What?" Sun Jiang couldn't help but ask. That man's eyes, they were frightening. The woman in yellow thumped her chest, seemingly shaking from an adrenaline rush. Sun Jiang was nonplussed. On the way back, Li Fan stopped by a pharmacy to buy the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra and the corresponding medicinal herbs. Even if everything went smoothly, there were still 2 years until the spirit cleansing pond was opened. He couldn't afford to waste such a long period of time. He might as well start cultivating according to the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra to see the results. It could very well be possible that Li Fan was naturally talented, and he wouldn't need 2 years to rid himself of the miasma poisoning his body. In the days that followed, Li Fan stayed home and dedicated his time to cultivation, waiting for the opportunity to meet Manager Zhao. Who could have guessed that before he even had the chance to meet Manager Zhao, Li Fan heard some shocking news. Su Changyu was dead. Su Changyu ultimately couldn't make it. Within just 7 or 8 days, Su Changyu gave out and died. When his body was brought back, Li Fan went to take a look. Nothing but a tangle of mangled flesh was left, utterly devoid of human form and extremely horrifying to behold. The flesh would even twitch inexplicably at times, which sent shivers running down people's spines. The newcomers from the other world couldn't even gather enough money to buy a plot of land for a grave. Originally, they planned to bury him at sea. However, Li Fan took pity and offered some of his money, thus allowing Su Changyu to be laid to his final rest. Everyone was heartbroken. Among them all, Xiao Hong cried the hardest. Li Fan didn't particularly feel anything. He was just a bit regretful. Humbling through the dusty world of reincarnations for nearly 300 years, Li Fan had developed his own ways of reading people. In his view, Su Changyu handled affairs and behaved in a decent manner, and also had a strong determination. Although he wasn't considered a rare outstanding individual, he was far from mediocre. Among this group from the other world, Li Fan thought he was the most likely to make a name for himself. Such a person died quietly without even passing the initial requirement of purification for cultivation. The path of immortality is tough. Li Fan felt even more sentimental, and this sentiment deepened even further during his subsequent cultivation of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra. Reality proved that Li Fan was not a person of exceptional talent. Over the span of nearly a month, Li Fan led a secluded life, only going out to take on a job to avoid suspicion. At other times, he stayed at home, practicing the heart-clearing mantra. Generally, after half a month's cultivation, one would witness obvious improvements, such as an improved spirit, faster thought process, and others. But a month had passed, and Li Fan didn't feel any changes at all. Li Fan guessed that it was probably because his spiritual strength had already far exceeded that of an ordinary person after experiencing multiple cycles of reincarnation and centuries of tempering by real, causing the heart-clearing mantra to exert less effect on him. Li Fan didn't rush, though. He simply treated it as a daily cultivation task. Another half a month passed like this, and the person from Tianbao Building finally arrived. Li Fan followed the messenger and met Manager Zhao in a courtyard at his own home in Tianbao Building. "Greetings, Manager Zhao. It's been a long time." Li Fan greeted, putting his hands together in salutation. "Do you realize I only have 2 to spare? My own men are short of them. Why should I give one to you? The voyage of a ship is simply for profit. I wonder, what does Manager Zhao think of the profits from catching lily fishes compared to finding treasure directly from sunken ships at the bottom of the sea?" Li Fan said with a slight smile. Not seeming to think Li Fan was bragging, Manager Zhao pondered seriously for a moment. I've also heard about the ship that unexpectedly harvested more than 10 boxes of jewels earlier. After the government's calculation, the harvest was worth several regular voyages for catching fish. However, such a good thing can't happen every time. I've been on this island for more than a decade, and I remember only a very few times when there were such large gains. He paused, and then continued. From what you just said, it seems you. Li Fan nodded. If I were to take charge of a ship, I can guarantee that every voyage will bring back a certain amount of treasure. A strange light flashed in Manager Zhao's eyes as he stared at Li Fan for a few moments before exclaiming, "You're not lying." Now it was Li Fan's turn to be surprised. It's true that I wasn't bragging, but how did Manager Zhao figure it out? Manager Zhao chuckled. One was born with a pair of strange eyes that can recognize talents and distinguish truth from falsehood. Just now, when you spoke, I saw a soft white glow around you, indicating that you weren't lying and had no ulterior motives. If there were flashes of dark energy, it would show that you had an ulterior motive. Is there really such a peculiar skill? Li Fan was instantaneously surprised. On the day of naturalization, Manager Zhao's attitude toward me seemed slightly different from others. What did you see, actually? I can only see a rough idea, not everything. I saw that you have immense wealth and your hands are stained with much blood. It's obvious that you're not an ordinary person. That's why I was polite to you. Manager Zhao smiled wryly as he explained. The will of heaven is unpredictable, and who knows what kind of achievement a person like you could achieve in the future. It's better to forge a good relationship with you in advance. Li Fan nodded, but then he heard Manager Zhao sigh. In recent years, there have been frequent disasters, and there are many people like you, very wealthy, but stranded on our Liuli Island. Some people merely hibernate for a few years and then rise again. Others become indistinguishable from the masses, vanishing into obscurity. Listening to Manager Zhao, Li Fan suddenly thought of something. In that case, you realize that what Sun Zhang of Tianbao Building said on our naturalization day was untrue? True or false, what does it matter? Sometimes it's not a good thing to be too serious. My responsibility is just to make sure there are no subversive elements on the island. Regardless of where you came from, as long as you stay law-abiding, you will not be troubled, Manager Zhao said indifferently. There is an immortal teacher presiding over the island, so there's no need to fear any chaos. Moreover, gathering refugees is also the immortal teacher's command. Sun Zhang has brought so many refugees to my Liuli Island. How could I find fault with him? As Li Fan listened, he began to grasp the principles by which Manager Zhao conducted his affairs. Thus, the conversation between the two returned to the topic of the sea voyage. Since Manager Zhao can see that I'm not lying, would you consider the quota for the sea voyage? Asked Li Fan. Manager Zhao tapped his fingers lightly on the table a few times before finally saying, "You're new here, have no foundation, and suddenly handing the ship's crew over to you would definitely cause much dissatisfaction. How about this? You can come along on the next voyage. If you really can bring back treasure on a Vervoves, then after a few times the crew will surely be convinced by you. Then, you can rightfully take over the crew. Even if your gains are substantial enough, I may speak to the Lord and snatch another crew from Mr. Qian to give to you. It won't be impossible." Manager Zhao's consideration is thorough. Li Fan had no objections, and so, the matter was surprisingly settled easily. The details of the conversation were unknown to Tianbao Building, but when they learned that Li Fan had easily persuaded Manager Zhao and obtained a spot for the next voyage, they were shocked. Could it be that old man wasn't bluffing, and he really has the confidence to take over a ship? In Tianbao Building, a woman in a yellow dress rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. I wonder what he's relying on. Sun Zhang was extremely puzzled. No matter how he looked at Li Fan, he was nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. Send him the deed to the empty small courtyard on East Street in the city. The woman in yellow suddenly said. What? Sun Zhang took a moment to react. Boss, this isn't right, Sun Zhang somewhat begrudgingly said after hearing the plan. That courtyard we took great pains to set up, preparing to bribe Manager Qian with. Couldn't it be too cheap for this kid? If we really want to give it to him, only do that after he helps us seize the fleet, he continued. The lady in yellow quirked an eyebrow at Sun Zhang. Just do as you're told. By the time we're waiting for, it won't be a small courtyard that can throw him off. Sun Zhang grumbled a few complaints under his breath, ultimately not daring to go against his boss's orders, obediently handing the deed over to Li Fan. Li Fan did not refuse, and since he had little else to gather, moved into the East Street courtyard that very day. The environment of the courtyard, compared to the slums outside of the city, was leaps and bounds better. The Liuli government officials were on patrol at the alleyway entrance, responsible for maintaining public order and security. The courtyard was also much more spacious than his previous residence, 3 main rooms and 2 additional dispatched rooms on each side. Although not large, it was more than sufficient for Li Fan alone. After refusing several maids sent over by Tianbao building, Li Fan settled into the house, calmly waiting for the next departure of the fleet. Originally, Li Fan thought it wouldn't take long, but who knew an unexpected event would delay the fleet's departure indefinitely. The wind disaster had come. Before, Li Fan had heard of the wind disaster frequently from conversations with the locals of the Liuli Island, but he had not paid much mind to it. He thought at most it would be a typhoon or hurricane, merely a large storm. But when the wind disaster arrived, Li Fan knew just how wrong he was. That day, Li Fan was practicing his mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra at home, as usual, when he suddenly heard a flurry of frantic noises from outside. A strange, piercing noise circulated above the island and soon spreads across the entire Liuli Island. Hurry home. The wind disaster is coming. Bless our luck, immortal. Mother, where are you? Hurry home. The island quickly descended into chaos, with terrified shouts echoing from all corners. Li Fan was slightly taken aback by it all. Suddenly, he saw a blue light curtain materialize above the Liuli Island. The light curtain, like an inverted massive bowl, spanned the entire island, enveloping everything within. The island's protection array is activated, and there is no need to panic. Stay in your homes and don't step outside. A crisp female voice accompanied the appearance of the light curtain and immediately spread throughout the island. Merciful immortal! Hearing the calls all around him, Li Fan looked up and observed the protection array carefully. The blue brilliance flowed, separating the island from the outside. There were faint, unfamiliar characters occasionally surfacing on the light curtain. It looked extremely mystical. The howling, akin to the wailing of ghosts, gradually amplified. The wind had arrived. The light curtain began to ripple, effectively blocking all strong winds. Inside the light curtain, however, there wasn't a breath of wind. It was placid. Then came a heavy downpour. Huddled together, the raindrops seemed to be woven into streams, crashing against the light curtain. Circles after circles of ripples reverberated across the light curtain, completely barring the downpour outside. The outside was dominated by the storm, while all was calm inside the light curtain. Is this the Immortals' method? Li Fan marveled silently to himself. Although he had already witnessed the destruction leveled by Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, the sight of this island protection array still made Li Fan itch for it, a sense of infinite yearning. The storm endured for a good half of the period. The rain gradually abated, and the wind started to die down as well. Just when Li Fan thought the wind disaster's time was nearly up, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Not only did the sky not lighten, but rather it became even darker. Countless dark clouds, born from nowhere, layer upon layer, seemed to press infinitely downwards. In an instant, everything between heaven and earth turned pitch black. The thick black clouds seemed within arm's reach. The clouds seemed to be brewing something, and the Liuli Island fell into a momentary silence. The silence was soon broken. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded next to Li Fan's ear. Boom! 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 Explosive sounds erupted from all directions, continuous and unceasing. Like a never-ending symphony, it echoed between heaven and earth. Caught in this enormous sound, Li Fan only felt dizzy, suffering from blurred vision and feeling as if a massive stone slab was pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Touching his face, he found his nose was bleeding profusely. Li Fan was horrified, intending to run back into the house to hide, but suddenly he felt the earth beneath him shaking violently. Under the dizzying upheaval, Li Fan soon lost his balance and fell to the ground. It felt like something kept hitting it. The earth was continuously trembling. Li Fan looked up and saw a sight that almost made him stop breathing. A water wall, its height unknown, took up his entire field of vision. Driven by a gale, it rolled over with the power of a tsunami, towering high and rolling towards Liuli Island. The towering wave would soon fall, burying all lives below it. Li Fan couldn't help but raise his hand subconsciously in defense. Boom! The wave slapped against the blue light shield. The light shield twisted as if it would shatter at any moment. However, after a flash of blue light, the light shield returned to normal. Like a rock on the seashore, it stood firm amidst the heavy waves. Failing to swallow Liuli Island seemed to infuriate the sea. One wave after another, they attacked relentlessly. Liuli Island was like a sapling swaying in the storm, seemingly about to be torn into pieces. At many points, Liuli Island was completely submerged by the seawater. Li Fan almost thought the world was going to end like this. Fortunately, the island protection array proved more reliable than he had imagined, persisting without breaking. The towering waves struck relentlessly with no pause. The apocalyptic scene made Li Fan almost lose his mind. He didn't know how long it took for the waves to gradually calm down while he was in this daze. But they only calmed down, nothing more. The storm came quickly, but left slowly. In the wind and rain, day and night became indistinguishable. Li Fan felt that a good 2 or 3 days had passed before the storm eventually receded. Gratitude to the immortal teacher. The surviving islanders knelt on the ground, crying their eyes out. Meanwhile, amidst the islanders' heated discussions, Li Fan received even more shocking news. The storm that Liuli Island had experienced this time was relatively small in scale. The storm that had occurred 15 years ago was several times more powerful than this one. At that time, the Island Protection Array could not withstand it and had to withdraw to a smaller safe range. So after the storm, the areas not protected by the array were completely flattened. The size of Liuli Island was reduced to only 1/3 of its original size. It took more than 10 years after the storm for Liuli Island to gradually recover its vitality by taking in refugees from all over. So this is the storm. Li Fan was profoundly shocked. The power of heaven and earth was indeed terrifying. In the days after the wind disaster, all inhabitants of Liuli Island received instructions requiring every household to inspect whether the Island Protection Array was damaged. The inspection method was simple. The Liuli government would distribute a spirit symbol, which hung at home for a few days and nights, and observed whether any red light appeared. As for the remote corners of the island, special personnel were responsible for each one. There are 367, 800 nodes in the Island Protection Array. We must ensure that each node is normal. Under the guidance of the immortal teacher, and considering their own safety, everything on Liuli Island was paused, prioritizing the maintenance of the Island Protection Array. In the past, the immortal teacher coordinated the inspection and repair of the array, but it was said that the spirit stones that maintained the operation of the array were about to be exhausted, so the immortal teacher returned to the 10,000 Immortals Island to fetch spirit stones. Li Fan also received a spirit symbol. He hung the spirit symbol at home, and with careful observation, he could faintly sense a wave of invisible fluctuations spreading out from it. After expanding a certain distance, it seemed to encounter some kind of obstacle and returned. With the fluctuation returning, the spirit symbol lit up with a burst of blue light. A few moments later, the blue light extinguished. The fluctuation continued to arise. This cycle repeated. The self-inspection of the Great Array repeats every 360 spirit symbol flashes as a small cycle, and 360 small cycles as a large cycle. As long as no red light appears in a large cycle, It signifies that the Great Array is intact. Li Fan recalled the instructions he had received when he had gotten the spirit symbol. This island protection array is so vast, yet extremely precise. It's hard to imagine how it was constructed. It is said that the 10,000 Immortals Island is the gathering place for the vast majority of cultivators in the Misthaven Sea realm. It is so mysterious that even manager Zhao knows little about it. All he knows is that if a mortal on the island can cleanse the impurities of their body and guide the air into the body, an immortal teacher will descend and take them to 10,000 Immortals Island. It seems that's my goal in this world. However, things should be carried out step by step. The first is to obtain a spot in the sea convoy, so as to have the opportunity to enter the spirit cleansing pond. Li Fan had waited for hundreds of years, so naturally he was not in a hurry. Time quietly passed in the anxious prayers of the island's inhabitants. 5 days later, the result that put everyone on the island at ease finally came out. The island protection array was not damaged. With the return of the immortal teacher bringing enough spirit stones, the residents of the island finally put down their worries completely. Life on Lioli Island gradually returned to normal. In the following months, disaster victims from other islands occasionally sought refuge on Lioli Island. Those who survived were only a minority. Many people on their islands lost their lives in the recent wind disaster. Hearing that the immortal teacher was stationed on Lioli Island, a look of envy filled the faces of these victims. The Misthaven Sea realm is vast and boundless, with countless islands. Only those islands with special resource output would have an immortal teacher stationed there. Li Fan did not stay idle during these months. With persistent cultivation of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, he finally achieved results. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Mortal. Physiological age: 41/881. Mental age: 504/11191. Both the physiological and mental age limits increased again. Despite the small extent, Li Fan felt invigorated. From then on, Li Fan became even diligent in his cultivation, spending most of his day practicing the heart-clearing mantra. Another month passed like this, and Li Fan finally received the message sent by manager Zhao's people. The wind disaster in the Cloud Sea had completely disappeared, and it was nearly time for the fleet to sail again. 3 days later, Lioli Island Wharf. The boats on Lioli Island were slightly larger than the second form of Taiyin boat, stretching 200 to 300 meters long. More than a dozen large boats were lined up and anchored on the sea surface, giving a spectacular sight. Due to the wind disaster, the fleet had been suspended for a long time. Therefore, quite a lot of materials that Lioli Island had to turn in were in arrears. The island master ordered the full dispatch of the fleet this time. This was an extraordinary spectacle. In the past, for safety reasons, only 1 or 2 fleets would set sail at the same time. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village which for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor Year 2, you traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of one county in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3, you brought your aunt to live with you and took office in one county. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, you led a mountain survey and found several ravines. Anchor Year 4, you produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor Year 5, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept one county stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor Year 6. You were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the minister of personnel. Anchor Year 7. Locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor Year 8. Your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor Year 10. Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor Year 15. The emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor Year 16. Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you minister of war. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor Year 18. After years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, the emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20. The Empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the Empress. She's kin were executed, but the Empress remained confined. Anchor Year 21. You were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The Emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 23. During Spring Hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor Year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor Year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the Empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, the Emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the Empress. The Crown Prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor Year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young Emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor Year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor Year 28. The Emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor Year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the Emperor. Anchor Year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor Year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the Emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor Year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchang. Anchor Year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor Year 45. Your wife died. Anchor Year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor Year 48. After years of failure, you abandoned the search for immortality. Anchor Year 50. 2 immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escaped by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all 3 to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first 2 were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weakened body, and Reel was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the fourth. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Leaf Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years, they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But 2 streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver. The dock was filled with gawking inhabitants. If they saw someone they recognized on the boat, they would wave enthusiastically. With Manager Zhao's people, Li Fan boarded a sea boat named San Yuan. Among the crew, many, like Li Fan, were going to sea for the first time. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were filled with the hope of striking it rich overnight. For the seasoned sailors, it was quite the opposite. Not only was there no excitement, but they had sorrowful faces and continuous complaints. I don't know what got into the island master, arranging such a test. The boat team with the least gains from this voyage will be deemed unqualified and stripped of the eligibility to go to sea in the future. What are we going to do? Oh, don't mention it. It's all because of the wind disaster. I heard from someone in private that in the south, Coral Island had its island protection array shattered and the entire island was leveled. Because of this, the items they need to turn and fell onto our Lioli Island. What's this all about? How are we going to live in the future? It is said to be temporary. We only need to make up what is owed. Everyone sighed with sorrow. Look at how pathetic you are. Why not think positively? Doesn't the first place get a reward? The proceeds obtained have increased from 30% to 50%. 50%. What kind of concept is that? If we can get that, we don't need to go to sea for the rest of our lives. Boss, don't dream anymore. You keep talking about the first place, but you know how lousy our fishing skills are from past excursions where we barely completed the fishing task. Yeah, in my opinion, this is our last voyage. We might as well not go back at all. It would be carefree to become pirates. It was evident that the crew had a good relationship with the man. After hearing his scolding, they weren't scared, but instead playfully jeered. Hearing all the nonsense from the crew, the man wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he put his hands on his hips, with the appearance of having a scheme. What is it, boss? You got an idea? The crew members knew the man well, and upon seeing him like this, they started asking. With a proud attitude, the man said, "Don't worry, there's a capable person on our boat. He will make sure we all return fully loaded." With that, he pointed to Li Fan, who was standing behind him. He looks clean and tidy. Has he ever gone to sea before? All crew members looked over, felt somewhat disappointed, and shook their heads, indicating disbelief. You bunch of blind men who can't recognize a dignitary. This gentleman is a talent specially invited by Manager Zhao, who will soon take over our boat. Every one of you, be respectful. The man fiercely lectured them, looking quite angry. Upon hearing the man's words, there was uproar among the crew of Tsang Yuan. The bronze-skinned man turned around to look at Li Fan, revealing a sly smile of a successful plot. Boss, you've been the captain of this Song Yuan ship for almost 10 years. How can you simply give up your position? You boss saved my life. Lu San, am the first one to object to you leaving. Exactly. Why don't we throw him in the sea to feed the fish after we set sail? After all, it's not unusual for someone to die at sea. The ship was in an uproar, and for a moment, Li Fan had become public enemy number one. The burly man tried to calm the crew members. Calm down, everyone, calm down. I know you all respect me, Zhang Haobo, very much, but the Tsangyuan ship is ultimately Manager Zhao's property. We are here to serve him. Now that Manager Zhao wants to replace me, what can I do? Instead of calming them, Zhang Haobo's words inflamed the crew members' anger. Many of them, their eyes red with rage, glared at Li Fan with murderous intent. Li Fan chuckled inwardly. Zhang Haobo's schemes hadn't escaped his notice in the slightest. Pretending to praise Li Fan openly, he was indeed stirring up the crew members' mistrust towards Li Fan. Speaking up for Li Fan on the surface, he was actually inciting dissatisfaction among the crew members. Pretending to show his helplessness, he actually hoped the crew members would unite against Li Fan. Secret hostility dressed as open adulation, using the guise of loyalty to betray the cause. Just cheap tricks that Li Fan was too familiar with. His face showing no fear, Li Fan walked up to the crew members and said loudly, "If you don't trust me, don't you trust Manager Zhao's judgment? Besides, with our impending departure, just watch me. I promise I won't let you down." Li Fan's voice was loud and resonant, drowning out the clamor of the crowd. Seeing Li Fan's imposing demeanor, the crew members were momentarily subdued and no one stepped forward to refute him. Without giving the crowd another chance, Li Fan bid them farewell and, alone, entered the cabin. Behind him, he left confused crew members and a gloomy Zhang Haobo. The crew members whispered among themselves. Could it be that the kid is really skilled? It should maybe be true. Manager Zhao's judgment is really something. He seldom makes a wrong choice. He doesn't seem like an ordinary guy. Finding treasure every time we sail out to sea, I simply don't believe it. He definitely used connections to try to seize the position of captain of our ship. Does he think I don't know? He made a big promise. Now I want to see how he follows through. Zhang Haobo was enraged. Seeing his men swayed by a few words from Li Fan, he was all the more infuriated. Set sail. Out to sea, he shouted angrily. The Song Yuan ship departed the port and sailed toward the sea without the aid of the wind. Over 100 ships from Lioli Island scattered, each heading toward their respective territories. The Song Yuan ship did not rely on wind or manpower, but was driven by a miniature array powered by a spirit stone. The ship was equipped with a soul guide, which would provide guidance when Lioli fish traces were found in the nearby waters. But the ocean was vast, and the soul guide's range was limited. Therefore, it needed very experienced crew members to first find the approximate range where the fish schools appeared. If it were a regular year, the movement of Lioli fish schools would be predictable and thus easier to catch. However, in years of storm disasters, fish migrations would occur, rendering all past experiences useless. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack, completely reliant on luck. And it seemed like the Tsangyuan ship's luck was quite poor. Half a month had passed, and aside from catching some regular fish and finding some common sea minerals, they hadn't made any significant hauls. Not only were the crew members wearied, even Zhang Haobo was becoming extremely anxious. After all, there were penalties for coming in last place this time. Compared to other jobs on the island, the work risk of a mariner was small, but the rewards were high. No one wanted to lose out for nothing. The rule on the island is to return home within a month. So far, we've only managed to get this much. Maybe we have the least haul. We can only hope the next few days will bring a change. May the immortal teacher bless us. Zhang Haobo looked at the calm and deep sea, feeling helpless. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning his head, Zhang Haobo saw Li Fan walking towards him. So, you finally decided to leave your cabin? If it wasn't for the fact that you still pick up your food every day, I would think you died inside. Ever since setting sail, Li Fan had stayed in his own room and did not interact with others. Zhang Haobo was in a bad mood, and he found it hard to muster a friendly face for Li Fan. Li Fan, unaffected by Zhang's rude comments, gazed at the distant sea, his face solemn. He simply stood there, not saying a word. Zhang Haobo noticed Li Fan's odd behavior, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. He followed Li Fan's gaze, but saw nothing unusual, just a normal sea surface. Despite this, Li Fan's expression grew even more serious, but he remained silent all the while. After a long time, Zhang Haobo could not take it anymore and asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Fan jolted with surprise and turned to glare at Zhang Haobo, his face filled with annoyance. "What's with the whole ghost act?" Zhang Haobo retorted nervously but forcefully. "I need a small boat." Instead of answering him, Li Fan turned away and said in a deep voice, "I see treasure." "What?" Zhang Haobo was slightly confused at first. "What?" But he quickly recovered from his surprise and exclaimed, "You're not joking, are you? Hurry, prepare a small boat for me. The jewelry in the deep sea is shining brightly, waiting for me to retrieve it." Li Fan commanded in a solemn tone. Zhang Haobo was hesitating when he heard Li Fan continue. "Opportunities are fleeting. The glow of the treasure is dimming. I'm about to lose its position." Zhang Haobo suddenly sprung into action. "Quickly, ready the boat." There were several small boats stored on the ship, typically used for exploring narrow channels or testing dangerous, unknown sea areas. It was only when the small boat was deployed and Li Fan had sailed off alone that Zhang Haobo suddenly came to his senses. He was not sure why he had impulsively believed Li Fan's words just a moment ago. Seeing treasure buried deep in the ocean? How could that possibly be? He was about to say something when Li Fan's yell echoed from the distance. "Don't follow me. Wait for my signal." "Why?" Zhang Haobo couldn't help but shout back. "You're too noisy. You could disrupt my vision." Li Fan responded. Zhang Haobo grimaced, but the memory of Li Fan's furious gaze suggested that maybe he didn't lie. Time passed. 2 hours had gone by since Li Fan had departed alone on a boat. Could he be running away by himself? One of the crew anxiously watched in the direction Li Fan had gone, unable to keep himself from asking. Nonsense, where could he go alone in the vast sea without dry food? Zhang Haobo chided his subordinate, but before he could say more, a red signal beacon lit up in the distant sky. "Quick, head towards the signal." Zhang Haobo immediately ordered. The Shin, at full power, quickly arrived at the signal's location. Li Fan was seen standing on the small boat, looking exhausted. "The treasure is here," he announced to everyone. Zhang Haobo and his crew looked at each other, unsure whether to believe him. A moment later, Zhang Haobo gritted his teeth and declared, "Dive. Deploy the net." With everyone half believing, one box, then another. A total of 16 boxes full of gold, silver, and jewels were slowly hauled up. Under the cold moonlight, all the crew members on the Tsangyuan vessel had red eyes and were panting heavily. Even now, they felt as if they were in a dream. 16 large boxes filled with gold and silver treasures were quietly placed on the deck. Some of them were still so incredulous that they pinched themselves. After feeling the pain, they fixated their eyes on the treasures scattered on the ground, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Mr. Li did not boast. He really was able to bring back a shipload of treasures for everyone. However, this shipload was far beyond their imagination. The various jade artifacts, gold and silver, and jewelry in the boxes were dazzling, making all of them rub their eyes in disbelief. Having spent half their lives fishing at sea, even their wildest dreams were incomparable to the fantastical scene before them. Zhang Haobo felt completely blank-minded. It's actually true. That guy really can find treasures sunk at the bottom of the sea. Such ability. Having lived on Luli Island for over 20 years, Zhang Haobo naturally understood that besides immortal teachers, some ordinary mortals also possessed various incredible abilities. For instance, the ability to communicate with birds in the sky, the ability to foresee disasters, the ability to hold their breath and navigate under the sea for a long duration, and abilities like Manager Zhao's, which allowed him to distinguish between the real and unreal. Nevertheless, these peculiar beings were few in number. They were either entrusted with heavy responsibilities on various islands or were taken as servants by immortal teachers to 10,000 Immortals Island. It was a rarity to meet such persons. Who would have thought that Li Fan is one of these extraordinary beings? Zhang Haobo suddenly realized that Li Fan had just recently moved to Luli Island. Could he have been forced to migrate here because the island where he lived originally was destroyed by a storm? No wonder Manager Zhao viewed him differently even though he was a newcomer. Everything makes sense now. At this point, Zhang Haobo couldn't help but regret terribly. Zhang Haobo, you had a rare opportunity to befriend someone influential, yet not only did you fail to seize it, you laughably regarded him as competition for your small fleet. Zhang Haobo's regret grew larger with each passing thought. He wished he could give himself a couple of slaps on the face. No, it's not acceptable. I must go and apologize immediately right now. No matter where he goes, such an extraordinary person will always be a guest of honor. If he holds grudges against me for my actions a few days ago, Zhang Haobo shuddered at this thought and decided to go to Li Fan's room to apologize. Is it just my illusion? Why do I find that these boxes don't seem to be soaked for a long time? Strange indeed. We didn't see any sunk ship when we were salvaging. Perhaps aquatic currents brought them here, or maybe they were swept into the sky by a storm and later dropped into this part of the sea. Why worry about all these? The treasures are real, and that's enough. Amidst the murmuring of his crew members, Zhang Haobo left in a hurry. In his room, after seeing Zhang Haobo off with a pleasant demeanor, Li Fan relaxed his weary body. Of course, he was the one who threw those 16 boxes of treasures into the sea. He had come to a deserted sea area alone, unrolled the Taiyin boat, moved a small portion of the treasures he had obtained from the Xian onto the boat, threw them into the sea, and finally sent a signal to the crew members of Sung Yuan vessel to come and salvage them. The boxes were indeed heavy. Had it not been for his constant cultivation of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra over the past few months, and the nourishment of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, his strength would not have increased enough to manage the task alone. Even so, Li Fan felt completely exhausted after completing the task. This is the first time I did a preemptive strike. I made a big show. From now on, I won't have to throw so much, Li contemplated. As for Zhang Haobo, Li Fan did not even take him into consideration in the first place. To Zhang Haobo, the position of the captain of the fleet is his life's foundation. Naturally, he would react if someone were to abruptly try to snatch it away. Moreover, his challenge was so naive and ridiculous to Li Fan. If it were Li Fan, he would have pretended to get along well with him for several days, not making any moves. Then, when they were out in the deep sea and his guard was down, he would sneak into his room under the cover of darkness and kill him. He would then dump the body into the vast sea. His death would be unknown, even if he truly possessed some special ability that could find treasures. But having just arrived at Luli Island with no foundation, who would be willing to stand up for him? A stranger, and furthermore, a deceased one, over a captain who has a group of loyal subordinates? Who would risk falling out with the latter? Even if Manager Zhao would punish him for it, at most, he would lose his position as a captain. After all, there is no concept of an eye for an eye on Luli Island. All the immortal teachers cared about was a steady supply of resources from Luli Island. Therefore, in Li Fan's view, there was simply no reason not to act. Unfortunately, Zhang Haobo is not Li Fan. He doesn't have the courage to do so. When all is said and done, he is just a simple fisherman. The fleet that he values so much is merely a small stepping stone in Li Fan's plan. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Li Fan shook his head, put it out of his mind, and quietly focused on cultivating the heart-clearing mantra. Having acquired the treasures, Sung Yuan vessel didn't fish anymore. They immediately turned around and journeyed back to Luli Island. After all, the harvest from this voyage was so large, No crew member could feel at ease until they safely returned to land. With full speed ahead, they spotted Luli Island in just 2 days. After going back, don't dock the ship immediately. Lusan, you need to discreetly get off the ship and notify Manager Zhao at his residence, telling him to send people to count the treasures personally. Zhang Hao was sternly instructed his crew members. If no accidents happened within their voyage team, they should be the ones with the most earnings this time. According to the rules, they would get 50% of it. Who could guarantee that there would be no incidents of embezzlement or miscalculation if outsiders were doing the counting? They would feel extremely heartbroken even if there was a slight deficit. They did not trust anyone but their own people. The crew members all nodded in agreement. As they saw the regular counting boat approaching from the island, they immediately went on alert. Zhang Haobua, what do you mean by not letting us board? It seemed that Zhang Haobua had conflicts with the person from the other side, which enraged him a bit. Zhang Haobua, however, paid no attention to him. Seeing no response from Zhang Haobua, the man retorted even more scornfully, "Judging from the buoyancy of your ship, you probably didn't get anything this time. It seems your days as the captain are over. If you really can't make your living, come to my boat. I guarantee you won't starve to death." Upon hearing their captain being insulted, the crew of Tsungyuan vessel was immediately furious, ready to retort. But Zhang Haobua stopped them. He ignored whatever the man said afterward, simply waiting for the personnel of Manager Zhao to come over. It seems Zhang Haobua has his reasons for being able to securely hold the position of the captain of Tsungyuan vessel. He's not as bad as I thought. However, his background and experiences have limited him. Muesli fanned from the corner, nodding approvingly as he watched the scene unfold. The abnormal situation at the dock attracted a lot of spectators who pointed at Tsungyuan vessel and whispered among themselves. Luckily, the standoff didn't last long, and soon after, Manager Zhao personally arrived with his team. When the 16 boxes of jewels were unloaded from the ship under everyone's gaze, the entire dock was in uproar. It is worth noting that the last time a team had such a huge haul, no, it was only a few months ago. Since when did it become so easy to salvage treasures from the seafloor? Or has the sea around Liuli Island become so rich that there are treasures everywhere? The island's residents fell into deep suspicion. Then they became even more enthusiastic. Who does not dream of getting rich overnight? Countless people, brimming with excitement, rushed back home to share their dockside observations with their families. They too wanted to go out to sea. They too wanted to salvage underwater treasures. Hence, news that the ship Tsungyuan had obtained a massive fortune spread rapidly across the whole of Liuli Island. Tianbao Building. A woman in yellow was concentrating on evaluating a batch of newly collected items when she suddenly heard the sound of rushed footsteps. "Madam! Madam!" Sun Zhang rushed in without even announcing his entrance. "What's wrong?" The woman in yellow appeared somewhat surprised. "Treasures. More than a dozen boxes." From the Tsungyuan, Sun Zhang said, panting heavily. The woman in yellow did not seem concerned. "It's just a dozen boxes of treasures. Is it really worth such fuss? If the island wants to sell these items smoothly, it still has to go through our Tianbao building." As the woman was talking, her expression suddenly changed. "Wait, did you say Tsungyuan? The ship where that Uncle Leaf fan stays?" Sun Zhang nodded repeatedly. The woman in yellow was stunned for a long while before she finally came to her senses. No wonder that guy was so confident that he could persuade Manager Zhao. He was absolutely sure that he could find treasures as soon as he went out to sea. Exactly. He has that ability, just like ours in Tianbao building. Sun Zhang exclaimed with a hint of admiration and envy. "Thankfully, madam, you had the foresight to give him a small courtyard earlier, thus establishing a relationship with him. After his return from this trip, his fame will skyrocket. To woo him then would require a lot more effort." The woman in yellow cut off Sun Zhang, simply instructing, "Arrange a meeting as soon as possible and have a meal together with him. Also, send someone to clean up the listening tower and later take the deed over to him." Sun Zhang was surprised, but he took care of it promptly without saying anything else. Only the woman in yellow was left in the room, whispering it to herself. Spirit treasure body. According to legend, this spirit treasure body would produce an intuitive response when encountering rare treasures within a certain radius. The owner of Tian Bao Building, who is the older sister of the woman in yellow, Yin Yuding, had such a special constitution. It was thanks to this exceptional ability that Yin Yuding established the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, a vast trading company spanning the Misthaven Ocean, starting from scratch over these 10 years. Li Fan was unaware that he had been misidentified as a spirit treasure body by the people of Tianbao Building. At this moment, he was at the residence of Manager Zhao. Your talent truly is extraordinary. 16 boxes of treasure on your first sea voyage. It's quite the surprise. Manager Zhao's face was filled with smiles as he praised. Li Fan just smiled and remained silent. Li Fan knew that Manager Zhao had the ability to discern the truth. He cleverly changed the subject. The haul this time is indeed substantial. However, it might be difficult to have as much in the future. Manager Zhao didn't mind at all. Of course, that's to be expected. You can't always have such luck. Li Fan nodded. In that case, thank you, Manager Zhao. I heard that all your painstaking efforts are just to secure a place in the spirit cleansing pond. Manager Zhao took a sip of tea and asked abruptly. Indeed, after my life changed dramatically, I realized that worldly glory and wealth are like fleeting clouds. Even with inexhaustible treasures, I will still become dust after 100 years. Only by seeking the immortals, achieving longevity, will my life not be in vain. Li Fan sighed deeply, full of emotion. Manager Zhao stared at Li Fan for a long time. Then he sighed. At your age, you still have a heart for immortality. I'm not as good as you. Seemingly remembering something, Manager Zhao's face revealed complex emotions. About a decade ago, when I was about your age, I happened to save an immortal teacher. The immortal teacher asked me if I wanted to cultivate with him, but I knew that my best years for cultivation had passed. Even if I cultivated, it would not necessarily be successful. Plus, the older you are, the deeper the malignant qi in your body, and the more painful it is to remove it. So, I only asked for a job. Now as I grow older, I have faint regrets. Unfortunately, once the big mistake is made, there is no antidote for regret. Manager Zhao seemed despondent. Looking at Li Fan again, he praised, among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, those like you are indeed rare. You flatter me. I don't know what decision Manager Zhao has made about the place in the spirit cleansing pond. I can't help you with this. The spirit cleansing pond requires an immortal teacher to preside over its opening, and the places are also determined by the immortal teacher. A year before the spirit pool opens, the immortal teacher will publish a list of required materials. Each family collects the materials from the list and turns them in. The number of places is determined according to the amount of contribution. Manager Zhao explained and shook his head. However, you don't need to worry. Tianbao Building has branches on various islands in the Misthaven Sea. If you're talking about the capability to collect materials, not many on Liuli Island can compete with it. The image of the woman in yellow appeared in Li Fan's mind, and he nodded. After staying at Manager Zhao's place for a while, Li Fan bid his farewell and left. Just as he got back to his courtyard, Sun Zhang came to see him. He had obviously been waiting for a while. Your boss invited me to dinner? What a coincidence. Li Fan was planning to meet her again, so he readily agreed. As for the deed of the listening tower that Sun Zhang brought, Li Fan did not accept. He decided to meet that woman in yellow first that night. As night fell, the city lights started to twinkle. Li Fan arrived at Tianbao Building. There was only one person in the room, but she had changed into a purple dress and was not wearing the veil on her face anymore. Let me formally introduce myself. Yin Yuzhen, the owner of Tianbao Building on Liuli Island. Li Fan. Yin Yuzhen chuckled. You really do keep things short and simple, uncle. As a mere mortal, there really isn't much worth mentioning, Li Fan admitted. So in your eyes, the spirit treasure body is also not worth mentioning. Yin Yuzhen stared at Li Fan with a smile in her eyes. Oh, I don't know anything about the spirit treasure body. Li Fan feigned ignorance, his expression unchanged. Then how did you find the location of the treasures in the vast ocean? Yujin did not believe him. The heart just sensed it, that's all. And you still say you're not a spirit treasure body? With a frown, Yujin insisted. But seeing that Li Fan truly seemed unaware, she finally told him about the spirit treasure body. So, your sister also has the spirit treasure body? Li Fan narrowed his eyes. How old is she? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? And where is she now? Li Fan asked a series of baffling questions, leaving Yujin somewhat dazed, not understanding why Li Fan was asking such things. All of a sudden, it seemed like a possible explanation dawned on her. She stared back at Li Fan, her complexion pale. Could it be that you're our long-lost father, our sister and I? However, she quickly dismissed that thought. No, you look nothing like us. I'm merely curious. Li Fan didn't pay any mind to this girl whose thoughts appeared to be jumping to conclusions. He said lightly. I know. It's normal to be curious about one's kind. Yujin nodded incessantly with an understanding look. Li Fan was too lazy to explain further. Yujin exhaled slowly, then resumed. Originally, we were from the northern Knights and Island. Our parents died in a catastrophe when we were very young, leaving only my sister and I to support each other. From what I recall, my sister and I could only survive day to day by begging, always hungry. But at some point, my sister began to find various valuable things in different areas. So our days gradually improved, and later, she single-handedly built Tianbao Building. Yujin reminisced. Sadly, I haven't seen my sister for a long time. She seemed to miss her dearly. Oh, where did she go? Li Fan asked with a slight furrow in his brow. 3 years ago, she was taken away by a passing immortal teacher. At first, she would still send us messages to let us know she was all right. Yet, later on, we never heard from her again. Yujin said pitifully, her hands cupping her chin. Taken away by an immortal teacher? Could it be that they took her to cultivate into an immortal? Li Fan could not help but ask. Yujin sighed. It would be good if it were true. My sister told me in her last letter, using our secret code, that she was in a dangerous situation. If she does not contact me again, it would mean she has most likely run into trouble, and she warned me not to look for her again. On hearing this, Li Fan found himself asking, could it be the cause of her troubles is her spirit treasure body? That's the part one can't figure out myself. Even though having a spirit treasure body is indeed powerful, as it can sense the presence of treasures nearby, its abilities are still limited. My sister is just a mortal, so the treasures she can sense are only those of value to mortals. These so-called treasures might be deemed worthless by those immortal teachers. There were immortal teachers who noticed my sister's talent, but none thought much of it. I don't know why, but in the end, she was still taken away by one. Yujin lamented, with a look of sorrow in her eyes. Despite the uncertainty of my sister's fate, the business she left behind endures. I cannot let Tianbao Building, which she worked so hard to establish, be ruined in my hands. Yujin stated, looking intensely at Li Fan. That's the reason I sought you out today. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yujin took it upon herself to explain, I don't have the magical talent my sister possesses. After my sister disappeared, Tianbao Building's business has suffered day after day. Moreover, I made some dire judgments about certain items, failing to recognize they were fakes, which led to a huge loss. The elders gradually expressed their displeasure with me, and they even wanted to collaborate with outsiders to expel me and share the assets of Tianbao Building. Thankfully, they were still hesitant because of the fear of my sister, who had been taken away by the immortal teacher, so they didn't act rashly. So, I used the pretext of invading the market to escape from a Knight's End Island to this Liuli Island to avoid their antagonism. Originally, my plan was to develop here for a few years, accumulate some power, and then return to retaliate against them. However, I did not expect to encounter another spirit treasure body on this Liuli Island. Yujin seemed somewhat excited, If you help me, I'll definitely be able to regain control of Tianbao building. Why should I help you? Li Fan remained unmoved. I'm not interested in the matters of Tianbao building. What I desire is solely to cultivate into an immortal. Previously, you promised that if I helped you seize the fleet, you would help me secure a spot in the spirit cleansing pond. You haven't reneged on this, have you? It seemed Yin Yuzhen was prepared for Li Fan's response. As she nodded, we in Tianbao building conduct business by always prioritizing integrity. What we promised you, will definitely fulfill. But she paused and gave Li Fan a cunning look. But what? Li Fan's face darkened. Yin Yuzhen let out a soft chuckle. Uncle, even if you do make it to the spirit cleansing pond, so what? Removing the poisonous gas from within the body isn't an easy matter. Each year, out of those who enter the pool, only about half succeed. And the older you are, the greater the chance of failure. You aren't that young anymore, Uncle. Are you completely sure you can succeed? A person only gets one chance to enter the spirit pool in their lifetime. If you fail, you will probably have to say goodbye to the path of cultivation forever. I know entering the spirit cleansing pond is not foolproof, but even with a 50% chance of success, it is well worth a try. However, from what you are implying, Li Fan looked at Yin Yuzhen, his eyes slightly squinting. That's right. Yin Yuzhen's face showed a pleased look that indicated she knew Li Fan would take the bait. With my sister's final letter, there is also an elixir called Dust Escape Pill. According to the contents of my sister's letter, as long as one takes this pill, their chances of successfully expelling the poisonous gases from within their body will greatly increase. If combined with the spirit cleansing pond, even for someone your age, Uncle, it has high chances of success. If you have such a miraculous pill, why haven't you taken it yet? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Uncle, not everyone is like you, resolute in their desire to cultivate into an immortal. My wish is to do well in business and then guard Tianbao building, which was left behind by my sister. Yin Yuzhen replied. To each their own. Li Fan nodded slowly. Allow me to consider it. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Li Fan, after pondering for a moment, didn't immediately agree. Okay then, Uncle. I'll wait for your answer. Yin Yuzhen, though a little disappointed, nodded in affirmation. Take care. I hope I have not misunderstood this time. As she watched Li Fan's departing figure, Yin Yuzhen's expression turned stern, and she softly muttered. When dealing with Li Fan, Yin Yuzhen always played the role of a junior or young girl. Her intuition told her that Li Fan did not mind this. Moreover, dealing with Li Fan as a junior would make things more likely to succeed. Yin Yuzhen did not have the ability to sense treasures like her sister did. However, she had her own special trait. Aside from her sister Yin Yuding, no one knew that Yin Yuzhen had been able to vaguely sense the outcome of events since she was young. It was thanks to her sister's spirit treasure body and her ability to seek good luck and avoid disaster that the sisters were able to grow up smoothly. Li Fan quietly investigated and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen had not lied about the dust escape pill. Therefore, he met her 3 days later and agreed to her request. The two parties decided that before the spirit cleansing pond was opened, Li Fan would help Tianbao building collect a certain number of treasures over time. When a spirit pool was opened, Yin Yuzhen would give the dust escape pill to Li Fan. Of course, to express her sincerity, Yin Yuzhen took out the title deed of the Ghost Listeners building again. Since both sides made a deal, Li Fan showed no more courtesy and took it. So, Li Fan moved again. The Ghost Listeners building is located in the central area of Liuli Island, surrounded by busy and lively atmosphere. But through unique building structures and vegetation, it completely separates the noisy environment. Although it is in the city, it feels like living in the deep mountains. This sense of calm within movement gives it its name, Ghost Listeners. The Ghost Listeners building is several times larger than Li Fan's previous courtyard, and its internal artificial hills, lakes, flowers, and trees need people to take care of. Once again refusing the maid sent by Tianbao building, Li Fan hired a few workers from the island himself, asking them to clean once every 3 days. Yin Yuzhen was helpless about Li Fan's caution. Fortunately, Li Fan took their agreement seriously. In the year living in the Ghost Listeners building, Li Fan first completed 3 official sea travels of Lioli Island. Each time, he brought back a few boxes of treasures which stunned the whole island and won a fleet quota for Tianbao building. Afterwards, every time the Tianbao building fleet set sail, Li Fan would go with them. By the end of the year, Tianbao building had made a fortune, almost equivalent to the total income of the previous 5 years. He also built up prestige in the hearts of everyone in the Tianbao building, and everyone respected and feared him. In the eyes of the Tianbao building, Elderly not only had great capabilities and could lead everyone to find treasure during sea travels, but also had meticulous thoughts and decisive actions. Once, during a sea voyage of the Tianbao building fleet, several sailors had bad thoughts because they were jealous of the treasure salvaged and wanted to join forces to kill for treasure. But Elderly noticed the anomaly early and acted before they did, beheading them all. He threw their bodies into sea and intimated others by stringing their heads together. People privately said that those sailors might have only blustered while drunk and may not have had the guts to actually kill. But with the slightest possibility, Elderly mercilessly killed them all. Not only did the officials of Lioli Island and the shopkeeper not blame him, instead they praised Elderly's behavior, saying that it effectively protected the assets of Lioli Island. Even after the islanders heard about it, they said that the robbers deserved to die and that Elderly did a great job. After that, no one in the Tianbao building fleet dared to have any different ideas. Everyone was cautious when they saw Li Fan, afraid of being beheaded by him with an excuse. Li Fan didn't care about others' opinions of him. To quickly take complete control of the fleet, some methods of killing chickens to scare the monkeys were necessary. He didn't have so much energy wasted on these mundane affairs. Over the past year, as soon as he had free time, he would diligently practice the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, not only because it could dispel miasma, but also because Li Fan found out something that made him happy beyond expectation. As charging progress had accelerated. Before this, as charging progress could only naturally increase with the passage of time. Every 20 years, it would reach 100%, slowly increasing to the upper limit of 200%, and then it would stop increasing. During his previous 9 reincarnations, Li Fan tried various methods to speed up the charging progress, but failed to succeed. Li Fan had been in the immortal cultivation world for over a year since he left. According to the previous rules, the charging progress should have been between 6% and 7%. However, Li Fan surprisingly found that the charging progress had actually reached 15%. The charging speed was nearly twice as fast. Other than the heart-clearing mantra, Li Fan did not encounter other things that might help this. The only explanation is that practicing the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra could actually speed up as charging progress. Although he doesn't know why right now, this does not prevent Li Fan from practicing even more diligently. The progress was displayed clearly on the panel, so Li Fan didn't lose motivation from long periods of tedious repetition. In addition to the charging progress, Li Fan's upper age limit also had significant growth. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Mortal. Physical age: 4295 say. Void transformation charging progress: 115%. Anchor charging progress: 51%. Current number of anchors: 1. Bound items: the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms, tie-in boat, stop-step fragment damaged. Time quietly passed in Li Fan's self-absorbed cultivation. Soon, there was only 1 year left before the opening of the spirit cleansing pond. The list of materials needed this time has been announced on Lioli Island. Li Fan is now studying this list together with the people of Tianbao building. All the other things on this list are easy to get, but what is this star sea sand? Li Fan asked after reading it. Having worked at Tianbao building for a year, Li Fan was not without gains. At least he had a rough understanding of the general ores and rare materials circulated in the Misthaven Ocean. Not only was Sun Zhang baffled, but even the shopkeeper of Tianbao building, Yin Yuzhen, was silent. The materials needed this time are all common. It's just that I've never heard of this star sea sand. It seems that the key to the competition for quotas this time is the star sea sand. Sun Zhang said, I've been in business for more than 10 years, and I've never heard of this thing. Yin Yuzhen tapped the table with her finger. It seems we need to ask the people from the Wanhua Commercial Association. These people are very greedy. I'm afraid we're going to have to bleed a lot. Sun Zhang sighed. I am determined to get the quota for the spirit pool. Li Fan said seriously. The Wanhua Commercial Association is not a local trade association of the Misthaven Ocean, but comes from a continent tens of thousands of miles away. The association is said to have the backing of an immortal teacher, so it can easily cross the endless ocean and come to this remote Misthaven Ocean to do business. Since Yin Yuzhen connected with the Wanhua Commercial Association over 10 years ago, the two sides have been trading with each other over the years. And it was through the Wanhua Commercial Association that Tianbao Building was able to quickly digest the large amount of treasures brought back by Li Fan and turn them into profits. There is 1 year of preparation time left. The traveling merchant from the Wanhua Commercial Association should pass by the Misthaven Ocean in about 3 months. I can contact him then. Yin Yuzhen said, we also can't put all our hopes on the Wanhua Commercial Association. In the past year, Liuli Island has taken in many refugees from other islands. These refugees come from all over the Misthaven Ocean. It's possible that some of them know what star sea sand is, so we could ask them. The other forces on the island are also looking for this star sea sand, so we need to keep a close watch on them. If they find something, we can follow suit. Li Fan made the decision. With the announcement of the materials needed for the spirit cleansing pond, the surface of Liuli Island remained calm, but beneath it stirred with silent currents. Even ordinary people who were indifferent to this matter now knew that the big powers on the island were all searching for something called star sea sand. Despite Li Fan's undercover inquiries coming up empty, he received an unexpected visit from a guest one day. It was Xiao Hung, the person from the separating realm whom Li Fan met when he first arrived in the immortal cultivation world. Have a seat. Li Fan poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Hung looked at Li Fan's current residence with envy and nostalgia in his eyes. I wonder what you're looking for me for. His impression of Xiao Hung is not bad, so he asked in a friendly voice. Xiao Hung first looked around cautiously, then leaned in and whispered, I heard that older brother Li is also looking for star sea sand? Li Fan's eyes narrowed. Indeed. I am getting old and want to cultivate, so I have to rely on the spirit cleansing pond. You know this thing? Xiao Hung swallowed, nodded. Yes, when the immortal teacher descended on Dali, he promised to bring a group of people to the immortal cultivation world as long as they gathered the materials he needed. Among them is the star sea sand. Li Fan was taken aback, then said in confusion, Really? Why don't I remember this? Previously, Li Fan had asked the group from Dali, and they all claimed ignorance, hence his question. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hung looked slightly embarrassed. At the time of the public announcement, several items had already been removed from the list, as designated quotas were allocated to the major families in Dali. What my family needed to collect was this star sea sand. Li Fan slowly nodded. Speak, what are your terms? Li Fan asked directly. Seeing Li Fan's straightforwardness, Xiao Hung appeared somewhat embarrassed, his face turning red as he explained. When you funded the burial of Chang Yu, you essentially did me a favor. I shouldn't be like this, but living on Liuli Island is really tough. I don't have your skills, and I'm still living in the slums on the outskirts of the city, enduring hard labor every day to sustain my life. As Xiao Hung rambled on, Li Fan gently interrupted him with a smile. No need to say more. I understand your difficulties. I am determined to get this item. As long as you can provide the clues, feel free to make any demands, and I will try my best to meet them. Xiao Hung was very grateful. In that case, thank you, brother. He paused for a moment, then said somewhat sentimentally, Actually, this item is not rare. It just has a different name in the immortal teacher's vocabulary than in the mortal worlds. Of course, if it weren't for the accompanying material descriptions that came with the list, I wouldn't have known that the so-called star sea sand is actually just meteoric iron. When Li Fan heard this, he pondered carefully, and then suddenly realized star sea sand. I see. But can it be any meteoric iron? Are there any other specific requirements? Yes, Tnir are. Xiao Hung nodded repeatedly, then slowly explained the specific requirements one by one. First of all, the meteoric iron must look good. If the surface is pockmarked, it won't do. Secondly, a single piece must weigh at least 50 caddies. Furthermore, as Li Fan listened, he engraved these details in his spirit consciousness. When Xiao Hung had finished speaking, Li Fan didn't forget his promise. Speak, what do you want? Xiao Hung whispered, I just want a decent courtyard and a slightly relaxed job. Of course, it would be even better if there were a few maids. Li Fan had prepared for Xiao Hung to make outrageous demands, but he didn't expect him to be satisfied with such simple requests. He couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Who would have thought that the son of King Zhen would have such low demands? Feel free to ask for more. I can still put in a good word at Tianbao Building. Xiao Hung refused politely. I'm aware of my own abilities. Being able to eat and live well without having to work so hard is contentment enough for me. If I suddenly acquired wealth that would make others jealous, it would only invite disaster. Li Fan nodded and did not insist any further. The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit longer before Xiao Hung bid him farewell. Do you have any plans to cultivate? After all, having come all this way to the immortal cultivation world, it would be a shame not to try, wouldn't it? As they were parting, Li Fan suddenly asked, We'll see in the future. I'm really not interested in cultivation, and reading the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra makes me sleepy. I don't know how long it will take to completely remove the miasma. Xiao Hung answered listlessly, then left without looking back. After seeing off Xiao Hung, Li Fan hurried to Tianbao Building. After meeting Yin Yuzhen, Li Fan repeated Xiao Heng's speeches about star sea sand. Star sea sand is meteoric iron? That's simple. Yin Yuzhen was surprised. Is this Xiao Hung person reliable? He should not be lying. Li Fan confirmed. But we can't not verify it. Li Fan suddenly changed the topic. You said that the merchant from the Wanhua Commercial Association will be coming to Liuli Island soon, right? We could try to probe the truth from him then. That's a good idea. Agreed, Yin Yuzhen. It'd be great if we could save some expense. Anyway, we have to secretly purchase the meteoric iron that meets the requirements as soon as possible. Right now, not many people know about it, but that might change soon. Also, when purchasing, other materials must also be bought in order to confuse and mislead people. At the same time, we can spread false news about star sea sand in the market to muddle the waters. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan instructed carefully again. To ensure the quota for the spirit cleansing pond, Li Fan needed to have a foolproof plan. Uncle, you're really not simple. I only knew you were a spirit treasure body before, but I didn't expect you to be this resourceful. When Yin Yuzhen saw Li Fan's systematic arrangements, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Uncle, what did you do before? Yin Yuzhen couldn't resist asking. I was just a teacher. Li Fan brushed her off. Yin Yuzhen wore an expression of disbelief. All right, the matter is handed over to you. I have to go cultivate. Don't disturb me unless there's a special situation. All right, also handle the matter I promised Xiaohong. Fortune. Why is it always good fortune? Yin Yuzhen stared at the direction where Li Fan left, looking puzzled. Ever since she met Li Fan, every task Li Fan delegated showed signs of good fortune in her premonitions. It almost made Yin Yuzhen think her ability to sense good and bad luck had malfunctioned. You should know that before meeting Li Fan, she had never experienced any good fortune. On the contrary, when she intended to swallow the dust escape pill and embark on the path of cultivation, her premonition sensed extreme danger and definite death lying ahead, a sign of major disaster. Li Fan was casually examining the object in his hand. At a glance, it does seem like an ordinary blue Liuli sphere. However, upon closer examination, one could discern the radiance circulating in the sphere. It seemed as though a vast ocean is gestating within. Natural treasure, ocean pearl initial stage. Where there is the passing of an ocean, a new ocean would be born. Li Fan was taken aback. He'd never expected to encounter a natural treasure here. A natural treasure in its growth stage. no less, still yet to reach maturity. Li Fan suppressed his intense emotions and replaced the ocean pearl at its original spot. He pretended to not care and started to explore the other items around. Up until when Wu Xingzu declared the end of the time allowed, he hadn't looked back at the ocean pearl again. Yin Yuzhen walked out with a few items, looking both regretful and excited. Aren't you going to pick a few items? This is a rare opportunity given by Wu Xingzu. Once it's gone, it's gone. Yin Yuzhen noticed that Li Fan's hands were empty and couldn't help but comment. Wu Xingzu also said, Manager Yin is right. It doesn't make sense to not take anything valuable when you're on a treasure mountain. Isn't that underestimating me? Wu Xingzu? Li Fan thought to himself that it's a good thing they mentioned it, or else he would have had to. Then, I'd be remiss not to. He walked towards the location of the ocean pearl, picked a jade statue, and casually took the ocean pearl with it as well. I'll take these too, Li Fan said nonchalantly. The statue was a carved figure of an ancient tree. Wu Xingzu glanced at it and commented, You have good taste. The ancient tree jade carving was found on a remote island in the most northern part of Misthaven Ocean. The villagers worshipped this jade statue for thousands of years. It is quite magical. Ordinary folks keep it at home for calming the mind and invigorating the body. Wu Xingzu praised the jade carving, but stopped at a glance at the ocean pearl. Thank you for your generosity, Li Fan replied politely, feeling quite pleased. And what about this one? Li Fan toyed with the ocean pearl and asked. Oh, this one. I got it from fishermen on Luyan Island. Wu Xingzu recalled while thinking, There is nothing special about this, but I took it simply because it looked unique. Luyan Island? Li Fan made a mental note of that name, then hurriedly changed the subject. Manager Yin, what did you choose? Wu Xingzu's attention immediately shifted to Yin Yuzhen. Seeing the painting, jade bracelets, and gemstone Yin Yuzhen had chosen, he excitingly started introducing the story behind those items to the other two. Li Fan listened half-heartedly. All his attention was on the natural artifact, the ocean pearl. While still dazed by the natural treasure, the parties completed the exchange. Tianhua Commerce Guild acquired a large number of treasured items, and Yin Yuzhen gained a significant amount of gold and silver. Manager Yin, until we meet again, Wu Xingzu expressed his sentiment and drove the Wanhua flying ship out of their sight. On the way back, despite Yin Yuzhen's great harvest, she was still worried. Are you concerned about the future dealings of Tianbao Building? Li Fan asked. Indeed, with Wanhua Commerce Association gone, we've lost an important selling channel. I'm afraid that the profits of Tianbao Building will suffer a great loss, Yin Yuzhen lamented. We really don't know why Wanhua Commercial Corporation suddenly decided to leave Misthaven Ocean. There must be a way out. There's no need to be too worried. At the moment, Li Fan couldn't think of a good plan, so he tried to reassure her. Yin Yuzhen nodded her head in acknowledgement, but it was clear that she was not convinced. After returning to Liuli Island, Li Fan bade farewell to Yin Yuzhen and hurried back to the listening ghost building. Once he had locked the entrance door securely, Li Fan took out the ocean pearl back in his room. The original aim of this trip was to verify whether the Star Sea sand was made from meteoric iron. I didn't expect to gain such a treasure. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Li Fan looked at the ocean pearl in his hand, unable to contain his joy. But I wonder, what's so special about this ocean pearl? According to Li Fan's understanding, every natural treasure represents a certain characteristic or law of heaven and earth. The curled dragon branch could significantly consume and absorb energy. Rusted sword Daoxian represented uncompromising will and possessed the ability to delay rusting. The broken steel was inscribed with commands directing one's actions. What would this small Liuli bead possibly hold? Why is it named Ocean? Could it really contain a whole ocean? Li Fan held up the ocean pearl, completely immersed in the profound blue color. It made him dazzled and lost in reverie. Regrettably, despite half a day of research, Li Fan still couldn't uncover the unique aspect of the ocean pearl. Perhaps only an immortal cultivator could glimpse its secret. With a long sigh, Li Fan reluctantly stored the ocean pearl carefully. Should he absorb it now? Li Fan also hesitated for a while. However, based on the feedback from Real, the Ocean Pearl was still in its initial stage, and if he absorbs it now, it might only increase 1 to 2% of the charging progress. He figured it would do better to wait and let it reach maturity before he absorbed it. He was not worried about losing it now that it was in his possession. After some time, Li Fan managed to calm himself down from the thrill of acquiring a natural treasure. Once calm, Li Fan immersed himself back into the cultivation of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra. A few days later, Li Fan was awakened by an urgent knocking on the door. It was still dark out. Who could possibly be visiting him at this time? Cautiously, Li Fan fetched a dagger, hid it in his sleeve, and went to open the door. "Who is it?" "Brother Li, it's me." The voice of Xiao Hung came from outside the door. "What is this kid doing, looking for me at such a time? Could it be that the residential property I promised him at Tianbao building isn't ready yet?" A hint of suspicion flashed across Li Fan's mind, but he still opened the door and let Xiao Hung in. Xiao Hung's face carried signs of panic. "Let's sit down and talk." The pair got themselves seated indoors. Then Xiao Hung burst out, "Brother Li, something bad happened. Our illegally entered status has been revealed." "Who let the cat out of the bag?" Li Fan, surprised, asked aloud. "We don't know. But now everyone on the island knows we're not native residents of the world of cultivation and that we snuck in through Tianbao building. They say that the immortal teachers are furious and want to have us arrested and executed. Some of us have gotten extremely scared and fled on boats at the break of night. The rest of us don't know what to do. They all say that, Brother Li, you surely have some ideas, so they told me to hurry over here to talk to you," Xiao Hung explained hurriedly. After hearing the story, Li Fan thought for a moment, then lightly chuckled. "No need to worry. This incident isn't that bad." Xiao Hung was stunned. "Brother Li, why do you say so?" Li Fan gave a cold laugh. "Since when do authorities give criminals prior notice before arresting them? If they really wanted to kill you, you'd be already dead. How would they let you know, then allow you to escape and strategize? Brother Li, are you suggesting that they deliberately leaked this news to intimidate us?" After hearing Li Fan's words, a look of realization flashed across Xiao Heng's face. "But why would they do that?" He wore a confused look on his face. "In my opinion, this incident is probably not aimed at us." Li Fan suddenly stood up. "They're targeting Tianbao building." Without explaining much to Xiao Hung and assuring him to ease his worry, Li Fan immediately rushed to Tianbao building. Yin Yuzhen was somewhat surprised by Li Fan's sudden visit. After hearing the reason why Li Fan came, Yin Yuzhen explained the ins and outs of the situation with an annoyed expression. As it turns out, after several months of investigation, the various forces on Liuli Island finally discovered that the star sea sand was meteorite iron. However, when they intended to gather the meteorite iron, they found that all the star sea sand within the sea area of Liuli Island had been swept clean by Tianbao building. The previous chaotic situation on the market of Liuli Island was the result of Tianbao building's secret dealings. Tianbao building is treating everyone like fools. Humiliated and angry, they made a fuss at the island master, hoping for justice. Yin Yuzhen boldly defended herself, arguing that her behavior was a legitimate business competition. The island master also believed that while Yin Yuzhen's methods were somewhat extreme, the competition for the spirit cleansing pond was all fair game. As long as they could gather all the materials required by the immortal teacher, no matter how outlandish their methods, it was permissible. As a result, the island master did not penalize Tianbao building, but instead reprimanded those who caused the trouble. How could these people accept this? So, a few days later, rumors began to circulate on the island about Tianbao building secretly smuggling mortals. The rumors became more absurd as they spread, as if Tianbao building was about to be blamed by the immortal teacher and wiped out tomorrow. So how serious is this matter, exactly? Will the immortal teacher really blame us? After understanding the situation, Li Fan couldn't help but ask. That's the tricky part of this matter. Yin Yuzhen furrowed her eyebrows. The so-called unpredictable punishment results in immeasurable power. The act of helping mortals smuggle has never been explicitly prohibited, but this matter is inevitably tabooed. It can't be made public. Furthermore, about 10 years ago, an immortal teacher happened to stumble upon such a smuggling act. In his anger, he killed all the mortals present. Henceforth, everyone tacitly conducted this smuggling business in secret. So, what's the disposition of the immortal teacher stationed on Liuli Island? What's his attitude towards this matter? Li Fan subsequently asked. The Liuli Island master, he seldom shows himself. I've only seen him a few times, so it's hard to gauge his attitude. But judging from the methods he used to handle mortal affairs in the past, he is not a soft-hearted person, answered Yushin in a grave tone. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Li Fan finally let out a sigh. Li Fan knew that no matter how much he strategized, in the face of absolute power disparity, everything was in vain. He had no solution for such a destabilizing factor that was like a ticking time bomb. A thought crossed Li Fan's mind as he recalled the vast amount of immortal ordinary miasma stored in a certain cabin of the Taiyin boat. If I were in a Xian and had thousands of death warriors at my disposal, then perhaps I might stand a chance. Unfortunately. But quickly, he suppressed this dangerous thought. Let's set up a meeting. This matter should not be blown up too much, Li Fan suggested. Yes, I think so too, Yushin replied. All they want is for us to hand over some of the Star Sea sand. After all, we took the initiative and gathered a lot, so we might as well throw out a portion of it and let them fight amongst themselves. They will surely start fighting soon, Li Fan snorted. There's no such thing as an unbreakable alliance in this world. 3 days later, Tianbao Building arranged a meeting with the various forces on Liuli Island and proposed the following conditions. Tianbao Building agreed to give up a portion of the Star Sea sand, but it would require the other party to exchange items of equal value. At the same time, how the Star Sea sand was divided among all families was to be determined by them. Lastly, they must ensure that Tianbao Building would get a spot in the spirit cleansing pond. The conditions were not too harsh, so after some discussion, both parties quickly reached a reconciliation. After all, there was no deep hatred between the two parties. They were just competing for a spot in the spirit cleansing pond. Thus, by paying the price of dozens of meteorite pieces, Tianbao Building successfully extracted itself from this chaotic situation. Almost immediately that day, the rumors about smuggling on the island disappeared without a trace, and the other forces began to openly and secretly fight over the dozens of meteorite pieces, neglecting Tianbao Building. Time flies. The day of the spirit cleansing pond opening was quickly approaching. After finishing the inventory of the materials submitted by all the families, the spots in the spirit cleansing pond were finally confirmed. There were a total of 13 spots in the pond this time, with one of them belonging to Tianbao Building. With the matter settled, Li Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just waiting for the spirit pond to open, Li Fan could then eliminate all the toxins from his body, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. He had been waiting for this day for too long. So, even for someone as composed as Li Fan, he couldn't help but feel excited. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 42/99. Mental age, 505/12991. Void transformation energy progress, 121%. Anchor energy progress, 51%. Current anchor count, 1. Bound items. The golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. Taiyin boat, sea step monument, damaged. Li Fan looked at the I-Real panel. After 2 years of transformation, his physical age had reached the limit of 99 years, showing no signs of further growth. On the other hand, due to his incessant practicing of the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, his mental age limit was still growing slowly. He wondered what changes would occur after the Spirit Pond baptism. Li Fan was quite expectant. The day of the Spirit Pond opening finally arrived. On this day, Li Fan took the dust escape pill given by Yushin. Guided by a specialist, he entered the array in the center of Liuli Island. And of the 13 people who entered the central array, Aside from Li Fan, all were teenagers. They had been instructed not to speak casually and simply observe their surroundings with excited and curious eyes. The moment they stepped into the array, their environment was drastically different from Liuli Island. It was as if they had been transported from a bustling city to a dense forest in an instant, surrounded by lush trees and filled with the sounds of birds and insects. Looking into the distance, countless peaks intertwined and the mountainside undulated. A slight breeze blew through, rustling the leaves, the sound echoing continuously. Li Fan and the others were standing at the foot of a mountain at this moment. Looking up, the mountaintop was hidden in a thick cloud, invisible to the eye. They all began to climb up the ancient stone steps and continued without rest for 2 hours. The teenagers, all of robust constitution, climbed for so long without even the smallest pant for breath. But Li Fan, due to his older age and perhaps a lack of recent exercise, was drenched in sweat and just barely managed to keep up without falling behind. After another hour, everyone finally reached the top of the mountain. The mountaintop was just a small clearing, and everyone was standing scattered, a little crowded. This peak was the tallest among the surrounding mountains, and all around there was nothing but a vast sea of white clouds. The wind howled and the sea of clouds rolled, occasionally revealing the tops of islands-like mountains. All these teenagers were born and raised in a sea, and they had never seen such a magnificent scene before. They all stood in awe, lost in thought. For Li Fan, this scenery appeared ordinary. He squinted and observed the sun in the sky. They had already been in the array for half a day, but the position of the sun hadn't changed at all. This probably was a part of some kind of illusion. "How is the view?" Suddenly, a voice spoke beside them. The teenagers were startled, but soon they all reacted. "Greetings to the immortal teacher." They bowed in greeting. Li Fan also followed suit and saluted. The one who showed up was naturally Master He, the one who guards Liuli Island. This man appeared to be around 30 years old, was dressed in a green robe. With kindly brows, a smiling face, and an amiable demeanor, he really looked like a good old man. Seeing that the immortal teacher was not as frightening as rumored, one of the teenagers boldly plucked up the courage to answer. "The scenery here is magnificent and worthy of being a sacred place for immortals. I have never seen such a strange and awe-inspiring sight. It's breathtaking." Master He was grinning from ear to ear, but his next words instantly quieted the young people present in the group. "When I first came to Liuli Island, this mountain was situated at the back of the mountains, far below the sea of clouds." The teenagers were silenced by Master He's words. After a moment of silence, one of them began to shower him with praise. "The immortal teacher's divine technique is truly unfathomable, being able to make the mountain taller." Master He let out a laugh. "I'm just a humble foundation establishment stage. Cultivator, how could I have such capability?" The teenager who had just flattered him immediately flushed in embarrassment and lowered his head in shame. The rest of the guys were also baffled and unsure of what Master He's statement meant. But Li Fan, who had been looking at the countless mountain peaks in the cloud sea, seemed to be deep in thought. "Did you know that the mountains of the world can gradually grow taller, just like people?" Master He didn't leave them in suspense any longer and slowly explained. The teenagers all stared with their mouths wide open, their faces full of disbelief. "That's really too incredible." Really? Could it be that these mountains and rivers are also alive? Although the fact that mountains can grow taller was shocking, since this was stated by their lordly immortal teacher, the teenagers naturally chose to believe it. But their faces all turned pale, and it took some time for them to accept this reality. Master He continued, "Some mountain peaks, although seemingly tall, have exhausted their lifespan and can't grow taller anymore. Some may be just small mounds now, but they have limitless potential. Who knows, after several years, they might grow to become a towering pillar. Just like the Shao Wei Mountain under our feet, it was insignificant back in the day, but in just a few decades it has become so tall that it overlooks all the other mountains. Of course, most mountains, like the countless peaks under the sea of clouds, only serve as background, silently looking up to the mountains above the sea of clouds. If this is the case for mountains, what about people? Today, you guys are fortunate enough to step into the spirit pool and cleanse the miasma on your bodies. Whether you can step onto the Immortal Path and even have a chance at the Eternal Life path, and what achievements you will have in the future, all depend on your individual destiny. Looking at the confused faces of the teenagers, Mastery sighed. No matter what happens in the future, today you must make an all-out effort. Enough talk, off you go. Immortal Teacher, where is the spirit cleansing pond? Although they didn't quite understand the meaning of Mastery's words, they still understood they could finally enter the spirit cleansing pond. With their young excitement, one of them eagerly asked, "It's right there," Mastery said calmly. Everyone followed his gaze, and where he pointed, it was clearly beyond the tiny area at the top of the mountain. It was at the edge of a cliff. Is the Immortal Teacher joking? A teenager couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mastery's expression changed, and with a cold snort, without showing any action, that teenager's head was sent flying high, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Blood splattered, staining everyone nearby. This sudden scene shocked the teenagers. Some people were so frightened they wanted to scream, but they tightly covered their mouths, trembling and pale. Some were scared to the point where their bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. Some immediately fell to their knees and bowed their heads to Master He, apologizing. I'll teach you guys one more lesson. When you start your cultivation in the future, having a broad perspective is also very important. You need to figure out who you can insult, who you cannot offend, what you can say, and what you cannot. Don't wait until the day you meet your doom and then blame me for not warning you. Master He looked sternly at the teenagers. His demeanor had completely changed from his previously friendly image. Li Fan watched this drama unfold. Seeing the varying reactions of the teenagers, he knew that this lesson from Master He would leave a deep impression on them. Not just the teenagers, but even Li Fan himself gained a new insight from Master He's speech. He deeply bowed to Master He and sincerely said, "Thank you for your instruction." Then he turned around and walked to the edge of the mountain. In front of him was a cliff thousands of feet high. One misstep would lead to certain death. But Li Fan did not hesitate or falter. He took a step off the cliff with a stoic expression. He did not fall. The sea of clouds beneath him, as if conscious, rolled up and came under Li Fan's foot, steadily supporting him. He stepped out with his other foot, and once he was stable, he was whisked away into the depths of the sea of clouds by the rolling white clouds. Looking at Li Fan's disappearing figure, Master He couldn't help but murmur. He has an excellent mindset. It's just a shame that he's quite old. What a pity. The group of youngsters watched Li Fan disappear as if riding on clouds and mist, suddenly realizing the truth in Master He's words. They felt a bit embarrassed for doubting him previously. Those who enter the spirit pool first will receive more spiritual liquid. You all should go now, Master He said with a softened face to the group of youngsters. Therefore, the youngsters rushed towards the cloud sea, each vying to be the first. Surrounded by the dense cloud sea, Li Fan felt like he'd lost his direction. The surrounding white clouds continually gathered around him, becoming thicker and denser. In a matter of moments, they congealed into a white spiritual liquid that enveloped Li Fan. Being in the spiritual liquid, Li Fan did not feel suffocated, but rather incredibly warm and comfortable. Like a fetus in its mother's womb, Li Fan's mind gradually relaxed entirely. Warm and gentle air flowed over every inch of his skin, drilling into his pores and infiltrating his body. His body and soul felt like they were submerged in warm water, and he could barely suppress the urge to moan in comfort. But then, the warmth turned into searing heat. The heat became scorching. The scorching turned into an intense, fiery roast. Caught off guard, Li Fan let out a wail of pain. In that instant, he lost control over his body. He felt a lava-like heat flowing wantonly through his body, tearing and drilling into every nerve. This pain was simply unbearable for a human being. Li Fan instinctively wanted to scream real, but he grimly held back. I've longed for this moment for 300 years. No matter what, I will never give up. I want to become an immortal. I want eternal life. Li Fan's consciousness fragmented under the immense pain, but a stubborn belief held him together, preventing him from collapsing. The hot current circulated within his body, seemingly endless. With each circulation, the level of destruction and pain increased. By the end, this pain was beyond words. Agony like a blade endlessly sliced at Li Fan's soul, repeating the cycle endlessly with no sign of stopping. Even with Li Fan's strong will, he gradually lost the ability to resist under such acute pain. Slowly, Li Fan's consciousness began to fade. His consciousness began to disperse. Even at this moment, the stubborn belief within Li Fan held him back, preventing him from initiating real. His consciousness was almost entirely blank. Cultivation, eternal life, purging the miasma, the spirit pool, Lily Island, natural treasures, real. All these thoughts gradually dissipated with the silence of Li Fan's consciousness. Instinct replaced self, and so the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, which Li Fan painstakingly practiced incessantly day and night since he came to Lily Island, automatically started to run. With the running of the heart-clearing mantra, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to find an anchor and began to recongregate and strengthen. Though he was still in a state of unconsciousness, he held steadfast, like a rock confronting the sea, standing firm against the fiercest wind and waves. 3 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Of the 13 who entered the spirit-cleansing pond, 11 had already come out. Only 4 of the 11 people had successfully expelled the miasma from their bodies. The remaining 7 couldn't endure the excruciating pain and failed. Besides the one unfortunate soul who had tragically died, the one remaining person who had not yet appeared was naturally Li Fan. He Jinghao, sensing the faint presence from within the spirit pond purification array, was becoming more and more surprised. As the cultivator in charge of the spirit pond purification array, he was fully aware of the excruciating pain one experiences when the immortal ordinary miasma is expelled from a mortal body. The immortal ordinary miasma was deeply embedded in a mortal's bloodstream, existing alongside flesh and blood since embryonic formation. As mortals gradually grow, the immortal ordinary miasma becomes more closely intertwined with their flesh and blood. This spirit pond purification array was created by the Eastern Supreme Celestial, one of the leaders of the alliance of thousands of immortals. It forces the miasma out by thoroughly destroying the body, then reconstructs the body using regenerative power. This process is repeated until all the miasma within the body is completely eliminated. The older one gets, the more difficult it is to separate the miasma from the flesh and blood. Thus, more destruction and reconstruction are required to completely remove the immortal, ordinary miasma. The pain endured during this process is unimaginable. Having overseen the array on Lioli Island for over 50 years, He Jinghao has seen the oldest person to successfully complete the purification process at the age of 31. He believed that someone of Li Fan's age had no hope of success. But now, Li Fan's performance is greatly unexpected. This man's determination is terrifyingly strong. If he can successfully complete the purification process, reaching the foundation establishment phase will not be difficult, perhaps even the gold core. He Jinghao's eyes shimmered. Perhaps I can establish an early bond of goodwill. At that moment, He Jinghao sent the rest of the people out of the array first, leaving him alone to wait for Li Fan. 3 more days passed, and He Jinghao, watching the still absent Li Fan, was somewhat lost for words with astonishment. If he couldn't still sense Li Fan's stable vitality within the array, He Jinghao would have rushed in long ago. But right now, he had no choice but to wait since the purification array couldn't be arbitrarily interrupted. 3 more days passed. He Jinghao's face became somewhat ugly. He had no idea what kind of monster he encountered that could persist in the spirit pond purification array for so long. What's worse, the materials maintaining the operation of the array were running out. If there aren't enough materials, the array will be forcibly terminated, which could have unpredictable consequences, perhaps even nullifying all previous efforts. Logically speaking, even if the array was terminated now, it would only be considered Li Fan's bad luck, and it wouldn't have anything to do with him, He Jinghao. However, thinking of Li Fan's terrifyingly strong determination, He Jinghao's face changed several times. No matter, let's just gamble on the boy's exceptional achievements in the future. Having said that, He Jinghao formed a sign with his hand, and one by one, items flew out of his storage ring, disappearing into the depths of the cloud. See, fortunately, I always secretly kept an extra portion of these materials, He Jinghao murmured, watching with pain as his storage ring emptied by a small amount. 2 more days passed, and finally, the rolling cloud sea gradually calmed down. The white clouds fluttered, bringing Li Fan back to the top of the mountain. After scanning with his spiritual sense and seeing that Li Fan's body had no miasma left, He Jinghao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, my young friend. From now on you are free of all constraints. Longevity within reach, said He Jinghao warmly. Feeling better than he ever had, Li Fan was still getting used to his new body. However, he was a bit puzzled to see a sudden change in the attitude of Master. Although he had purged the immortal ordinary miasma from his body, he was still a mere mortal since he hadn't yet started formal cultivation. Why was he being so polite to him? Li Fan looked at He Jinghao with puzzled eyes. He Jinghao understood what was on Li Fan's mind and told him about how he had stayed in the spirit pond for 11 full days. What? I was in there for so long. Li Fan was genuinely surprised this time. Yes, my young friend, you probably don't know that the materials for the array were going to be used up long ago. It is because I made a significant investment and added another portion for you, said He Jinghao, claiming credit. At this moment, Li Fan was deeply moved. Not because of He Jinghao's selfless contribution, but because he noticed that he had an extra technique on his real panel. It was not the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra that Li Fan had been cultivating before, but the mystic yellow heart refining mantra. After purging the miasma within his body, Li Fan's properties underwent significant changes. Name, Li Fan. Stage, mortal. Physical age, 42/1201. Mental age, 505/20531. Void transformation progress, 121%. Anchor charging progress, 51%. Current anchor quantity, 1. Bound items. The golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. Tie-in boat, halted steel, damaged. Techniques, mystic yellow heart refining mantra. The upper limit of his physical age broke through the threshold of 100 and seemed to maintain a rising trend for the time being. What thrilled Li Fan even more was the twofold increase in the upper limit of his mental age, reaching over 2,000 years. Such a result could not possibly be achieved merely by the spirit cleansing. Pond. Could it be because of the mysterious appearance of the mystic yellow heart refining mantra? Li Fan was also clueless as to why the Xianhuang inner peace spell had turned into the heart-refining mantra. When he was in the spirit-cleansing pond, he lost almost all consciousness due to the unbearable pain. He was not sure what exactly happened afterward. However, now wasn't the time to scrutinize it in detail. Li Fan steadied his mind and said to He Jinghao, "I'll never forget your kindness, immortal teacher. I will repay you in due course." He Jinghao had been waiting for Li Fan's promise, so his tone softened even more. "My friend, what are you talking about? The immortal way is challenging. I just did my best to help." He took out a book and handed it to Li Fan. After purging the miasma, the next step is to feel the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy and draw it into one's body. If you can condense the first wisp of spiritual energy within you, it means you have entered the energy refining stage. Then, you can formally be regarded as a cultivator. This technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits encapsulates the experiences of predecessors regarding sensing. Spiritual energy. You must study it thoroughly. He then took out a small, square spirit symbol, earnestly handing it to Li Fan. This is the dust escape talisman. You must carry it with you before drawing qi into your body. Seeing that Li Fan had carefully accepted these two items, He Jinghao explained, "Although you have removed the miasma from your body, it's not a permanent solution. You still live among ordinary people and have to interact with mortals every day. Over time, you're bound to be recontaminated by the miasma. This dust escape talisman can help you isolate the miasma, but it cannot last long. It can only maintain for about 5 years. However, with your talent, breaking through to the energy refining stage within 5 years should not be a difficult task," He Jinghao said with a smile. "Once you break through to the energy refining stage, come find me on this island. At that time, I will take you to the alliance of thousands of immortals stationed in the Misthaven Ocean, the 10,000 Immortals Island. Once you get to the island, you can choose a suitable technique to continue your cultivation." He Jinghao thoroughly briefed Li Fan about the things to be aware of during the process of drawing qi into the body. Li Fan committed all of it to memory attentively. After finishing his explanation, Li Fan tactfully bid his farewell and left. "I hope this time will yield some results." Watching Li Fan's fading figure, He Jinghao muttered to himself. Then He Jinghao looked at the peak beneath his feet, shook his head, and said, "Its potential is exhausted. It's time to find another mountain." After saying this, he flew to the sky above the clouds sea, swung his long sleeves, and gathered all the rolling clouds into his sleeves. Looking at the continuous mountains below, He Jinghao started selecting the peak that would grow the highest in the next 100 years. The technique that He Jinghao practiced was called the mountain seeding secret. The most significant feature of the mountain seeding secret was to sit on the mountain and enjoy its growth. Select a peak, sit on its top, run the technique. After several years, one can merge their qi with the mountain's aura. From then onwards, for each increase in the mountain's height, the practitioner's cultivation will be nourished correspondingly and improved. Conversely, if the chosen mountain's height does not increase afterward, it would mean a waste of a decade of hard-earned cultivation time. Apart from benefiting from the rise of the mountains, one could also benefit from helping others. Just like when he helped Li Fan, if Li Fan could break through to the energy refining stage in the future, he would receive feedback indirectly, enhancing his cultivation. This was not about stealing other people's cultivation, but more similar to the idea that when one person achieves enlightenment, everyone around them benefits. The growth of the mountain brings forth the growth of the trees on it, and the growth of a giant also elevates everything around it. Of course, compared to mountains and rivers, the conditions for helping people are not so strict. There is no need to bind yourself to one person, and you can spread the net wide. However, the initial investment determines how much return you will receive in the future. Therefore, whenever he meets promising juniors, He Jinghao never hesitates to lend them a hand. After exiting the central array of Lioli Island, Li Fan returned to the listening ghost tower without attracting anyone's attention. After purging the miasma, Li Fan felt very different from before. It was as if he had become a dozen years younger, and both his vision and hearing had improved significantly. He could even sense the pure energy flowing through heaven and earth. Is this the spiritual energy? Li Fan was overjoyed in his heart. After drawing qi into his body, he would become an energy-refining cultivator. Li Fan couldn't wait to cultivate day and night. But before that, he needed to check the mysteriously appeared mystic yellow heart refining mantra. After searching in his spirit consciousness, he did not find any new way of running the mantra. So, Li Fan decided to practice according to the method of the mysterious yellow heart purifying mantra. As soon as he started, Li Fan detected the difference between the heart-refining mantra and the heart-clearing mantra. Previously, when he practiced the heart-clearing mantra, he usually needed half an hour to gradually calm his mind and eliminate all other thoughts from his spirit consciousness. But once the heart-refining mantra was deployed, in just a moment, Li Fan felt his mind become as clear as a mirror. 3 years of practicing the heart-clearing mantra brought no visible benefits to Li Fan other than the evidence on the real panel. But when he practiced the heart-refining mantra, Li Fan clearly felt his spirit strengthening every second. Although the increase was minuscule, it was indeed happening. Li Fan was inexplicably delighted, but this was followed by numerous doubts. Why did the mysterious yellow heart-purifying mantra, which was commonplace in the immortal world and used to remove miasma, become this incredible mystic yellow heart refining mantra in my body? Do immortal laws prohibit the simultaneous practice of many techniques? Does this heart-refining mantra count as an immortal law? With his current knowledge about the immortal world, Li Fan didn't have any answer. However, Li Fan had a hunch that there was a huge secret hidden within. I must investigate this matter secretly when I have the chance, Li Fan thought to himself. Being one step away from stepping into the threshold of cultivators and a surprise acquisition of this mysterious technique, mystic yellow heart refining mantra, Li Fan couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. However, not long after, he received a letter. The news in the letter shattered his pride to pieces. Xiao Hung had succeeded in drawing qi into his body and had already gone to 10,000 Immortals Island. I am not interested in immortal cultivation practices. Li Fan could remember the indifferent expression on Xiao Heng's face as though it were yesterday when he said these words. How long has it been since then? How has he removed his inner miasma and advanced directly to the energy refining stage? Li Fan was overwhelmed with shock and bewilderment. He read over the letter Xiao Hung had sent him several times, and after going out and asking around, he finally had to unwillingly accept the reality. It turned out that despite Li Fan's earnest assurances that day, telling him that the rumors on the island were directed at Tianbao building, Xiao Hung still couldn't set his mind at ease after returning home. He had difficulty sleeping. Every time he closed his eyes, he seemed to see a horrifying scene where an immortal teacher descended from heaven and killed everyone on Liuli Island. For several days, Xiao Hung continued to be tormented by such thoughts. In deep pain, Xiao Hung finally made up his mind. In order to sleep peacefully and to be a cultivator no longer living in fear, he began to earnestly cultivate the mysterious yellow, heart-purifying mantra. To his surprise, once Xiao Hung concentrated, his cultivation progressed rapidly. With the assistance of medicine, he was able to completely eliminate his internal miasma in less than a month's time. Then he came to realize that the Heavenelv and Earthelv Esteritual Inners seemed like living beings, lingering and roaming around him affectionately. He was deeply fascinated by this scene, and his spirit indulged in it. After having a good night's sleep, he successfully drew this energy into his body. At first, he was a little unsure whether he had become the legendary immortal teacher. However, when he unintentionally killed a maidservant in his home during an intimate moment due to a sudden palpitation, Xiao Hung finally confirmed that he had become a cultivator. A clear distinction needs to be made between immortals and mortals. Although he had advanced to the energy refining stage, Xiao Hung was completely clueless about what he should do next. So he wanted to meet the presiding immortal teacher of Liuli Island. Unfortunately, at that time, He Jinghao was busy conducting the spirit pawn purification array and couldn't spare the time. Xiao Hung could only return home and wait patiently. After Li Fan came out of the spirit pool and He Jinghao finally had some free time, Xiao Hung finally got to meet him. Upon hearing Xiao Heng's experiences and conducting a careful investigation to confirm the truth of the matter, He Jinghao was delighted at first, but then began to regret something greatly. After a while, he cheered up and couldn't wait to take Xiao Hung to 10,000 Immortals Island. When Xiao Hung asked for leave to bid his friends goodbye, He Jinghao naturally agreed. Afterwards, Xiao Hung said goodbye to everyone one by one and then departed. As for Li Fan, Xiao Hung wanted to leave him, but he knew that Li Fan's heart was set on cultivating. It took him more than 3 years to succeed in purification. Not long ago, he had said plainly in front of Li Fan that he had no interest in immortal cultivation, but yet he had become an energy-refining cultivator in the blink of an eye. Embarrassed and not knowing how to face Li Fan, and also fearing that he might upset him, Xiao Hung left a letter, entrusting someone to deliver it over. Grateful for Li Fan's repeated help, Xiao told him that he would be waiting for him on 10,000 Immortals Island, and that he would definitely repay Li Fan in time. Today, I owe all my success to your kind protection. I heard that you've successfully removed the miasma, and you will undoubtedly break through to the energy refining stage soon. I will take a step ahead and await you on 10,000 Immortals Island. When we meet, I will not refuse your request, even if it means risking my life. Sincerely, Hung. Li Fan put down Xiao Heng's letter and exhaled. Is this what they call a person with exceptional natural talent in the legends? Without any assistance, he stumbled into the energy refining stage purely by accident. He was even able to sense the affection of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy toward him. Though he had long known that the talent of cultivators varies, and he himself was not particularly gifted, the feeling of having such a genius right by his side, it's truly unbearable. It seems Xiao Heng's worries are not groundless. If he had suddenly appeared in front of me just after I had succeeded in dispelling the immortal ordinary miasma, I might indeed have lost my composure. Li Fan gave a bitter smile, but it would merely have been a minor disturbance in his state of mind. Li Fan knew clearly that his reliance was never on his natural talent, but on the countless opportunities to start over granted by Real. Having Real on his side, no matter the genius, he had the confidence to crush them. However, this process might take a long time, requiring careful planning over lifetime after lifetime. The heart-refining spell started to rotate, bringing Li Fan's chaotic mind gradually to peace. He opened the technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits, given by He Jinghao, and began to read it slowly and carefully. The book states that in ancient times, there was the concept of spiritual roots. Back then, only mortals with spiritual roots could cultivate. There were common spiritual roots of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unusual attributes such as thunder, wind, and darkness. Those with a single spiritual root could cultivate quickly in the early stages. They specialized in corresponding techniques and could easily reach mastery. Those with numerous spiritual roots had slower progress, as they had to accommodate various attributes. They were likely to waste energy for naught. However, once a genius arises among them, evenly mastering multiple spiritual roots, their strength often surpasses those with single spiritual roots at the same stage. However, these are all tales of bygone days. In the ancient times, the immortal cultivation world believed in a unity path. Spiritual roots were gifts from the heaven, and only blessed individuals could sense the heaven-earth principle and had the qualification for immortal way cultivation. But the world consists of a vast majority of mortals, and only a few are blessed with spiritual roots. The majority could only dream about cultivating, far from reaching it. How unfair is this? Luckily, during the ancient times, the immortal teacher had imparted his teachings. The technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits recalls that the immortal teacher observed the heavens, regarded the earth, standing in front of countless mortals longing for immortality, and imparted the secrets of longevity. The immortal teacher declared, "To become immortal, why should Path seek the acceptance of heaven? If heaven does not give it to me, I will take it myself. If you follow heaven, you remain mortal. If you resist heaven, you become an immortal." Ordinary people, coveting longevity, do not need to pursue unity with heaven, but must compete with it. Thus, the immortal teacher established his teachings and imparted his Tao to the public. That is the way of cultivation adhered to by today's immortal cultivation world. The way to immortality is as follows. Absorb the spirit of heaven and earth to master its energy. Borrow the wonder of heaven and earth to build the Tao foundation. Peep the law of heaven and earth to refine the golden pill. Snatch the essence of heaven and earth to form the nascent soul. Extract the marrow of heaven and earth to gain its spirit. Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to merge with the way. Go against the logic of heaven and earth to attain longevity. With a small thud, the technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits fell to the ground. Li Fan picked it up with trembling hands, unable to conceal his shock. The way of immortality in this world is completely different from what he had imagined. It could even be said it was a bit appalling. No wonder, ever since he came into contact with the cultivators of this world, he had felt something strange. It seemed as if the heavenly Tao of this world harbored a faint malice towards the cultivators. Whether it was the rule that the immortal techniques could not be cultivated concurrently, or the spectacle that when a cultivator died, their death would illuminate thousands of miles like a broadcast, or the immortal ordinary miasma in human bodies that could severely harm cultivators. It all hinted at this. Now, having come into contact with the immortal cultivation world, the mystery finally unraveled. Go against the logic of heaven and earth to attain longevity. Li Fan muttered softly and took a deep breath. The descriptions of the immortal way and the technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits made Li Fan feel more and more horrified the more he read. Everything seemed relatively normal up until the golden core stage. With the consumption of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, the emulation of earth's oddities, and the peeping of the law of heaven and earth. However, when it came to the nascent soul stage, things started to go crazy. Stealing the essence of heaven and earth, extracting the pith of heaven and earth, and offering the spirit of heaven and earth, even up to the point of going contrary to the logic of heaven and earth. Simply reading these phrases would make anyone's heart jump out in fear. The heavenly Tao is high above, nurturing all beings. The cultivators who practice in such a way are essentially antagonizing heaven, acting against all principles. What does this mean? Don't these cultivators know? However, the progress that can be made through this cultivation method is too rapid. The book records that since the sovereign immortal began to teach, a large number of mortals who were originally unable to cultivate have risen to prominence in just a few decades. Golden core, nascent soul, and God transformation cultivators emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. The prosperity of the immortal cultivation world at that time was truly staggering, with golden cores scattered across the land and nascent souls worthless as dogs. How many of the immortality cultivators who originally adhered to the ancient method can resist trying the method of the immortal sovereign when their own cultivation is easily surpassed by mere mortals? Thus, ancient methods gradually declined and the new ones took over. 1,000 years after the new method became widespread, the glory of the immortal cultivation world reached its peak. Unfortunately, the principle of heaven is clear. All that flourishes eventually wanes. Innumerable cultivators, as greedy as wolves and tigers, indiscriminately plundered the resources of heaven and earth. Even increasingly frequent heavenly tribulations couldn't suppress the growing number of cultivators. Thus, one day, the retaliation of the heavenly Tao came. Great changes happened in heaven and earth, and the great calamity descended. From then on, different methods of immortal cultivation could no longer be practiced together. The prosperous immortal cultivation world suffered a heavy blow as if it had been hit on the head by a baton. The cultivators fell into endless mutual killing for a glimmer of hope. For a long time, the immortal cultivation world had a desolate and declining atmosphere. It took thousands of years before it gradually recovered. Today's cultivators have become accustomed to the malicious intent of heaven and earth. They learned from the lessons of the past and established a new order of immortal cultivation on the wasteland of cultivation after the great calamity. After introducing the origins of today's immortal cultivation world, the book covers the 5-spirit sensing chi method. If a person who has removed the miasma is unable to easily draw energy into their body, they can cultivate their own 5 spirits, forcefully absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine it and break through to the energy refining stage. The so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 emotions that people are born with: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and egotism. These 5 emotions lurk in the human heart, inexhaustible and everlasting. The five-spirit sensing chi method uses these five spirits as fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth in the Dantian. The root of heaven and earth connects the cultivator's Dantian to heaven and earth. Once it is formed, the cultivator can draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through it and make it their own. Compared to the ancient method of cultivation that relies on innate talent, the five-spirit sensing chi method emphasizes stability. Those with excellent talent can cultivate the root of heaven and earth in just one day and night, stepping onto the path of cultivation. Even those without any cultivation talent can form their own root of heaven and earth through constant perseverance, at most within 10 years. Having mastered the method of drawing energy into the body, from then on, Li Fan secluded himself daily at home to cultivate the technique of sensing energy with the five spirits. Despite being prepared for the possibility that his cultivation journey might not be smooth sailing. Day after day, 3 years passed, but Li Fan still couldn't successfully draw on energy. Li Fan was fully aware of his cultivation talent. He was average, not a genius, but definitely not mediocre. The current situation had another reason behind it. Xian Huang heart-refining spell. Indeed, it is difficult to predict whether it's a curse or blessing. Li Fan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This technique of sensing energy with the five spirits required 5 kinds of emotions as fuel to promote the formation of the root of heaven and earth. However, Li Fan practiced the Xian Huang heart-refining spell, resulting in a scarcity of these 5 emotions. Even if he did not deliberately operate the heart-refining spell, it was akin to an instinct, spontaneously crushing these negative emotions in his spirit consciousness. This was akin to moving forward with a burden, which also led to Li Fan's extremely slow progress. Li Fan also once tried to not use the root of heaven and earth and draw qi into his body by himself. However, he clearly did not have the talent that Xiao Hong had. The spiritual energy outside his body completely ignored him. Without guidance from others, if he had to fumble on his own, Li Fan really was unsure how long it would take to draw qi into his body. Therefore, Li Fan still decided to honestly break through to the energy. Refining stage using the technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits. Though it was slow, it had the advantage of being stable. What Li Fan was not lacking was time. In the beginning of those 3 years, He Jinghao also occasionally sent people to inquire about Li Fan's cultivation progress. However, after a long period without any progress from Li Fan, fewer people were sent to inquire. On the side of Tianbao Building, due to the presence of Li Fan and Xiao Hong, although they no longer had Wanhua Commercial Association backing them, the operating conditions on neighboring islands seemed to improve instead. Nobody wanted to offend a business that might be backed by an immortal teacher. Everyone tried to avoid conflicts with the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures as much as possible. During these 3 years, Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures aggressively expanded its market, showing an impressive upward trend. Yin Yuzhen gained even more confidence, clasped her hands in anticipation as she attempted to return to Moonlit Island and regain control of the Tianbao building headquarters. Li Fan only occasionally paid attention to matters of the outside world. The majority of his effort was focused on nurturing the root of heaven and earth. What was regrettable is that this matter was indeed not something that could be rushed. Li Fan estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would still need about 2 more years to succeed. He had been confined to his house for a long time, and one day, Li Fan, in his stillness, felt a sudden urge to go out and take a walk. Without alarming anyone, he changed his clothes, put on a felt hat, and entered the market of Liuli Island. Compared to 3 years ago, it seemed as though nothing had changed. The sound of haggling, calling out to attract customers, playing and horsing around could be heard incessantly. Being here, Li Fan felt a long-lost human flavor. Various thoughts in his mind, like withered seedlings getting nourishment, sprouted in large quantity. Just at this moment, The progress of the root of heaven and earth was higher than his 3 days of shut-in cultivation at home. Li Fan suddenly had a realization. For ordinary cultivators, retreat cultivation and quiet meditation were necessary because ordinary people simply didn't lack the 5 spirits used as fuel. But Li Fan was in a special situation. The heart-refining spell was always operating in his mind, transforming these stray thoughts into nutrients for his powerful spirit. And the technique of sensing energy with the 5 spirits was obviously not as advanced as the Xian Huang heart-refining spell. It couldn't snatch much and could only pick up some leftovers. At present, Li Fan couldn't change this situation. If he wanted to accelerate the development speed of the root of heaven and earth, he needed to increase the generation of stray thoughts in his mind every day. Retreat cultivation every day was clearly not feasible. He needed to involve himself in worldly affairs. Once he figured this out, Li Fan couldn't help but feel delighted. It seemed that perhaps he wouldn't need 2 years to step into the energy refining stage. Elderly, at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Li Fan turned around, took a clear look at the person's face, hesitated for a moment before he remembered who it was. It turned out to be the captain of the Lioli Islands ship Sang Yuan, Zhang Haobo, with whom he had once brushed past in life. Zhang Haobo looked at Li Fan, his eyes filled with both reverence and joy. He had heard that Elderly had cleansed himself of all illness and would soon be revered as an immortal teacher. Seeing him now, he was both respectful and fearful. "So it's you." Li Fan grinned readily at this familiar face. "It's been a few years since we last met. How have you been?" Zhang Haobo humbly responded. "Thanks to Elder Li's blessings, the fleet has been running well these past few years. Especially with the valuable treasures you bring back on your maritime expeditions. A lot of youngsters dream to join our fleet. With that, our status on the island has risen greatly. Many people are envious of us." Midway through his speech, Zhang Haobo paused, as if hesitant. "Go on." Li Fan beckoned him to continue. "But the brothers of the Sang Yuan ship have been discussing leaving the Lioli Island. I've started considering it too." Zhang admitted, "Oh." Li Fan was taken aback. "Where are you planning to go?" "We haven't figured that out yet." Zhang Haobo answered nervously. Li Fan, now intrigued, asked, "Given the fact you're living well, why are you suddenly contemplating leaving?" Zhang Haobo scratched his head. "I'm afraid you'll laugh, Elderly, but something about this doesn't feel right." "Unease? Explain further," ordered Li Fan. Zhang Haobo hesitated as if compiling his thoughts. After a while, he glanced around, then whispered, "Well, Elderly, our ship crew has been encountering strange incidents at sea." "Like what?" "The fish are plentiful. With every haul, we get tons of them. This has happened 9 out of 10 trips, and every haul has a variety of fish." "Isn't that good?" "Indeed, the news is good. But I've been fishing at the sea for over a decade and have never seen anything like this before." Zhang Haobo confessed with a mixture of puzzlement and fear in his eyes. "It's as if all the fish are fleeing from something, all culminating at the same areas." "Anything else?" asked Li Fan, after a moment's placid contemplation. "Growing up on Lioli Island, we're familiar with the surrounding reefs. But recently, we found a number of new exposed reefs," replied Zhang Haobo seriously. "So you're saying the sea level is dropping?" Li Fan realized. There are sea level fluctuations every year, but this year's change feels unusual. "The ship brothers are wary," added Zhang Haobo. "We reported the situation to the Lioli government a month ago, but they dismissed it as a normal sea level fluctuation." Zhang Haobo further added, "There's another thing that's worrying us. Over the past 3 years, there hasn't been a single storm, not just around Lioli Island, but throughout the entire Misthaven Ocean. We've communicated with other ships from different islands. There's no mistake. The storms have disappeared from Misthaven Ocean in the past 3 years." Zhang Haobo reinforced, apprehensive of Li Fan's disbelief. Li Fan remained silent, his thoughts unknown. "Storms have been a part of life here since I was born. Sometimes there were over a dozen in 1 year, and the least was 2 or 3 times. It has always been this way." But now, it has been a full 3 years without a single storm. Some people on the island are celebrating, saying it's the blessing of the immortal teachers. But my brothers and I see it differently. This is too irregular. Something big must be brewing. Zhang Haobo said with conviction. Maybe the future weather is just going to be a bit hot, Li Fan hypothesized after a moment, attempting to comfort Zhang. The island has protection of the Island Protection Array, and Master he stands guard. Even if something does happen, they're ready. Of course, elderly, your argument is reasonable. But I just can't shake off this feeling of unease, spoke Zhang Haobo, bitterness tracing the edge of a smile. That's why I've decided to leave the Misthaven Ocean. Zhang concluded, his vision firming up. Having seen this resolve, Li Fan offered his advice. It's never easy to venture far from home. Do think hard on this. Zhang Haobo nodded in acknowledgement. Li Fan didn't say more. After bidding farewell to Zhang Haobo, he strolled around the market for half a day before returning home. After careful thought, it seemed Zhang Haobo wasn't just unfoundedly anxious. Various signs did indeed indicate that something unusual was bound to happen in Misthaven Ocean. Perhaps a huge storm was secretly amassing strength in the shadows. Or maybe a severe drought was looming unseen. But none of this was consequential to Li Fan. Zhang Haobo was, after all, a mere mortal who, at the face of impending catastrophe, had no way of defending himself one way or the other, so feeling anxious was only natural. Conversely, Li Fan was already on the brink of entering the realm of immortal cultivators. As long as he could break through to the energy refining stage, he could go to 10,000 Immortals Island. With a congregation of immortal cultivators in that place, there'd be no need to worry about such disasters. Even under the worst circumstances, if a catastrophe that even the cultivator couldn't handle ended up hitting them, worrying would be futile, nonetheless. Therefore, what Li Fan needed to do now was to peacefully master the 5-spirit sensing Qi method. Yes, he could ask the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures to notify Yin Yuzhen to prepare in advance. This episode passed quickly, and Li Fan continued to cultivate in seclusion. Time went by, and another year passed. Zhang Haobo ended up leaving Misthaven Ocean with some brothers from the Tsang Yuan ship half a year ago. The situation caused quite a stir on the island, and people were starting to worry. However, nothing peculiar happened during this half a year, so people began to take the incident lightly, as if it were a joke. Yin Yuzhen finally accumulated enough power, returned triumphantly to the moonlit island, and despite some setbacks, regained her position as the head of the Tianbao building. With the initial establishment on Moonlit Island, a lot of miscellaneous matters needed to be taken care of. Yin Yuzhen had to stay on Moonlit Island for the next few years to prevent any treachery. She sent someone to deliver the good news to Li Fan. He Jinghao did not send anyone to visit anymore. In his view, it had taken Li Fan nearly 4 years to bring qi into his body, which clearly showed that his potential was exhausted, and it was no longer worth his attention. Xiao Heng, on the other hand, occasionally sent someone to deliver a letter inquiring about Li Fan's situation. It was said that Su Heng's cultivation progressed rapidly, and he was now in the mid-stage of energy refining. As the world evolved, Li Fan watched like a passing observer, focusing solely on cultivation. On this day, Li Fan felt a shift within. The right amount of 5 elements fuel had accumulated, and the root of heaven and earth was finally about to be formed. An ethereal image emerged in Li Fan's dantian. Instantly, he felt a subtle yet profound connection between himself and the universe. Like a water wheel drawing water from the river to irrigate the parched farmland. Tiny streams of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flowed into Li Fan's dantian through the root of heaven and earth, soon spreading to the rest of his body. In his 7th year of embarking on the journey of immortal cultivation, Li Fan finally reached the energy refining stage. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village which for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor year 2. You traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of one county in Jiangnan. Anchor year 3. You brought your aunt to live with you and took office in one county. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, you led a mountain survey and found several veins. Anchor year 4. You produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor year 5. A great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept one county stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor year 6. You were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Anchor year 7. Locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor year 8. Your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor year 10. Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor year 15. The emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor year 16. Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you minister of war. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor year 18. After years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, the emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor year 20. The empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the empress. She's kin were executed, but the empress remained confined. Anchor year 21. You were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the crown prince. Anchor year 23. During spring hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the empress in the cold palace. That same year, the emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the empress. The crown prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor year 28. The emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the emperor. Anchor year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchang. Anchor year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor year 45. Your wife died. Anchor year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor year 48. After years of failure, you abandon the search for immortality. Anchor year 50. Two immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escape by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all three to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first two were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weak in body, and real was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the fourth. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years, they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But two streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver. I must thank you for your guidance, Li Fan politely responded. It was nothing. Sensing a slight increase in his cultivation, He Jinghao said with a smile. Are you here to go to 10,000 Immortals Island? Exactly. I have no more worldly concerns and can depart at any time. Li Fan nodded. Good, in that case, follow me. He Jinghao teleported to Li Fan's front, grabbed his shoulder. Do not resist. He Jinghao's voice echoed in his ears, and upon hearing this, Li Fan dispelled the spontaneously protective spiritual energy on his body. Being carried by He Jinghao, Li Fan ascended into the sky, heading upwards. The speed was extremely fast. They passed through the cloud sea and arrived above the mountains in a blink of an eye. Pull! He Jinghao made a seal with one hand and pointed towards the mountain range below. A moment later, countless peaks in his field of vision emitted white beams of light that converged in front of He Jinghao, forming a huge sphere of light. Open. He Jinghao raised his hand up. The sphere of light accelerated sharply, following the direction guided by He Jinghao, shooting straight up into the sky. Instantly, it formed a beam of light piercing heaven and earth, colliding with the sun above. The surface of the sun distorted, then split into two halves. In the middle, a gateway was formed. Let's go. Li Fan was somewhat surprised. He had just arrived at the 10,000 Immortals Island not long ago. So how did he already have a video message sent to him? Upon opening it, a somewhat familiar figure immediately appeared. It turned out to be Xiao Hong. At this time, he looked almost like a completely different person compared to 4 or 5 years ago. Dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering, he exuded an otherworldly aura. "Brotherly, you finally arrived," Xiao Hong said with a smile. "I owed you a lot for your help back when we were on Liuli Island. Not being able to repay you, and leaving abruptly when I broke through to the energy refining stage, I felt even more guilty. When I came to this 10,000 Immortals Island, I only then learned that it's hard trying to find cultivation techniques in the immortal cultivation world now. Especially for newcomers who just joined the alliance of thousands of immortals, they often need to accumulate contribution points for 1 or 2 years before they can exchange energy refining techniques. It was like this for me as well. Fortunately, as my strength improved, there were more ways to earn contribution points, and the situation gradually got better. Since beginning my cultivation, I've had quite a few strange encounters. A year ago, I just broke through to the final stage of energy refining, and now I've encountered a bottleneck again. I intend to go to the center of the Misthaven Ocean, to the celestial palace of clouds and water's relics, to look for natural treasures to establish my Tao foundation. As these treasures are hard to find, I might be gone for several years. Before leaving, I left behind a water attribute technique for you. 10,000 Immortals Island is located in the Misthaven Sea, where water energy is the strongest. Therefore, cultivating a water attribute technique is the easiest, and its power is quite formidable. Brotherly, you must remember to cultivate properly. It's better not to leave the island rashly before you break through to the mid-stage of energy refining. When I return, I will surely have a good drink with you, brotherly. Xiao Hang's figure gradually disappeared, leaving a jade scroll behind. The minor water expansion technique, energy refining technique, current cultivation population. Oh. Li Fan checked it out and found out the minor water expansion technique given by Xiao Hong was incomplete and only covered the mid-stage of energy refining. Even so, it still requires an impressive 800 points of contribution to exchange at the Tianxian Mirror. This kid, Li Fan warmed at heart. Truthfully, Li Fan had not provided any great favors to Xiao Hong. He simply gave Su Changyu a proper burial and helped Xiao Hong find a slightly better place to stay on Liuli Island. Moreover, Xiao Hong also provided him with accurate information about the Star Sea. But Xiao Hong always kept this minor favor in mind, and even now, when his cultivation realm was far beyond Li Fan's, he hasn't forgotten about it. Looking at this, Xiao Hang's character seems pretty good. Of course, part of the reason might be that Xiao Hong considers them to be both from the same realm. Regardless, Li Fan made note of this. Li Fan is not the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity. Along with the minor water expansion technique, another small jade scroll also appeared. It was indeed the supreme primordial scripture that Ko Hong had mentioned a long time ago. Cultivating this technique allows one to dispel their cultivation at will without experiencing a significant loss, which is a must-learn for every cultivator in the immortal cultivation world today. With the Shaoyan Water Decision and the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere in hand, complemented by the supreme primordial scripture, Li Fan quickly made a decision. He would cultivate the minor water expansion technique on the surface to deceive others, while secretly cultivating the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere inside. Of course, it would be best to find an excuse to leave the 10,000 Immortals Island before cultivating the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere. Although the Tianxian realm may not necessarily take notice of Li Fan, a small energy refining cultivator, it's always safer to be cautious. Li Fan only just entered the immortal cultivation world. He was completely ignorant about a lot of things. He needed to learn a lot more. Fortunately, such general knowledge is freely available in the Tianxian Mirror. Li Fan then stayed in the Tianxian Mirror for several days, greedily reading the relevant information. Atlas of the Cloud Sea, which depicts in detail the landforms, specialties, and history of the isles of the Misthaven Sea. Pre-cultivation discussion, which explains some of the issues that we should pay attention to before formally cultivating techniques after entering the energy refining stage, such as the basic application of spiritual awareness and the control of spiritual energy. 4 components of cultivation: techniques, treasures, partners, and cave mansion, which introduces the 4 necessary elements of cultivation. It emphasizes the scarcity and importance of techniques in today's cultivation world, and specifically warns young cultivators not to casually reveal their own cultivation techniques to others, or it could lead to unimaginable disasters. Ancient Cultivation Secrets, which are from a first-person perspective, tells the story of how an outer sect disciple of the ancient Great Taoist sect, step by step, through various trials, became an inner sect disciple, a true disciple, a Taoist child, and finally the head of the Great Taoist sect. Tianqian Mirror Shopping Guide, which lists the first few things in the Tianqian Mirror that are worth exchanging for by cultivators, such as the storage ring and body protection Dharma robe, etc. Li Fan spent 7 or 8 days reading all these free materials. The cultivation works that he yearned for next, such as Introduction to Formation Array, Introduction of Alchemy, Foundation of Refining, Treasure Guide of the Cultivation World, all require a large number of contribution points for exchange. Li Fan just arrived and is asset poor, so he could only wait until later. Taking advantage of the free stay in the Tianqian Mirror, Li Fan began to cultivate the minor water expansion technique. He had already learned about the benefits of cultivating in the Tianqian Mirror. By spending contribution points, you can activate the Tianqian Mirror's assistive cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the Tianqian Mirror will increase to almost several times that of the outside world, almost equivalent to a top-notch spiritual place. Moreover, it can be transformed into the corresponding spiritual energy attribute needed by the cultivator, endless and inexhaustible, allowing the cultivator to practice to their heart's content without worrying about not having enough spiritual energy. Moreover, the Tianqian Mirror will also give the cultivator the enlightenment state while practicing inside the mirror. In this state, the cultivator's comprehension will greatly increase, making the practice of techniques much easier. Spending 10 contribution points, Li Fan exchanged for a day of assisted cultivation. As spiritual energy surged in, Li Fan began to cultivate according to the minor water expansion technique. Soon, he felt the Tianqian Mirror's enhancement to his cultivation speed. The spiritual energy was like being compressed and accelerated, autonomously converging into Li Fan's body. The obscure and profound sentences in the minor water expansion technique were easily comprehensible. He got the hang of it at first glance. The spiritual energy began to circulate along the technique's path for the first time, yet it felt as if it had already been circulating for hundreds of thousands of times, flowing smoothly. This super cultivation state almost fooled Li Fan into thinking that he was a genius. Cultivation became a kind of enjoyment. Li Fan was immersed in it, unable to pull himself out. The time of one day passed quickly. As the time came, Li Fan abruptly emerged from the smooth-tasting cultivation state. When he tried to cultivate again, he felt a big difference. The speed of cultivation under the assistive cultivation mode was over 30 times faster than when Li Fan practiced on his own. This deep sense of disparity almost made Li Fan unable to resist going for another day. But seeing his residual 10 points of contribution, Li Fan still managed to resist forcefully. Such a treasure rightfully belongs to me. Li Fan suddenly had a craving. Unfortunately, Li Fan could only fantasize about these things for now. The Tianqian Mirror was the treasured asset and fundamental base of the alliance of thousands of immortals. It was not something that a mere energy-refining cultivator like Li Fan could covet. Better to focus on performing tasks and earning contribution points. Suppressing his greedy thoughts, Li Fan opened the contribution tasks list. He selected tasks suited for the initial stage of energy refining, particularly those that did not carry much danger. At first glance, most of them were basic chores or errand-running tasks, with a paltry reward of 1 or 2 contribution points. Even these tasks were scooped up quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Obviously, he wasn't the only one on the hunt. After removing the filter of low danger, a lot of new tasks cropped up. Most of these tasks required visits to various islands across the Misthaven Ocean, all involving mundane matters. Although the tasks did not necessitate any form of combat and were not overly hazardous, the work required liaisons mostly with mortals. The rewards for these missions ranged around 5 to 10 points. And using the teleportation array of 10,000 Immortals Island also required contribution points, 1 point for a single trip. After deducting 2 points for the round trip, hardly any reward remained for each task. Accumulating enough contribution points to stay in the Tianqian Mirror and occasionally cultivate was far from easy. Although earning contribution points would likely become easier as cultivation strength improved, the requirement also increased with advancement in cultivation stages. Thus, the hustle for contribution points continued. Also, acquiring techniques necessitated a massive amount of contribution points. Li Fan suddenly grasped the rationale behind the Tianqian Mirror offering cultivation aids. Those who had experienced the super cultivation mode would find it very hard to resist another go. Moreover, considering the same amount of time spent, the overall cultivation progress would be faster if one gathered contribution points and then activated the aid mode, rather than practicing on their own. Techniques, resources, cultivation aids. The Immortal Alliance indeed had cultivators wound around its little finger. While pondering in his mind, Li Fan continued his search for suitable tasks. Earning contribution points was secondary. His main goal was to find an opportunity to venture outside and retrieve the Taiyin boat hidden within the reel. There were still plenty of gold and silver gems hidden inside the Taiyin boat, along with a heavenly wonder, the stop-step remnant steel. These could presumably be exchanged for quite a few contribution points. As for why he did not directly release them on 10,000 Immortals Island, he wasn't a fool, doing that was akin to publicly announcing his possession of treasures. Li Fan believed every inch of the 10,000 Immortals Island was under surveillance from the Tianqian realm. If he attracted their attention, it would spell trouble. Although the I-Real could transform reality into illusion, it required his own consciousness to control it. If his consciousness was immobilized by some powerful being, leaving him unable to think, what then? He would be helplessly slaughtered, wouldn't he? Even a slim possibility of such a scenario would prevent Li Fan from taking the risk. Moreover, by observing the displayed capabilities of the Tianqian Mirror, he surmised that the immortal cultivation world must surely be home to cultivators of such formidable power. No matter what, prudence was Li Fan's first principle in any course of action. Just then, Li Fan spotted a few familiar terms in a pile of tasks. Lioli Island. To his delight, he quickly accepted the task. Next, he carefully read the task details. Apparently, the alliance of thousands of immortals had run out of the special product from Lioli Island, the Lioli beads. As per rules, the next supply delivery was scheduled for 6 months later. Urgent requirements for alchemy lead the elixir chamber to issue a commission, seeking someone to retrieve at least 20 Lioli beads from Lioli Island. The reward would be determined based on the quality and the quantity of the Lioli beads. Li Fan had heard of the Lioli beads since his arrival on Lioli Island. They occasionally formed inside Lioli fish. He was, however, unsure about the specific elixir being made using the beads. Indeed, this task seemed perfectly suited to him. After spending 5 points to buy a small storage ring as a cover, Li Fan did not delay. He left the Tianqian Mirror and headed directly for the Law Transmission Square. Following the previous route, Li Fan arrived in front of the stone statue he had seen before. By now, Li Fan had learned that each of the tens of thousands of statues on the Law Transmission Square corresponded to an island in the Misthaven Ocean. The teleportation array and the island protection array of each island were linked. The statue in front of him, symbolizing Lioli Island, was of a leaping Lioli fish. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. As anticipated, the dizziness was now significantly lesser. Soon enough, Li Fan found himself again clear-headed. I wonder which esteemed cultivator. He Jinghao's voice faintly reached. Him. Why is it you? Seeing who was on the island, He Jinghao seemed a bit puzzled. Li Fan then explained the task he was on and his aim of gathering Lioli beads. Lioli beads, ah. You wait here. I will have someone guide you to them. Jing Hao agreed, nonchalantly after hearing Li Fan's explanation. Interesting, you've adapted pretty fast, venturing out to perform tasks in such haste. Ah, well, circumstances demand it, Li Fan said, feigning helplessness. Jing Hao immediately displayed a knowing expression. Following a servant to the Lioli government, Li Fan met manager Qian, who was in charge of the treasury. Manager Qian bowed deeply. It was unclear if he recognized Li Fan. After all, Li Fan had once supervised a fleet on Lioli Island and had met manager Qian a few times before. Even if recognized, manager Qian would surely pretend otherwise. No matter what, in their eyes, an immortal teacher was a lofty figure, someone they dared not offend. Upon receiving orders, manager Qian quickly fetched all the Lioli beads stored on the island. Esteemed immortals, sir, currently there are only 23 Lioli beads left on the island. This is all we've managed to gather recently on Lioli Island. If sir needs more, unfortunately it may take a year or so before we can get more, manager Qian stated fearfully. Oh, what happened? Li Fan asked. Begging your pardon, sir, but it seems due to overfishing, the Lioli fish have become increasingly rare to come by. We may have to wait for them to naturally reproduce over some time before we can continue fishing, manager Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. In his mind, the words spoken by Zhang Haobua suddenly flashed. I understand, Li Fan responded, stowing the Lioli beads into the storage ring. He didn't immediately head back, but went first to the Tingyu Tower. Entering the house, Li Fan waited for a while, ensuring that Jing Hao wasn't spying on him using his spiritual consciousness. He took out the Tai Yin boat. Then he quickly finished transferring the gold, silver, and the stop-step remnant steel from inside the Tai Yin boat. After everything was completed, Li Fan returned to the island protection array. Just as he wanted to teleport directly back to 10,000 Immortals Island, he heard a voice behind him. Please hold on a moment, my friend. Li Fan's hair stood on end. He quickly turned around, looking at Jing Hao with a wary gaze. Jing Hao didn't understand why Li Fan had reacted the way he did. Luckily, Jing Hao didn't ponder about it too much. He just smiled at Li Fan and said, Don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in the job of guarding an island. Of course, I'm not talking about Lioli Island, but Taiyan Island, which is to the west of Lioli Island. The island guardian of Taiyan Island and I are on good terms, and he is currently encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, wanting to venture out in search of opportunities. However, due to his responsibilities, he cannot freely leave the island. Therefore, he asked me if I could recommend any suitable people. Coincidentally, I happened to meet you. Jing Hao explained. Being guardian to an island would require a minimum cultivation of the foundation establishment phase. I've only just reached the initial stage of energy refining, so can I be chosen as the guardian? Asked Li Fan, a little surprised. In the Isles of the Misthaven Sea, as long as an island has some valuable resources, it will be guarded by a cultivator. The period to guard an island can be as short as 10 years or as long as 100 years. Since it entails staying on the island and restrictions on leaving it casually, the pay is considerable. Depending on the size of the island, the contribution points one can earn annually can range from a few hundred to 1,000. Therefore, the post of island guardian is highly coveted, and without the necessary connections, it's impossible to secure. Rich positions like guarding a fertile island are even more so and often get reserved in advance before the current guardian relinquishes the post. Naturally, it's not the official position of an island guardian. It's just a commission from my friend specifically targeting you, asking you to fill in for him temporarily. Furthermore, Taiyan Island isn't a major island. With the island protection array, an energy refining cultivator is sufficient for overseeing it for a period. There's nothing for you to worry about, and as a recommender, I will naturally receive a certain reward. Jing Hao enthusiastically explained to Li Fan. How long can one leave the island during the proxy guardianship? Li Fan asked again. The Island Protection Array usually operates once every 5 days. If you need to leave for something, it's best to return within 5 days. It's not advisable to leave more than 3 times a year. Assuming that Li Fan was concerned about it affecting his cultivation, He Jinghao added, "Every year, you can exchange the contribution points you've earned for 5 days of auxiliary cultivation time in the Tianqian Mirror. These 5 days can often be equivalent to half a year of arduous cultivation." Knowing that it's a good thing, Li Fan agreed immediately. "However, I will have to complete my task on 10,000 Immortals Island first." "That's natural. You go ahead. I will find you on the island once everything's ready on Taiyan Island in a few days." Afterwards, Li Fan bid farewell to He Jinghao and returned to 10,000 Immortals Island. He didn't need to go to the medical hall. All he needed to do was to hand over the Lioli beads inside the Tianqian Mirror. After a while, the medical hall received 23 Lioli beads. Because the quality of this batch of Lioli beads varied, in the end, Li Fan received 21 contribution points as a reward. Current total contribution points, 26. Too few. It's only enough for 2 days of cultivation. Li Fan shook his head. Taken out from the storage ring, Li Fan requested to exchange the gold and silver and the stop-step remnant steel for contribution points. After a moment, the Tianqian Mirror presented the results. Batch of gold and silver can be converted to 235 contribution points. Li Fan opened the exchange menu in the Tianqian Mirror to look up other heavenly wonders. A heavenly wonder in perfect condition would cost at least 4,000 contribution points. The buyback price from the Tianqian Mirror was a straight cut in half. Thieves. Although it was a bit flawed, it shouldn't be a reason to directly half the price. Li Fan's face twitched, but after thinking about it, he chose to exchange it anyway. The Tianqian Mirror doesn't provide anonymous transactions. In order to trade with other cultivators, one must reveal their true identity. However, for him, a cultivator who had just entered the energy refining stage, pulling out a Foundation Establishment strange object would surely attract a lot of attention. It was quite possible to invite some unnecessary trouble. Choosing to trade directly with the Tianqian Mirror, however, would not pose this problem. The Immortal Alliance was vast and had a countless number of cultivators obtaining fortuitous encounters. An energy refining cultivator possessing a Foundation Establishment strange object, although it might be extremely rare in the Misthaven Sea realm, throughout the entire immortal cultivation world, this was not of great significance. Confirm the exchange. The gold and silver, along with the stop-step remnant steel, slowly faded away, and Li Fan's contribution points amounted to 2,229 points. Having become wealthy overnight, Li Fan chose not to spend extravagantly right away. Instead, he first asked the Tianqian Mirror about his concerns. Is there going to be a disaster in the Misthaven Sea region anytime soon? Li Fan relayed all the abnormal incidents narrated by Zhang Haobua to the Tianqian Mirror. The Tianqian Mirror fell silent at once. It took a long time to respond. "Please don't worry, cultivator. All these are normal changes in heaven and earth. According to the calculations, no major disaster will fall within the next 10 years. Now that the Tianqian Mirror had said so, Li Fan also let go of his worries. Then, after he thought about it, he searched for information about the Lioli Pill. The Lioli Pill is an auxiliary elixir, used from the energy refining stage to the Foundation Establishment phase. After taking it, one's mind becomes as clear and transparent as Lioli. It can produce an effect resembling enlightenment, enhancing the understanding of techniques and the speed of cultivation. And its effects can also be stacked with the auxiliary cultivation from the Tianqian Mirror. As most cultivators in the Immortal Alliance spend years away, accumulating contribution points, their cultivation time is precious. Therefore, the Lioli Pill, which can boost the efficiency of cultivation, is considered even more precious. Due to the sharp demand for the Lioli Pill among energy refining and Foundation Establishment cultivators, its price fluctuated between 5 and 6 contribution points per pill. Li Fan briefly looked, and the current price was 6 points per pill. Afterwards, he relayed to the Tianxian mirror the nearly extinct situation of the Lioli fish swarm on Lioli Island. The Tianxian mirror fell silent again and only emitted faint fluctuations. After a while, Li Fan received a reward of 1 contribution point. This was the Tianxian mirror confirming the truth of the message. Yes, providing information to the Tianxian mirror can also earn contribution points. The higher the value of the information, the more rewards received. Ordinarily speaking, the value of the information provided by Li Fan should have been more than 1 contribution point. Perhaps, seeing Li Fan's store scalping behavior as slightly obnoxious, the Tianxian mirror decided to reward him with only 1 point. Li Fan didn't make anything of it. Through this operation, he had achieved his goals. First, to prove that the Tianxian mirror was unaware of the events that transpired after he left the 10,000 Immortals Island. In other words, as long as he left the 10,000 Immortals Island, he no longer had to worry about the Tianxian mirror's prying eyes. Secondly, to prove that the Tianxian mirror indeed possesses its own will. This was evident from the fact that it gave him only 1 contribution point, seemingly to belittle Li Fan's action. Lastly, to seize this good opportunity and earn an impressive sum. The market reaction was rather swift. The price of Lioli pills surged in a short period from 6 points per pill to a steep 9 points per pill. The prices of items sold in the Tianxian mirror are not fixed. The price is regulated by the Tianxian mirror and positively correlated with the number of people buying the items. For instance, when the supply of Lioli beads was cut off and the news broke that Lioli pills could no longer be refined for a period of time, it immediately incited a portion of people to start buying in large quantities. Some genuinely needed Lioli pills for accelerating their cultivation, but even more people, like Li Fan, were stocking up in the hope of making a big profit. As a result, the price of Lioli pills rose sharply in a short period of time from 6 points to 9 points each. This sudden price fluctuation also caught the attention of those who were still in the dark. Upon inquiring, they learned about the imminent extinction of Lioli beads. So these people hurriedly joined the buying frenzy as well. Thus, the price of Lioli pills continued to rise. In a brief moment, it reached an astonishing price of 12 points each. Li Fan decided it was almost time and chose to sell all the Lioli pills he held. Of course, he sold directly to the Tianxian mirror. Because there were many buyers, the purchasing price offered by the Tianxian mirror was not nearly halved, as it had been when he sold the stop monument fragments before. It stayed high at 10d0 INTs each. Li Fan wasn't greedy and readily sold all 350 Lioli pills he held. Upon receipt of 3,500 contribution points, and adding the leftover 129 points, Li Fan's total contribution points had soared to 3,629. After Li Fan made his move, the market frenzy slowly began to cool down. The price of 12 points per pill was clearly beyond the intrinsic value of Lioli pills. After all, the benefits of Lioli pills are not irreplaceable. There are quite a few other elixirs with similar functions. The main reason Lioli pills were so popular was their low cost. The sudden explosive price increase of Lioli pills was only due to the market's overreaction to sudden news. When everyone calmed down, Lioli pills returned to a comparatively reasonable and stable price. 8 points each. At this point, Li Fan bought another 100 Lioli pills for his own cultivation use. He spent 800 points, leaving him with 2829. Through his maneuvers, Li Fan managed to increase his contribution points by 600 and, at the same time, he scored 100 Lioli pills for free. 600 contribution points are equivalent to a year's earnings for an ordinary energy refining cultivator who diligently completes tasks. Not to mention the 100 Lioli pills, which are a hard currency. Indeed, it's like killing people and setting fires for gold, and fixing bridges and roads without casualties. Li Fan sighed. However, despite his sigh, as a beneficiary, his pace of consumption wasn't affected in the least. He outright purchased Introduction to Formation Array, Introduction of Alchemy, Foundation of Refining, Treasure Guide of the Cultivation World, regardless of whether they would be useful or not. Body Protection Dharma Robe, Concealing Talisman, basic multi-layered array, novice alchemy set, and other commonly used items for cultivators. Li Fan bought them all without hesitation. As his storage ring gradually filled up, his contribution points also plummeted rapidly down to 346. Li Fan wasn't distressed at all. After the shopping spree, he swallowed a Lioli pill, activated assistive cultivation mode, and started practicing the minor water expansion technique. The abundant water attribute spiritual energy surged out, and Li Fan once again experienced what it was like to cultivate at a genius speed. With the aid of the Tianqian Mirror's cultivation mode and the effect of the Lioli pills, Li Fan's progress in his cultivation is suffice to say that he's made leaps and bounds daily. In just 2 days, Li Fan broke through the initial stage of energy refining. Then, in the next 3 days, he successfully cultivated the minor water expansion technique to perfection in the mid-stage of energy refining. No bottlenecks, things falling into place as naturally as water courses into a canal, refreshing and invigorating. He was not satiated. Li Fan deeply indulged in this form of cultivation. So when the cultivation automatically stopped due to the lack of techniques for the final stage of energy refining in the minor water expansion technique, he felt utterly at a loss and empty. Luckily, the price of 600 contribution point for the parts concerning the final stage of energy refining of the minor water expansion technique made Li Fan slightly calmer. Just as he was contemplating selling some Lioli pills to exchange for the next set of techniques, he received a visit request from Yi Zhenghao. After some thought, Li Fan took out the concealed talisman he had just recently purchased from his storage ring and wore it before letting He 7 HB and CRHNNN. As soon as Yi Zhenghao saw Li Fan, he excitedly said, "I've already spoken with the guard of Taiyan Island. Next, I'll take you to him. Just accept the delegation." Then, Yi Zhenghao took out a spirit symbol and handed it to Li Fan. "Wear this. Remember, don't chat too much when you meet him later. Just leave everything to me." Li Fan took the spirit symbol and gave it a glance. His face darkened instantly. If not for the fact Li Fan had just recently bought an identical one, he would not have recognized it. This spirit symbol was called a prestige symbol. Its effects are the opposite of the concealed talisman. The concealed talisman hides one's cultivation level, while the prestige symbol is used to disguise one's self as a cultivator of a certain realm. This prestige symbol that Yi Zhenghao gave was meant to make Li Fan pose as a foundation establishment stage cultivator. As expected, the notion that an energy refining stage cultivator being enough to guard an island was just a fool Li Fan. Yi Zhenghao had initially planned to make Li Fan pose as a foundation establishment stage cultivator, accept the guard delegation of Taiyan Island, and thus make a profit from the difference. Keep in mind, the contributions required to hire a foundation establishment stage cultivator and an energy refining stage cultivator are incomparable. Yi Zhenghao did not notice Li Fan's change of expression, and he happily introduced Li Fan to the guard of Taiyan Island, Zhou Qingang. Li Fan did not wish to expose Yi Zhenghao, so he greeted Zhou Qingang with a forced smile. This person cannot be trusted. Li Fan glanced at Yi Zhenghao, who was wearing a smile, and silently commented. Zhou Qingang evaluated Li Fan and was quite pleased. Immediately, he issued a targeted delegation to Yi Zhenghao. After accepting the delegation, Yi Zhenghao turned around to issue a delegation to Li Fan. During Zhou Qinggang's absence for finding opportunities, guard Taiyan Island in his stead. Reward: 800 contribution points annually. Fortunately, Yi Zhenghao did not slash too much. Given the current situation, Li Fan could not but accept this task. Zhou Qingang handed a jade token to Yi Zhenghao and then left eagerly to seek his opportunity to break through. Seeing this, Yi Zhenghao also sighed in relief, handed over the token to Li Fan, and said solemnly, "This is the guard command of Taiyan Island. With this, you can control the island protection array. Friend, you must keep it safe and not lose it." Li Fan took the token, and then the two of them arrived at Taiyan Island through the teleportation array. Unlike the grandeur of Lioli Island's protective array with towering peaks, Taiyan Island merely seemed like a bustling city. The distinct thing was that the city's residents were all strange-looking fruits that mimed human faces. These fruits, just like real humans, lived, worked, married, had children, and spent their entire lives in this city created by the array technique. These are the specialty products of Taiyan Island, Taiyan fruits. He Jinghao told Li Fan as they strolled through the city, pointing to the bustling crowd. Once the people that these fruits transform into die, it means that the Taiyan fruit is mature. Consuming a mature Taiyan fruit can extend the lifespan of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage by 5 years. Only the first consumption will have this effect, said He Jinghao with a regretful tone. The stipulated quota of Taiyan fruits to be submitted each year is 30. Anything beyond that can be kept as a perk of being the island guard. On average, 2 Taiyan fruits can be saved each year. Inside the Tianxian mirror, the price of Taiyan fruits usually ranges from 90 to 100 contribution points. So adding it all up, young friend, the remuneration for this proxy island guard position is quite decent. He Jinghao explained cheerfully to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded. He Jinghao might have used a few tricks, but his words were indeed true. In 10,000 Immortals Island, it is extremely rare for the cultivators at the energy refining stage to have an annual income of 1,000 contribution points. In this deal, He Jinghao was having the meat while Li Fan was having the soup. I am in great gratitude for your kindness, senior. Li Fan bowed. No problem, no problem. You came from one of my own islands. It is only fitting that I extend a hand to you. As long as you make progress in your cultivation in the future, it will not be in vain that He Jinghao was speaking when he suddenly halted. After uttering a sound of surprise, he looked at Li Fan with a slightly excited gaze. You've broken through to the mid-stage of energy refining? Li Fan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his concealing talisman to be seen through. He nodded, admitting openly, indeed. I'm quite close to Xiao Hong, and before he left, he gave me a water attribute technique. This technique suits me quite well, and I have made rapid progress in my cultivation. I finally had a breakthrough a few days ago. Haha, you're quite cautious, friend. If it wasn't for my unique cultivation techniques, I nearly missed it. So you used the concealing talisman? Li Fan nodded. I can understand. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. In this world of immortal cultivation, there's no shortage of people with bad intentions. While He Jinghao was speaking, he suddenly found Li Fan looking at him with a strange look, so he quickly laughed and changed the topic. I didn't know you and Xiao Hong were so close. He even left you a technique. This Xiao Hong is truly a gifted person. With just a few years into cultivating, he is about to reach the foundation establishment stage. His future is unfathomable. Evidently, He Jinghao has been paying attention to Xiao Hong, expressing admiration and envy. In the future, establishing the gold core and even a nascent soul stage won't be impossible. You have a deep friendship with him. Your blessings are indeed profound. As He Jinghao spoke, he became more enthusiastic. Meeting Senior is also a fortunate event, Li Fan responded casually. Upon hearing this, He Jinghao laughed heartily, clearly overjoyed. Just then, he stopped in his tracks and looked at a certain direction in the city. Coincidentally, a Taiyan fruit has ripened now. For you, I'll demonstrate how to harvest the Taiyan fruit. Li Fan nodded and followed He Jinghao to the front of the house. Before they entered the yard, they heard the sound of crying. In the middle of the room, in a pair of coffins, lay a human-faced fruit seemingly in a deep sleep. The fruit had its eyes closed, its mouth slightly askew, revealing a strange smile, motionless. The human-faced fruits in the room hadn't detected the arrival of Li Fan and He Jinghao. They were just mourning the departure of their kin. The scene in the room seemed both ludicrous and scary. As they drew closer, Li Fan smelt a peculiar fragrance wafting from the coffin. He Jinghao walked over to the coffin, began chanting softly, and pointed at the smiling fruit's forehead. A soft light enveloped the smiling fruit. It levitated slowly from the coffin, hovering mid-air. It then started to shrivel, transforming into a small, ripe, crimson fruit. With the formation of the Taiyan fruit, the human-faced fruits dressed in mourning suddenly became quiet. Their mourning attire gradually disappeared, and the expressions on their faces changed from grief to confusion. After looking around in bewilderment for a moment, these fruits eventually scattered silently. How about it? He Jinghao handed the Taiyan fruit to Li Fan. Very unusual. The sight of harvesting the Taiyan fruit made Li Fan feel a bit creeped out, but he forced himself to reply. Li Fan held the Taiyan fruit in his hand and carefully inspected it. The fruit looked similar to an apple in his memory, but its color was alarmingly red. Moreover, a steady stream of fragrance was wafting out from the Taiyan fruit. This fragrance seemed to permeate deep into one's soul. After inhaling it, Li Fan couldn't help but swallow. "Young friend, you have never tasted the Taiyan fruit. Why don't you try one?" He Jinghao suggested. Items that extend one's lifespan naturally attract cultivators like us. The longer it lasts, the more tempting it gets. Seeing Li Fan's hesitant expression, He Jinghao added with a beaming smile. As he expected, the effect of the fragrance seemed to accumulate. Li Fan's hesitation was making the scent even richer. Under the influence of the aroma, a hunger sprung from the depths of his heart. So, after a moment, Li Fan stopped hesitating and swallowed the Taiyan fruit whole. The feeling of hunger immediately disappeared. Despite being quite small, Li Fan felt full after eating it, as if he'd eaten a large meal. Checking his real status panel, Li Fan found that the limit of his physiological age indeed increased by 5 years. Mulling over the taste of the Taiyan fruit, Li Fan commented, "This is the first time I've come across such an extraordinary object that can increase lifespan. But its appearance is a bit strange. It looks just like a person. It's disconcerting." He Jinghao laughed and replied, "Taiyan fruits are human transformed. It's natural they look alike." Li Fan's expression froze instantly. Suppressing the upheaval in his stomach, Li Fan asked in disbelief, "Are the Taiyan fruits in this city real people?" He Jinghao was rather dismissive of Li Fan's reaction. But since Li Fan had only recently entered the world of immortal cultivation, he could understand his surprise. So he continued to explain, "Strictly speaking, Taiyan fruits belong to the fruit category, not human." Upon hearing this, Li Fan finally exhaled. Yet, he still had some reservations. "What do you mean by human transformed?" That leads us to the origin of the Taiyan fruits. As He Jinghao led Li Fan back to the city, he began to explain. 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was an ordinary island. There were no valuable specialties in the surrounding sea, and only several thousand mortals had been living here for generations. There are countless such small islands in the Misthaven Ocean. But one day, everything started to change. First, mortal inhabitants of the neighboring islands noticed that they haven't seen the residents of Taiyan Island for a long time. There used to be occasional exchanges with the merchants on the island, but they hadn't seen them for over a year. Driven by curiosity, some people sailed to Taiyan Island to find out what was happening. To their surprise, several groups of people went there and never returned. Realizing something was wrong, they quickly reported the matter to the then island guard. The island guard back then was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Yet, even he was deeply shocked when he saw what had happened on Taiyan Island. In the dark, lines of light unfurled beside shifting images. You have returned to Anchor Year 1. Your rowdy behavior nearly had your aunt drag you to the village which for exorcism water. With 6 months until the rural examination, you studied day and night. You already knew the questions and held your nerve. Your aunt complained often, yet never failed to support you. The village chief's brother coveted your inherited fields and bullied your household from the shadows. Your aunt resisted, but could not prevail alone. You handled it cleanly. Your aunt began to see you anew. Half a year later, you sat the rural exam. You placed 30th and passed. Your family was proud. Anchor Year 2, you traveled to the capital, Xianjing City, for the metropolitan examination. Preparation carried you through. You placed second in 2 rounds of the palace exam and took the title of Jinshi. You navigated capital circles with care and won the magistracy of one county in Jiangnan. Anchor Year 3, you brought your aunt to live with you and took office in one county. Quietly, you gathered reliable people. Drawing on memories from another life, You led a mountain survey and found several veins. Anchor Year 4. You produced a small batch of explosives and flintlocks. With a firearm unit, you crushed nearby bandits and folded the rest into your command. Anchor Year 5. A great drought struck Jiangnan. Your canals and water wheels kept Wen County stable. That year, refugees rioted and stormed King Langya's mansion. You led a rescue and won the king's gratitude. Anchor Year 6. You were promoted to district governor of the Jianghuai government. You married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Anchor Year 7. Locusts ravaged Jiangnan. Your lands fared best. Your wife bore a son. Anchor Year 8. Your team standardized flintlock manufacture. Anchor Year 10. Queen Langya bore a prince. You presented gifts in person. Anchor Year 15. The emperor fell ill. On his deathbed, he summoned King Langya and passed him the throne. King Langya ascended and renamed the era Xianjing. Anchor Year 16. Emperor Xianjing recalled you to the capital and made you Minister of War. Rebellions ignited across the realm. He ordered you to put them down. Anchor Year 18. After years of campaign, you ended the revolts. On your return, the emperor reclaimed your command, named you Secretary of War, and added Grand Master of the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20. The Empress was accused of witchcraft and cast into the cold palace. The Crown Prince sought your help. You accepted. Your inquiry proved venerated consort she had framed the Empress. She's kin were executed, but the Empress remained confined. Anchor Year 21. You were charged with treason for secret mines and private troops. You pled for mercy. The Emperor stripped your secretary post and left you only as tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 23. During Spring Hunt, Emperor Xianjing abruptly wished to revisit King Langya's Jiangnan mansion. Anchor Year 24. On arrival, he summoned you to accompany him, toured Jiangnan, and inspected your old private mines. Anchor Year 25. He returned to Jiangnan again without you. 3 months later, rumors reached you that you had visited the Empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, the Emperor was assassinated en route to the capital. The court recalled the Empress. The Crown Prince took the throne and named the era Kongning. Anchor Year 26. You became Grand Master and head of Council of State. The young Emperor relied on you. You consolidated your faction. Anchor Year 27. Your aunt passed away. You turned your mind toward immortality and sent searchers after immortal traces. Anchor Year 28. The Emperor came of age. Your power kept rising. The court moved at your signal. Anchor Year 30. People knew the Grand Master and forgot the Emperor. Anchor Year 31. The Empress Dowager discovered she was pregnant and secretly sought your counsel. You moved her to the Grand Master's mansion under guard. She bore you a son. Anchor Year 33. You entered court alone and were ambushed by the palace guard trained by Emperor Kongning. A hidden artifact saved your life. Furious, you planned to depose him. The Empress Dowager's pleas and the minister's persuasion stopped you. You purged the Emperor's favorites instead. Kongning kept his title and lost his power. Anchor Year 38. Emperor Kongning died in despair. You installed his eldest son and renamed the era Longchang. Anchor Year 40. The Empress Dowager died of illness. Your craving for the immortal way deepened. Anchor Year 45. Your wife died. Anchor Year 46. Your eldest son died. Anchor Year 48. After years of failure, you abandoned the search for immortality. Anchor Year 50. 2 immortals rose from the eastern ruin abyss and obliterated Xianjing City. You escaped by a thread. Simulation complete. Choose one. An item owned by your simulated self. The cultivation realm of your simulated self. The full simulation memory of one close relation to be inherited by that person. Abandon all 3 to accelerate charging. Li Fan jolted awake in his cramped study. Familiar timbers. Unfamiliar quiet. The weight of decades slid through his mind like a long tide. He breathed once, steady and slow. Did reality become illusion? Or did illusion borrow reality until they were the same? He wondered. At the far edge, there is no line. He did not linger there. The options stood clear. The first two were easy to discard. He had never cultivated in that life. An imperial seal would only draw blades. The third stirred his pulse. He saw faces. He shook his head. Hearts change. A lifetime of memories in another mind could birth a stranger. He was a scholar again, weak in body, and real was still charging. He needed safety, not gambles. He chose the fourth. Light text broke into sparks and reformed. Name, Leaf Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 20 of 86. Psychological age, 166/1056. Void transformation charge, 30%. 3 lives, 166 years, he thought. The ceiling rose. Last time, it was a little over 900. More experience, higher tolerance. Good. A mind can only carry so much. Too many memories crush the soul. But capacity grows with strain. For now, he was safe. Once I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this matters. I do not want palaces or carriages. I want years. He remembered the funerals, the slow betrayals of the body, the emptiness between victories. Resolve tightened. In 50 years, they descend on Xianjing. I will learn from them. With planning against pride, even a foundation expert can bleed. Guns and powder are one lever. The mortal miasma they mentioned is another. The two came from the eastern ruin abyss. I will not wait. I will send people to map the abyss now. Purpose filled the spaces in him that power had never reached. In his last life, he had climbed to where mortals end. Tutor to emperors, master of armies, ministers as clients. Even the Empress Dowager had bent. There was nothing higher for a man who remained a man. One more lifetime spent on palaces would taste the same. Without a new variable, the cycles would dull and he would choose to end. But 2 streaks of silver had torn the sky. They had opened a door. He would cultivate. He would live long. He would not be stopped. Li Fan pushed open the study door and stepped into the afternoon light. His stride did not waver. All the mortals on the island disappeared. The city where the mortals once gathered is now filled with tall trees that looked like the ancient forests. Each branch of those trees is filled with human-faced fruits. Whenever the wind blows, the faces on the fruits revealed chilling smiles. As He Jinghao recounted the tale, Li Fan seemed to see countless faces smiling at him. Remembering that he had just eaten such a fruit, Li Fan couldn't help but shudder in revulsion. He Jinghao continued speaking. The Gold Corps Guard, after his initial shock, investigated the city. Not a single mortal survived on the island. All were turned into smiling face fruits. But why this strange event occurred, the Gold Corps Guard couldn't figure it out. So, he had no choice but to report the matter. The alliance of thousands of immortals sent people to investigate, but nobody knew the results. All the trees in the city were later cut down, and the city was restored to its original state. However, the smiling face fruits continued to live in the city as if nothing had happened. Generation after generation, they propagated until now. The alliance of thousands of immortals built a great array here, appointed a person to guard it, and harvested the fruits. After hearing all this, Li Fan couldn't help but say, "So, these tine fruits are humans, aren't they?" He Jinghao shook his head. How can they be human? They have no consciousness of their own and act purely on instinct. If I must say, at most they only retain some human obsessions. Li Fan fell silent for a moment and ultimately didn't rebut. This matter was too extraordinary. He didn't know how to categorize these tine fruits. However, once the fruit's longevity-enhancing properties were discovered by cultivators, none of these matters mattered anymore. Even if these tie-in fruits were indeed humans, as long as eating them could prolong life, they could not escape being consumed. Li Fan fell into deep thought. Something seemed to have crossed He Jinghao's mind, leaving him silent too. Only after long while did the two of them snap back to reality. Next, He Jinghao explained to Li Fan some things he needed to take note of in guarding an island. Li Fan committed each point to memory. The Great Array covers the whole island, and each time it is activated, a small amount of essence energy is drawn from the mortals within. The amount drawn is very small and won't affect the mortals. But when these essences gather, the total amount becomes quite significant. This essence energy is transformed and can increase the concentration of spiritual energy within the array. Therefore, cultivating within this island protection array, although not as efficient as cultivating in the Tianxian mirror in assisted cultivation mode, is still much faster than the outside world. In the end, He Jinghao proudly shared with Li Fan a secret only cultivators who had served as island guards knew. After advising Li Fan to contact him whenever there were issues, He Jinghao finally left leisurely. With the guardian token in hand and bolstered by the great array, Li Fan's spiritual senses covered the whole island. The ordinary mortals on the island and the Taiyan fruits in the central core array were all busily going about their lives. Watching for a long time, Li Fan sighed, preying on the marrow of the world to serve one's cultivation. If possible, Li Fan naturally wanted to do something. But unfortunately, he was currently only an energy-refining cultivator. The only thing he could do right now was to diligently cultivate. Li Fan suppressed the various thoughts in his mind. From then on, Li Fan was stationed on Taiyan Island. It must be said that the position of an island guard is indeed a relatively relaxed one. The mortals on the island wouldn't dare to disturb an immortal teacher without reason. All Li Fan had to do was to inspect the island protection array periodically to ensure its normal operation and harvest and store the ripe Taiyan fruits on time. All other times were free for him to use. Li Fan naturally devoted all this time to rigorous cultivation. 100 ways to use spiritual energy, basic explanation of spells, secrets to winning duels. Strike first, survival is victory. Speed is everything. Starting from these basic cultivation knowledge, Li Fan gradually mastered some simple small spells like breath, concealing technique, feign death technique, wind riding technique, super strength technique, and so on. In the process of learning, Li Fan couldn't help but admire the extent of the alliance of thousands of immortals' knowledge monopoly. These pieces of knowledge purchased from the Tianxian realm for self-study are fine. But if you wanted to teach others after learning them, it wouldn't be allowed, unless you were powerful enough to surpass the Tianxian mirror and could naturally break the prohibitions within. Li Fan was uncertain about the strength of the Tianxian mirror, which level of cultivator it would correspond to. But logically guessing, it should be at least not less than a god transforming cultivator. The power of a god transforming cultivator was beyond Li Fan's understanding at the moment. So even if he had many grievances, he could only temporarily accept reality. After finishing these books, Li Fan began attempting to read about alchemy, tool refining, and array techniques. Compared to the previous spell section, these contents were too complicated. It was a jumble of information, and Li Fan didn't know where to start. Just the basic alchemy and introduction of alchemy, including various herbs, age, and function analysis, took Li Fan more than 10 days to read through. Not to mention the subsequent sections on the choice and control of alchemical fire, furnace rituals, and practical alchemy. Li Fan estimated that it'd be impossible to finish it all in less than a year or two. Knowing that these arts often require a trustworthy mentor, Li Fan, after some struggle, decided to give up for the time being. So he temporarily set aside these troubles and began to cultivate the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms. This ancient cultivation technique of the heavenly machine sect was truly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Compared to the minor water expansion technique that Li Fan previously cultivated, they seem to be entirely different systems. Even with the continuous assistance of the Lioli bead to enhance comprehension, it took Li Fan half a year just to make initial progress. Inside the island protection array of Taiyan Island, bottleneck, heavenly calamity, Li Fan was leafing through the cultivation mixed record, brows furrowed slightly. Since his return from the 10,000 Immortals Island a few days ago, he hadn't stopped cultivating for even a moment. He had hoped to seize the moment and break through to the final stage of energy refining. But even though he felt like he was close to breaking through, no matter how tightly he gripped it, he always felt he was missing an inch. This seemingly minor shortfall, however, always seemed insurmountable, like a heavenly moat lying ahead of Li Fan. After leafing through the Cultivation mixed record, Li Fan finally confirmed that he had indeed hit a bottleneck. In the ancient times of cultivation, there was also talk of such cultivation bottlenecks. In the process of cultivation, one's cultivation might get stuck at a certain point, unable to make any progress. Today, in the immortal cultivation world, the impact of these bottlenecks on cultivators is even greater. Once in the mid-stage of energy refining, every cultivator will inevitably encounter bottlenecks with each slight realm they try to break through. This kind of bottleneck cannot be broken through with mere laborious training alone. One has to find the opportunity that their instinct has been sensing and then take advantage of it to break through successfully. This opportunity could be seeing a painting or sipping a cup of tea. It could also be an insight that comes suddenly or a bolt of inspiration during a life or death struggle. It could also be a casual remark by someone else or the careful guidance from a senior. In short, there are no rules to follow. One can only trust in the heavenly number that's fated to come. The existence of this bottleneck doubtlessly suppresses the speed of cultivators' progress in a significant way. Just like a calamity bestowed by the heavens, it obstructs their cultivation. Therefore, cultivators have also given it another name, heavenly calamity. In summary, the heavenly calamity has now descended onto Li Fan. It has dashed his short-term plans for breakthrough. Having been sitting in the Great Array for a few days, Li Fan didn't feel the opportunity for breakthrough was nearby at all. Knowing that he can't push this matter in a short time, he did not become impatient. He temporarily put down the minor water expansion technique and started training for the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. The golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms has 5 levels, which corresponded to the 5 major realms: innate, refining energy, foundation establishment, gold core, and nascent soul during the ancient times. The innate realm is a rather unique existence within some of the sects during the ancient times. The particular emphasis is to expel all the impure energy one is tainted with after birth and return to the pure state of the innate. These sects believe that starting cultivation from the innate realm would allow one to comprehend the heavenly Tao more easily. Whether it is the speed of cultivation or its limit, it would far exceed that of ordinary cultivators. The Heavenly Machine sect is one such sect that advocates beginning all cultivation from the innate. However, ever since the new techniques replaced the ancient ones, cultivators no longer strive for unity with the heavens. Therefore, no one talks about returning to the innate anymore. But the most basic aspect of the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms is the innate realm. Therefore, what Li Fan has to do is use refining energy to represent being innate and complete his first layer of training. Generally speaking, substituting a higher realm toward a lower one usually goes smoothly, and training tends to be quite easy. However, things that involve differences between the ancient and the modern cultivation systems are not quite as simple. Especially since Li Fan was only a beginner who hasn't been training for many years and seriously lacked the necessary knowledge. This was why he spent a significant amount of time just to get started. And this was even with the aid of the Lioli pill, which increased his comprehension. Now, after Li Fan's cultivation of the minor water expansion technique hit a bottleneck, he began to cultivate the second layer of the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. He planned to cultivate both techniques to the mid-stage of energy, refining, and see if this could help him break through the bottleneck. After all, this is an era where techniques are highly prized, and ordinary cultivators who can cultivate multiple techniques, as he does, are rare indeed. According to the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms, once the cultivation of the second layer is successful, one would be able to master the divine technique of machine discerning. The so-called machine discerning refers to the ability to sense and discern the various chi mechanisms in heaven and earth. This is also the foundation of the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms. Only by first discerning and sensing the chi mechanism can one start the subsequent capturing and refining process. The difficulty of practicing the second layer technique far exceeded Li Fan's imagination. If the minor water expansion technique can be said to tell you straightforwardly how to cultivate without a shred of superfluous words, then the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms is about hiding the way of cultivation in a pile of mystifying phrases, leaving it to you to contemplate and decipher. What is more, it occasionally includes some insights into the heavenly Tao and anecdotes about the ancient world of cultivation and the like. All these various chaotic information mixed together made Li Fan feel dizzy and his blood boiling. After reading it all once, he seemed to understand. Yet, when he began to cultivate, he found out he basically understood nothing. Luckily, Li Fan was not a person who would give up easily. Even with great difficulties, Li Fan maintained his patience, studying and contemplating every single word and sentence. Another year passed in Li Fan's painstaking cultivation. The cultivation of the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms hardly made any progress. Li Fan did not feel discouraged. During the second trip to 10,000 Immortals Island to collect the agency fee, he exchanged all 800 contribution points and 5 time fruits accumulated over 2 years for some ancient cultivation experiences. Afterward, Li Fan activated the auxiliary cultivation mode in the Tianxian realm. He did not cultivate any techniques, but only read these experiences, comparing and verifying them with the experiences he had summed up over the past year. As if being enlightened, all the difficulties that had perplexed him in the past were solved at this moment. When he saw the exciting parts, Li Fan rejoiced and danced involuntarily. At this moment, Li Fan had a bit understanding of what was meant by, if you learn the Tao in the morning, you may die without regret in the evening. The 5-day period passed quickly. With a new understanding, Li Fan hurried back to Taiyan Island and embarked on closed-door cultivation again. The cultivation this time was truly incomparable to before. All the obscure and difficult parts of the technique were all clarified, making the cultivation naturally unimpeded. Li Fan quickly immersed his mind into it. During cultivation, he lost track of time. One day, a golden fog-like spiritual energy, completely different from the water attribute spiritual energy, suddenly appeared in Li Fan's dantian. Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of joy. The second layer of the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms has finally been completed. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As he stretched his stiff body, he glanced at the time and felt somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected that this retreat had lasted a whole year. In Li Fan's senses, he merely felt as though he had just taken a nap. Luckily, hard work always pays off. With a thought in Li Fan's heart, as the golden spiritual energy congealed in his eyes, he enacted discern mechanism. Let me see what the so-called heaven and earth chi mechanism really looks like, said Li Fan excitedly as he tried out his new divine technique. He looked towards Taiyan Island, but he saw a sight that made his heart palpitate. A thick black death aura, like a densely spread out dark cloud, enveloped the entire Taiyan Island. The dense death aura was almost tangible, rendering Taiyan Island, which was still in daylight, as eerie as the underworld. Removing the technique and casting it again. After looking several times, Li Fan confirmed that he was not mistaken. How could this be? Li Fan was unsure and hesitant. Suddenly, it seemed as if he finally remembered something. He hurriedly changed to the water mirror technique and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw, in the mirror, the death aura gathered above Li Fan's head was hundreds of times denser than that of the mortals on the island. What's going on? Caught in a state of terror and shock, Li Fan's water mirror technique shattered abruptly. His mind was in a state of turmoil, thrown into temporary chaos. After a while, Li Fan slowly regained his composure. Could there be something wrong with the golden seal of the jade realm of 1,000 mechanisms? His first reaction was that there was an issue with this technique. The so-called machine identification could have already become inapplicable in the immortal cultivation world after the tremendous changes in heaven. On Earth. After all, Li Fan was currently within the island protection array of Tian Island. Moreover, Tian Island was situated in the central region of the Misthaven Ocean, under the jurisdiction of the alliance of thousands of immortals. Everything had been running smoothly before. How could it be that disaster would strike just as he was in seclusion? However, sensing the densely lingering death energy around himself, Li Fan couldn't convince himself with such a simple explanation. His unease gradually intensified. Li Fan made a decisive move. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he decided to go to 10,000 Immortals Island to avoid disaster. He intended to activate the teleportation array immediately to head towards 10,000 Immortals Island. But to his dismay, there was no reaction from the teleportation array. Li Fan's expression turned dark. He took out the communication talisman that Yi Zhenghao had given him and tried to get in touch with Yi Zhenghao. After infusing spiritual energy, there was still no response. Things were becoming clear. Some strange and mysterious incidents had indeed occurred. Staying on Tian Island was a dead end. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Li Fan summoned the Taiyan boat, took out the Atlas of the Cloud Sea, and prepared to eschew the flying boat himself. The spirit stones that originally served as power for the Taiyan boat were almost exhausted. Luckily, when Li Fan had been shopping recklessly before, the essential set for lone cultivators included a considerable amount of spirit stones. Li Fan calculated that the journey from Tian Island to 10,000 Immortals Island would take about 2 to 3 months. The spirit stones should be enough. Given the circumstances, Li Fan didn't care about his mission of guarding the island anymore. He immediately steered the flying boat, preparing to leave. Just as the Taiyan boat was about to fly out of the island protection array, Li Fan suddenly sensed endless murderous intent from outside. It was like countless sharp swords spread out between heaven and earth. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat, promptly ceasing the Taiyan boat. A premonition told him that he was doomed to die if he stepped outside the island protection array. Li Fan squinted, looking at the calm sea, not knowing where the danger was coming from. In the end, Li Fan decided not to take a gamble. He put away the Taiyan boat, preparing to first inquire the mortals on the island about recent occurrences. However, after scanning the entire island with his divine consciousness, he was taken aback again. It turned out that the island's population had decreased by 1/3. Those who remained had become gaunt and pale, looking as if they had not eaten for a long time. Knowing that something significant must have happened while he was in seclusion, Li Fan wore a gloomy look as he made his way towards the mansion of the island's master. Since assuming his role as the acting guard, Li Fan had mostly been focused on his secluded cultivation, hardly interfering with the affairs on the island. He had met the island's master only a few times. The island's master replied upon seeing Li Fan. He fell onto his knees, continually knocking his head on the ground in a wail. What happened and when? Speak quickly. Li Fan's face was a picture of grimness. Esteemed immortal teacher, we are really at our wits' end. The heavens have not granted us rainfall for more than half a year. The island's fresh water and food have been nearly depleted. If we continue like this, we will all starve to death. The island chief sobbed as he pleaded, prostrating himself before Li Fan. No rain for half a year? Li Fan recalled the words Zhang Haobo had spoken to him years ago. So the drought has come. But why did the Tianxian mirror tell me that there would not be any significant issues? Does a drought of this scale not matter in the eyes of the Tianxian mirror? The island chief continued his wailing. All the fish in the nearby sea have been fished out. The weather is unbearably hot, and not a single fishing fleet that went out into the deep sea has come back alive. We are all going to starve to death. Immortal teacher, have mercy. Please save us. Li Fan was irritated by the man's crying. Seeing his still plump, albeit somewhat thinner body, Li Fan lashed out in anger. Half of the island's mortals are starving to death, and yet you are still not thin? The island chief turned pale, but before he could defend himself, Li Fan, having scanned the expansive kitchen in the island chief's residence with his divine consciousness, was even more incensed. Without letting the island chief defend himself, Li Fan swatted him into a pulp with a single slap. "You occupied this post without taking responsibility. You deserve to die." Li Fan coldly snorted. Then, using the power of the Great Array, he broadcast his message across the island. "The island chief has been slain by me. The rest of you in charge report to the chief's residence immediately." After a moment, several trembling mortals came before Li Fan. Seeing that they too were malnourished, Li Fan suppressed his murderous intent. Listening to their tearful complaints, Li Fan finally understood what had happened during his year of seclusion. The drought began 6 months ago. In the beginning, when many days passed without rain, no one thought much of it. Only when 2 whole months had passed without a single drop of rain did the islanders begin to panic. The island did have a freshwater source, but as the persistent drought wore on, it gradually dried up. Initially, food could be obtained by fishing in the nearby sea, but as the heat intensified and the surrounding waters were bereft of fish, with all the fishing fleets that ventured deeper never returned, Taiyan Island was plunged into a famine. In just a month, a third of the island's population had died. Countless tragedies occurred. Those who survived were just clinging to life. If Li Fan had come out of seclusion any later, he might not have been able to find any survivors. Now that things had come to this, Li Fan had to help. When he left the Xian, besides gold and silver treasures, the Taiyan boat was also filled with grain. It had been a cautious habit of his, as he prepared for exploring the unknown immortal cultivation world. He hadn't thought that, after about 10 years, it would finally come into use. The Taiyan boat was equipped with a dust-cleaning array, so the grain naturally didn't deteriorate. Li Fan immediately ordered the mortals on the island to carry a portion of the grain from the Taiyan boat for emergency use. Seeing the immortal teacher bring them life-saving food, all the islanders knelt down in gratitude, endless thanks pouring from their mouths. Li Fan didn't intervene, leaving them to their celebration. If they rationed the grain from the Taiyan boat, it should suffice to sustain them for a few months. The most important thing, however, was to solve the problem of fresh water. With water, they could survive. Li Fan headed for the island's main freshwater source, a medium-sized lake in the center of the island. People had already been assigned to guard the area around the lake, preventing ordinary citizens from approaching. Due to the prolonged lack of rain, the lake had significantly shrunk and was almost dried up, leaving only about a tenth of its original size. When the island protection array was built, I didn't think there would ever be a water shortage. Self-mocking, Li Fan shook his head, holding onto the Taiyan Island command token. It seems I will need to build a seawater purification array after all. Half a month later, a rudimentary seawater desalination array was constructed. Having regained an ample supply of drinking water and food, the surviving residents of Taiyan Island began to kowtow in gratitude to the immortal teacher for saving their lives. Nevertheless, Li Fan didn't feel particularly pleased. On the contrary, he was somewhat disturbed. After personally constructing an array, Li Fan had just barely stepped onto the path of array techniques. Only then did he realize that the island protection array of Taiyan Island was deteriorating at an abnormally fast rate. Normally, the island protection array should be capable of operating for hundreds of years. However, at the current rate of damage, the array would completely lose its efficacy in 2 or 3 years' time. After meticulous investigation and cross-referencing with the descriptions in the Introduction to Formation Array, Li Fan identified the cause of the array's damage. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become exceedingly volatile and intense. This ferocious spiritual energy, seemingly possessing its own will, began to slowly corrode the key nodes within the array after being absorbed by the island protection array. The island protection array was now like a machine slowly rusting away at its key components, its lifespan decreasing with every operation. Despite identifying the cause, Li Fan found himself without a viable solution. The island protection array was too sophisticated, with over 10,000 key nodes, each often composed of dozens of miniature arrays. It was said that during its initial construction, numerous array masters of the nascent soul realm from the Immortal Alliance had collaborated to build it. Now that it was malfunctioning, it was beyond the resolution of Li Fan, who was just a novice in array techniques. Moreover, the primary cause of the problem lay with the spiritual energy absorbed by the array. Even if the array was temporarily repaired, as long as the volatile nature of the external spiritual energy persisted, it would only provide temporary relief. Staying on Tyan Island will only get me killed. I must find a way to escape from here. But there's an unknown change in the outside world. The rampant spiritual energy is wreaking havoc, and to recklessly venture out is a path to certain death. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it seemed like he had found himself in a dead end. Is this the heavens' killing intent? Li Fan gazed at the sky beyond the island protection array, feeling like an insect trapped in a spider's web, immobilized and in a desperate struggle for life. Yet, Li Fan did not immediately choose the real option. Using the real option to return without understanding what had actually happened would mean wasting over a decade's worth of charging time. And the next time around, he'd most likely still face the same perilous fate. Even if he managed to escape far away from the Misthaven Ocean, could he be guaranteed safety from any new crisis? Remember, the malice of the heavenly Tao towards cultivators is omnipresent in this world. Li Fan didn't believe that relocating could help him avoid it. Therefore, he wouldn't choose to completely abandon this world unless it was absolutely the last resort. During the following period, Li Fan continued his cultivation while searching for a way to break the deadlock. Regrettably, not only did the violent spiritual energy from the outside world show no signs of abating, but also grew increasingly brutal with the passage of time. The island protection array, under its devastating influence, was now teetering on the brink of complete collapse. It might break down at any moment. Is there really no way out? Li Fan felt somewhat helpless. Ending this life in such an unclear manner, he found it hard to accept. However, it seemed like there were no other choices left. Li Fan looked at Tyan Island one last time with some regret, before invoking the real option, preparing to end this life. At that moment, he stopped, because he realized that the rampant spiritual energy of the outside world didn't seem to target the mortals. According to the accounts of the island's mortals, apart from the weather outside the island protection array being slightly hotter, there didn't appear to be any significant dangers. The heaven and earth killing intent is specifically targeting cultivators. Mortals should be safe. If he were to dissolve his magical powers and temporarily revert back to being a mortal, wouldn't he have a chance at survival? Li Fan thought of the supreme primordial scripture. With this impressive technique at his disposal, he wouldn't lose much cultivation progress, even if he starts all over. As long as he could find a safe place, he would be able to return to his original state in no time. Is this what they mean by extreme danger leading to rebirth? Li Fan couldn't help feeling thrilled at having found a way out. Subsequently, he naturally began to consider more factors. Currently, he was cultivating two techniques. One was the Shaoyan water decision he had exchanged from the alliance of thousands of immortals, and the other was the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere from the ancient heavenly machine sect. One was a new technique, the other was an old one. The method of cultivating the new technique essentially involved plundering from heaven and earth. Because of this, it attracted the malice of heaven and earth. Now, heaven and earth had set up numerous deadly traps with cultivators practicing the new technique as targets. What if he only dispelled the Shaoyan water decision, but retained the cultivation of the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere? Would the deadly intent in heaven and earth be somewhat less than? Li Fan was a decisive individual. Since the great array could collapse at any time, he promptly channeled the spiritual energy within his body and activated the supreme primordial scripture. The supreme, nameless returns to the primordial. As the techniques circulated, the water attribute spiritual energy acquired from cultivating the Shaoyan water decision slowly dissipated like ice and snow, transforming into a stream of pure energy lodged in Li Fan's dantian. In less than half a day, the Shaoyan water decision was completely dissolved. Li Fan didn't feel any discomfort. This supreme primordial scripture is indeed remarkable. Li Fan sighed in awe before flying to the edge of the island protection array. It indeed works. Feeling the pervasive heaven and earth-killing intent from the outside world suddenly weaken, Li Fan was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the golden scroll of the Jade Sphere is still cultivated in the same way of plundering from heaven and earth. Although it may probably invoke less malice from heaven and earth due to the intention behind the technique, it hasn't completely dissipated. Realizing that his life would still be in danger if he ventured out now, Li Fan steeled himself and chose to continue dispelling his cultivational power. Soon, there was another stream of pure energy in his dantian. The two streams of energy, originating from different techniques, could now coexist harmoniously within the same space without conflict. According to this supreme primordial scripture, this pure energy, which is the result of dispersing my cultivation, can sustain itself in my dantian for about 100 years. Having returned to the mortal state, Li Fan wasn't overly worried. As soon as I returned to 10,000 Immortals Island, I should be able to cultivate back to my original state. Without any hesitation, Li Fan steered the Taiyin boat, slowly escaping the island protection array. The raging, scorching spiritual energy wreaked havoc, dyeing the distant sky a shade of orange-red. But Li Fan was now just a mortal. The rampaging spiritual energy in the sky roared past, launching no attacks. Releasing a sigh of relief, Li Fan chose his direction, maximized the speed of the Taiyin boat, and set off towards 10,000 Immortals Island. On the way, Li Fan passed many islands. Every mortal on these islands had perished, leaving not a trace of life behind. The chilling realization prompted Li Fan to quicken his pace. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the location where the 10,000 Immortals Island used to be. He opened a map and cross-referenced it 4 to 5 times, but still couldn't believe his eyes. The once vast 10,000 Immortals Island had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a gigantic black hole, lying desolate over the ocean. The surrounding seawater irrigated toward the black hole ceaselessly, evaporating into water vapor upon contact with the black hole's edge. The air above the black hole distorted due to extreme temperatures. Under the mist rising from the surrounding seawater, a bizarre spectacle of alternating black and white hues formed. Li Fan, piloting the Taiyin boat in midair, found himself suddenly engulfed by an endless fear as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Had the 10,000 Immortals Island vanished just like that? Scenes from his past on the island flashed quickly through his consciousness. The Dharma Dissemination Square, flanked by thousands of statues, busy with countless cultivators passing by, the splendid and grand buildings rumored to house figures in the incarnation stage at the center of the island. Had they all vanished just like that? Not even a layer of ash was left behind. What kind of power could accomplish such a thing? The malice of the heavenly Tao? Li Fan didn't know. In the face of this shocking scene, his mind was in complete chaos. The cultivation of immortality, the proof of longevity. Li Fan's lifelong goals now seemed laughably insignificant. In the face of this sudden catastrophe, cultivators became as helpless as ordinary mortals, as insignificant as ants. Once fear took root in his heart, it was difficult to suppress. Escape. Get away from this hellish place. Li Fan's eyes turned blood-red, and he set the Taiyin boat on a desperate flight westward across the Misthaven Ocean. He wanted to escada to the land, a waft from this Durgator-like sea. Thus, in a state of mental turmoil, Li Fan didn't keep track of how long he flew. Bang! It seemed as though the Taiyin boat had hurtled into something, forcing it to a stop. Fortunately, the protection matrix prevented it from being directly destroyed, sparing his life. Stunned by the violent collision, Li Fan suffered light injuries, yet it gradually calmed him down. He looked outside the Taiyin boat. Nothing was there. In the distance, there was a continuous coastline. The mainland was not far off. Li Fan maneuvered the Tai Yin boat, trying to fly forward. Bang! Something stood in Li Fan's way. He tried ramming into it repeatedly, but he could not make any progress. Li Fan tried other directions, but it was the same everywhere. An invisible barrier separated the Misthaven Ocean from the nearby mainland. Entry was allowed, but not exit. Li Fan was stupefied. Suddenly a phrase crossed his mind. A turtle in a jar. Long after, a laugh escaped from Li Fan. He looked up toward the sky. How cruel! Then he became somewhat bewildered. Should he call out, real, to return to the original anchor point? Maybe he should look around a bit more. Feeling somewhat helpless and aimless, Li Fan piloted the Tai Yin boat, wandering over the Misthaven Ocean. He passed Moonlit Island, where, just like the other islands, not a soul was left alive amidst an apocalyptic landscape. He passed Lioli Island. Its island protection array was shattered, and He Jinghao was nowhere to be found. Corpses lay scattered all over the island, devoid of any signs of life. Luyan Island, Zhongqiu Island, all had turned into desolate lands. Sometimes he would encounter other cultivators who had managed to survive like him, but they had all gone mad. Upon seeing Li Fan, they would scream and run away as if they'd seen a ghost. In the end, Li Fan somehow found himself back on Tyan Island. Here, he felt a long-lost sense of vitality. Perhaps the entire Misthaven Ocean now contained only this sliver of life. Li Fan walked down the streets, observing the mortals on Tyan Island. They were still unaware of the calamity that had struck beyond Tyan Island, their faces still showing smiles of relief from narrowly escaping death. Little did they know, they were on the verge of another catastrophe. But perhaps ignorance is indeed bliss. Witnessing apocalyptic scenes might cause nightmares every night hereafter. Li Fan ridiculed himself. As he continued walking, the sounds of earnest prayers suddenly reached his ears. May the immortal teacher who relieves suffering protect us. Pray for good weather and plentiful harvests in future. May the immortal teacher who relieves suffering protect us and guarantee the safe growth of my child. You. Li Fan was startled and turned his head to look in the direction of the prayers. It turned out that a temple had been built on Tyan Island while he wasn't paying attention. The statue inside was inscribed with the words, Immortal Teacher who relieves suffering. The statue bore some resemblance to Li Fan. Its eyes were slightly lowered, looking compassionately at the people kneeling before it. The immortal teacher who relieves suffering. Li Fan fell into silence. After a considerable time, he sighed deeply. I guess I'll protect you all for as long as I can. However, to protect mortals from the wrath of heaven and earth was evidently not easy. Li Fan initially thought the disaster was over. He never imagined that the real disaster was only beginning. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. There was still no sign of rain in the sky. The sea level began to drop, water continuously receding from the islands. Even with the seawater desalination array, obtaining water for the mortals on Tyan Island was getting more and more difficult. They had to travel long distances to find water. They did not know why heaven had unleashed such a disaster, but they feared the Misthaven Ocean would eventually dry up completely. As a result, every household started to pray to Li Fan's wooden statue day and night. Li Fan felt helpless. The drastic changes in the world were not something he could resist. The only good news was that due to the death of many cultivators in the Misthaven Sea over these 3 years, the hostility towards cultivators in the world also gradually diminished. Li Fan took this opportunity to cultivate back to the mid-stage of energy refining. When you stop praying to me one day, I will return to the cultivation anchor point. He smiled wryly at the strange experience of being prayed to day and night. Using the machine identification divine technique to observe the mounting Black Death aura over the mortals, he decided in secret. Wait, why is there a hint of white within this Black Death aura? Li Fan was startled. Since his recovery, Li Fan checked the spiritual energy of Tyan Island every day. For some unknown reason, he had discovered a line of vitality that he had previously failed to notice. Where did this vitality come from? With the golden seal of the Jade Realm of 1,000 mechanisms running to its limit, Li Fan found that the vitality of the people on Tian Island was actually tied to him. This puzzled him even more. After multiple confirmations, Li Fan finally realized that the vitality indeed came from him. Not from him personally, but from an item he was carrying. An item he had almost forgotten about. The natural treasure, Ocean Pearl, still in its embryonic form. This Ocean Pearl had been left in a corner of the Tai Yin boat. Until today, when it showed up under his energy inspection and made Li Fan remember its existence. Unlike when he first saw it over a decade ago, it was now a deep blue, surrounded with a rich water vapor. It seemed as if it truly contained a vast ocean within. With the ocean gone, a new ocean is born. Li Fan stared at the Ocean Pearl in his hand, thinking of something. He activated the Tai Yin boat and flew up to a height of 10,000 meters and gazed down. Underneath him, the Misthaven Ocean, due to the long drought, had many areas where the seabed was exposed. A series of underwater mountain ranges slowly revealed their true form, and the islands that originally belonged to the Misthaven Ocean turned out to be the peaks of these mountains. Ko Hong's face flashed in front of Li Fan's eyes. Ko Hong once told him not to worry. If you manage to leave here, you can find me in Lingtian City in the Misthaven mountain range. Li Fan began to laugh. The Misthaven Ocean, the Misthaven Mountain. Turned out they were the same place.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.